his gun was loaded when he was ready for him. Decided to go for the run. Just to fire. Just to fire.
performance whatsoever. Havlik has been spotted out. One more name comes on through. Takes him down to Brazil. Are you kidding me?
And they're taking this win, no doubt in my mind.
I don't think so either. That shot comes on through. It's the DBS.
Potential for a third map. Molly goes deep, Missy ticks by it. Now looks to take the pressure. It's the hardest crossfire to break in the game. And Oya and Emily are doing it. It's Oya in the 1v1 and she locks it in. No overtime today. USA do win the series 2-0.
Welcome back then to day 2 of Iesf's World Esports Championships. We're here with the women's portion of the tournament with $160,000 on the line. I'm joined on the couch by Hawker and Vendetta, and behind us we have the teams setting up. And I love this setup because it means the teams can hear you guys, and if they don't like what you guys are saying, they can pelt you with rotten vegetables. And if they don't have them at the moment, production, sort that one out because that would be a great addition.
Yeah. I'd take that over, like computer peripherals. Like a mouse is definitely harder, so I don't want to get hit by like hard plastics or anything like that. So I'll take it. Like, rotten tomato type of thing.
I don't know why they'd have rotten vegetables, Alan. Just
because I live in the Middle Ages of England, and you should be in the stocks if you get your predictions wrong. Let's reflect on yesterday. There was a lot of carnage, but in my mind, there were two teams that looked incredible: Portugal and Poland. I know we haven't seen France live on stream yet, but those two teams looked amazing. They are, for us, the teams to beat at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment as well. We did expect, at the very least, Poland to show up and style to start us off, and they did so. No really disappointments from them to kick us off on the first day. And Portugal as well, they showed that they had more than just, I guess, the known trio that we kind of expected going into the match, but the fact that we actually saw great displays from both Yoon and Caddy Jones in their series. So yeah, those two teams definitely early favorites for the remainder of the tournament.
Yeah, I think Caddy Jones was probably the player I knew least about who impressed me the most. So I think she's going to be really important for Portugal. But as you said, a couple of teams we haven't seen on the stream yet who also went through very comfortably. So we'll get to see them later on, and I'm sure we'll get to see if they can compete with a couple of teams that look very good so far.
Let's bring up that schedule and see which games are going to be going underway today. We've got the elimination games to kick us off, and then a little bit later, all 4 of those decided games. So we already have 4 teams in the playoffs, and we'll be deciding the other 4 by the end of today. Our games will be South Africa, Norway on stage, then it'll be Australia versus the winner of that, and then finally Sweden against the winner of Kazakhstan, Argentina. So sad times, guys, for some of these teams today. 4 of them going home this morning. That's a lot of travel for for 24 hours, essentially, of gameplay.
Yeah, it is. But at the very least, like we talked about, the format is the ideal one in that sense. Again, since GSL, it's best of 3s, which is the key here. So in that sense, yeah, it's going to be a bummer to get knocked out, obviously, early on in the competition, but you can't necessarily say that you didn't get a fair shake. Like, you've had the opportunities, you've had 2 series to do it in. If you couldn't at the time, then yeah, you just weren't good enough this time around, and you'll have to put your eyes forward and work hard until next time. So yeah, even though there are going to be a couple of heartbreaks throughout the day, at least they're giving an opportunity to right their wrongs from day one.
Yeah, and at least it's not that, eliminated on day 1 that you can get sometimes.
Yeah.
The elimination games on the first day, and then it becomes
18-hour travel to get
here.
it
becomes very stressful very quickly. So they'd have had a bit of time to prep for this matchup, and yeah, I think there's pretty clear favorites in most of these games, I would say, but
Yeah.
I think there's also like just the unknown element which could cause some chaos, because I think so far things have mainly just gone according to plan, and I wouldn't mind a little bit of chaos in some results today.
Let's fly through those groups and see how we ended up here. Group A, this is our Portugal group. We of course saw the Portugal-USA game where Portugal looked fantastic. Netherlands-Hong Kong will be this morning, and a little bit later on the US presumably will reface the Netherlands, I guess, for that spot in the playoffs. US looked a little bit down and out yesterday, but they're not out of the tournament yet, and they maybe should still be making playoffs.
Yeah, again, I like their chances. Again, they had a pretty solid showing versus the Netherlands. Obviously, their Anubis in that matchup looked fantastic. A little bit more shaky on Inferno, but still got the job done. So they're going to go into a potential rematch with a lot of confidence. Obviously, they did get humbled a little bit by Portugal, but, you know, that's not necessarily a shake at the States, you know, like in terms of like them playing poorly or anything like that. It was just Portugal playing really, really well. As for Hong Kong, yeah, it's a tough matchup. They've gotten Portugal, they've gotten the US. Probably would have liked to face someone else in an elimination game, but it's going to be a great learning experience, if nothing else. Yeah.
Let's fly straight on to Group B. This was the group where the French reigned victorious. We expected that Sweden-France game to be pretty close, but actually France looks formidable.
Yeah.
We haven't seen them obviously on stream yet, Hawker, but France have got to be up there with maybe the favourites to make a final or even win this thing.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you've got a really just solid lineup across the board. I don't think we've actually got to see this group yet, which is a bit of a shame. We'll get to see it later on.
We will later, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So
game.
that's exciting. But yeah, just a really solid roster for France. Astra, so good. I think she's going to be up there as one of the best riflers in this tournament for me. She's incredible. You've got KO Day on the AWP. You've just got a really good roster, and I think they also are another one of these teams that know when they're against a weaker opponent, they can just throw aggression at them and just see if the team can handle it initially. And I'm sure they were doing that in some of those games.
Let's take a look at Group C. We saw a couple games from this one yesterday. Poland winning in the end, but they did actually drop a map to Denmark, which for some of us could be a bit of a surprise. They're actually the only group winner to drop a map.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's an indication of maybe one map in their pool doesn't work, or probably more likely actually that Denmark shouldn't be overlooked as a threat going into playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's actually the latter there. Denmark, I think it was Inferno that Poland ended up dropping, and that was an impressive performance from the Danish team as well. Once we got onto the two remaining maps, it seemed like it was pretty confident from the side of Poland, but yeah, Denmark not to be scoffed at all. So I think going into that potential, decider match later on today, where we're assuming Canada are going to be facing them, I'd have to put like a slight, favorite in the favor of Denmark, honestly, just by the fact that they were able to actually match or take a map off of Poland, because Poland looked indomitable versus Canada.
And finally, we have Group D. Spain here looks formidable winning that group. We haven't covered Spain just yet. They are, I believe, the only team that is competing as a five that plays, traditionally as a five-man lineup. Maybe not the biggest names, but Hawker, maybe it comes in very handy to all be on the same page and have that chemistry.
Yeah, I think so. I know for sure in the qualifier, they were one of the teams that I saw that were actually comfortable leaving themselves just full retaking a bomb site, which I know sounds small, but it's such a big thing to have, instead of feeling like, oh, well, I'm not 100% confident on my teammates' rotations or our team play, so I feel like I've got to fight for the site, and then that can put pressure on you unnecessarily. So I think that's going to be a big benefit for them, and I've been saying it throughout. I think they just pose a really interesting problem for some of these other teams. If that chemistry is there, suddenly you can have games go in a completely different way, because so far it has been pretty individually focused in all the games we've seen. But if they are a team that actually just have really, really good fundamentals, suddenly your opponents are going to be really frustrated by that. If you're just used to being able to frag out, I don't think you're going to be able to do that against Spain.
Yeah, no, it's all about those small protocols in terms of like knowing where you're supposed to go, like just on a basic execute, right? Just having the right kind of pathing for people to go in, considering spacing, all of that stuff matters a lot. And it's also so much harder to break down a well-oiled machine on a CT side as well. Again, if you don't have a team that gets flustered by, let's say, dropping the opening pick or something like that, so they still have track on their rotations, they still do things properly. And again, communication should be on point for a team that's as, I guess, well put through as Spain are, and having that much experience playing together. So it's not going to be easy. You're not going to get anything free versus a team like them.
Let's start to focus in on our first matchup of the day. They're sat behind us, South Africa versus Norway. Let's talk South Africa, and the player I want to talk about is Avo. You can see her in the middle. She's got the avocado. little kind of toy thing in front of the desk, as some players like to have. Let's bring up that roster so we can see exactly who we're talking about as well. But yeah, South Africa, this is a huge event for them. They don't get the most international exposure. For these girls, the opportunity to play on this stage is enormous.
Yeah, it's massive, and out of this 5, it's pretty much just Mex who's had, I guess, proper international experience, playing on stages and taking part in the Impact Series and so on. So she's going to have to be like the veteran of this side in a big way, because they've had a lot of the previous members of the national team retire. Simple as that. But Evo, as you mentioned, super exciting prospect. She's only 16 years old, and she's the in-game leader of the national team, which is quite a lot of responsibility. But it's super cool to see new talent. And obviously, they didn't win their first matchup, but she was still performing well in the first match that they had in the tournament. But this is going to be a very unique experience for them. Again, like playing on a stage, biggest tournaments of their lives. Just a lot for them to take in. So hopefully, they'll be able to handle the pressure quite well.
Yeah, and I think you have those players where if they are just really talented and clearly the best player on your team, it kind of just makes sense for them to be a big part of the calling in a sense, because you're just going to instinctually have good ideas as to how to get into rounds in the first place, and it can just be really useful to maximize her own ability, right, if she has ideas and wants to set herself up. So absolutely makes sense, I think, in this sort of tournament. Team Norway, though, Vendetta, I know the bias will be coming through here.
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep it as I guess fair as possible, but yeah, no, obviously, slight bias here for me, and these are people that I know pretty well. I've played with them, throughout the years. So for me, I'm coming into this thinking that this should be a victory for Norway. Again, they had a really close match versus Australia yesterday that went down the wire on the third match. I think it was like quadruple OT or something to that effect. So they've come to play, even though they haven't had the most ideal prep leading into the tournament in terms of how much practice time they've had. They do have the benefit of having a more experienced lineup than South Africa. They've had more players playing in professional teams for a longer period of time and so on. So I do think they have a lot of things working in their favor.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, Aurora, important player on this team, should be calling, I believe, and just in general was the highest rated player for them yesterday. And also, I think it's worth looking at Minnie, because she was doing a lot of entry work yesterday. I was looking at the stats, 36% attempt on the entries for this team. That is crazy high. Yeah, and
that's ridiculous.
She won like 52% of them yesterday. So I know it's a small sample size, but that's also a really good sign, because her stats overall weren't crazy, but that's clearly a lot of impact if you're getting those sorts of entries. So I think she'll be one to watch as well.
Yeah, so are we framing this as Norway are more of the known quantities here? We know some of their players. We've seen them play in the the women's level professionally. South Africa, more of a region that's not going to compete internationally. We don't see these players so much. I don't feel like I know what to expect from them really at all, to be honest. So it could be amazing. They could full flight against Norway. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think that's completely fair, and I think that's the approach that we kind of have to have. Again, the known quantity here are in majority the Norwegian players. I think Pubg is the exception to that rule, but for everyone else, they've competed at an international stage at some point in their careers. As we get the veto, and we can see that Norway has decided to veto out Nuke, which was South Africa's pick versus Spain. So that tracks Ancient actually being removed by South Africa. They had Inferno as their veto in yesterday's matchup, so that might be a response to obviously having seen them play versus Australia.
Yeah, they lost that 13-5 on the Ancient against Spain, so I guess they wanted to get that out this time.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, for the Anubis, that's actually the map that Norway were able to beat Australia on, really close in that series. By the way, also, the known quantity thing is kind of funny, because these teams have played a very different amount of CS to get to this point. South Africa quickly 2-0'd, nice and simple, against Team Spain, of course, so that's going to happen. Whereas Norway had a lot of maps played, I think some tech issues in there, a lot of crazy shenanigans going on, so we've had them play a lot of CS. Hopefully they're 100% refreshed for this one, and then you get that Dust 2 Decider in there as well.
All I know is that, they play a lot of Ancient. A lot of Ancient for Norway, not in this veto. We're seeing a lot of Anubis picks, and that surprised me a lot for teams that aren't necessarily all on the same page and more of a mixed sort of setup. Anubis, it just feels like you're asking for trouble. I mean, if you make it work, you're going to make your opponents look silly, but you're definitely exposing yourselves to make your own mistakes.
Yeah, I think it's one of those maps where, again, if you're going to pick it, you're more than likely to start on the CT side. And that's kind of where you can see whether or not it was a good choice or not. Because it's difficult to play that CT side. We've seen it on several occasions. We saw it, I think we saw it yesterday when Portugal played Anubis in their match, how they kind of just split the United States in two. And even though the US looked really, really confident in their first match on Anubis versus the Netherlands, it was just like not the same team that we got to see in the second matchup. And I think that was partly because Portugal had a really efficient way of kind of breaking down a defense, and if you're not extremely well drilled, CT side on Anubis is difficult. It's a hard map. It's hard sites to retake. It's hard sites to hold. So you're kind of running into multiple issues at the same time. It's not like an obvious fix like, oh, we just need to put one more player at this spot.
Yeah.
Like Anubis isn't fixed that way. So it's an interesting choice that we're actually seeing it as much as we have so far, but I like it. Again, it's usually pretty fast-paced and it's exciting.
Erangel game, what they haven't shown us is how they handle tough circles. They haven't been super consistent in those. They've really just been very good at playing their fights and playing their late games. But when you play 18 games of PUBG, you're going to get some circles that make you want to quit and that make you want to throw your headset out the window because it is going to be tough. It is going to be tricky. They haven't really shown us that they can overcome that yesterday, while Ukraine has been fabulous at that.
Exactly.
Now, if they can fix their late games, and if they can walk away with wins more than with second places, then they're unbeatable. Hard to say if they will pull that off today, but I think their improvements are a little easier to make. It's easier to stop losing 4v3s than it is to suddenly figure out how to rotate across the map here.
Couldn't have put it any better way, and ladies and gentlemen, let's get right into the action. It is match number 1 for day 2 of the Iesf World Esports Championship, live from Riyadh. $130,000 up for grabs, $40,000 for first place. And as we said, we're getting started with Sanhok, the map that some of these teams will be smirking at, looking back at it, because yeah, it's kind of an X factor, as we've always said. Ultimately, in an 18-game finals, it's still important, though.
Interestingly enough, Brazil in Painan, we remember they were on that northern island very, very early on in our first Sanhok, and they won't be there today. The circle does go northwest again. They won't be as favored as they've been in the past, but also no hot drops to speak of shows that our teams, there's that circle. Now they wish they were on that island, and they have to make a move on fast. We've talked about this before, Felix. Ukraine likes to play these circles slower and more from the western edge. Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, they're going to be fighting for some of these prior positions nice and early here, because this circle is as polarizing as it can be.
It's a perfect circle for Ukraine. We've seen Ukraine play these circles time and time again, and they've come out on top on a lot of these occasions. So I want to see Ukraine now with a really, really strong game to start things off. I mean, it was in my prediction as well, if these guys will continue that consistency. Maybe not as perfect as yesterday. That was almost as perfect as can be. The finishing touch was missing, but the rest of it was absolutely perfect. And this is a good zone to start things off, to get a feel for it again. I was talking about getting a feel for the lobby, and I think a tournament like this with so many countries, so many mixed teams, you don't really know what to expect. That is a really important factor. A lot of people underestimate it. It's really hard to quantify what that really means, but it means having rotation timings that you have a feel for, knowing who you have to expect at what edge, at what timing, and what kind of zones, what kind of edges you'll play off of, and which are favorable to you in terms of space and you know, positions you can play off of. You don't necessarily want to have an edge that you have 5 different teams fighting for in phase 1 or 2, especially on Sanhok, where there's limited space. So that's what I mean by it. That's one part of the equation. And a whole different team is going to start things off. So that Soul is taking down one of the remaining players. Terabal already being knocked down, but a quick trade is there. Lawrence with a wide shot hits the 4 bullets needed. And just like that, that's a trade and not a finish, actually, for the Turkish side.
Yeah, that's a clutch knock coming in from Lawrence. He does get his teammate back on his feet. And I would strongly suspect Turkey to be able to do the same here, because you can see Romania is not looking for the fight. Romania doesn't want to get entrenched in something so early. They want to make headway into our first zone here, and I respect it. I like it. I think that's the right play to do. That's a smart way to handle things. Arabo has not healed up yet. I'm not sure if that's how hurried they are. They might just not have a lot of meds, because Lawrence certainly doesn't have any. They might have just started their run here extremely early and might have left themselves without any resources at all. Level 1 gear, severely tagged up, no bullets on Lawrence. I think they've started this off extremely speedily. It's starting off fast. Is Chile on the other side, but not what you want to be seeing They were the ones holding down this river cross in our last Sanhok, and they will not even make it across this time. First team to be taken out, multiple teams chiming on in, but Miramar gets themselves 3 frags, 3 elims right off the top of the hill.
Yeah, this is a good pickup, especially in match number 1. This is what you want. We said Myanmar. Fragging was never their problem. It's more so getting into late game, so I'm not surprised to see them frag out again in phase 1. It's what they've done yesterday throughout the day as well. So not yet surprised, still worried.
Yeah.
To put it into perspective on what that really means.
Oh.
But it's a good start nevertheless. Keeps up your confidence, as we said. First game of the day, always something that, as a player as well, I mean, we can testify to that as well. Makes you a little bit nervous.
Keep your eyes on this though. Brazil, Ukraine in the kill feed, and it's going the way of Brazil here. We said they have to find out ways to get themselves into zones. Picking up one member from the team right next to you is potentially the strongest way to work yourself into a tricky zone. And that's going to allow them to be a lot more confident and a lot more fearful on their side of the circle. Pakistan, they're controlling the high ground, they're controlling all these edges, but they now have to go for a res onto Hamir. Should be easily done because just of how powerful these positions is. But he's gonna get the frag. Actually, Samir is going down the mountain. Saudi Arabia picks up the Elim. That's terrible for Pakistan.
It really is. Down to just 3 players now. Not
How
the
did that
perfect
happen?
start that they wanted, especially in a position like this. It's the strongest position by far if it shifts north. Whoever is on top of the hill, and whoever can hold it, and it's pretty easy to hold in third person. Whoever is able to hold that is just guaranteed points, and we've seen this time and time again. There's only so many innings. Even the shifts down west, you have so much kill potential, so many eliminations that will just float right into your open arms, and I think that's gotta hurt Pakistan. And no one's even contesting it at the moment either. No one's really playing for it, just based off of, I think, the fact that you would expect someone to be up there.
I have no idea still how they lost a member there. It's a long-range knock. It's good shots from Spark, but how were they unable to get the res onto Shamir? He was on such a high mountain, like you said, right? The high ground gives you a ton of visibility, but it also means as soon as you dip down a little bit, you're completely safe. But it looked in the kill feed like he fell down from the mountain. That's absolutely horrendous for the Pakistani squad. And look at Miramar picking up another 2 just there. They're really starting the day off where they left it. They've been flashy yesterday. We watched the highlight reel just then. Lewis James in the billboard building in San Martin doing absolute work. They had multiple double-digit frag games for themselves. Now in a tricky position. You can already see teams like Jordan creeping on up, looking on over. But so far, fragging out and holding it cleanly.
Myanmar made it up to 5 frags now, 5 eliminations to start things off. It's, as I said, it's everything they wanted and more to start off this game. Now they need to stay alive. They're not on an edge. They used to be in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 in almost all of the games yesterday. This time around, they've got that locked down. Oh my lord. Wow. That is a shift I mean, that's going to shake up the round massively. Brazil suddenly in massive favor. Ukraine is going to have to ready it on through. They should know this bridge is still open. But for everyone else on the northern side who's just making their way in, this is disastrous. I think everyone is expecting this to go north.
I love this as well because this actually gives us a chance to show how good the setup from Ukraine is, right? You can say, well, they're just kind of passive on that western edge. They're not really doing anything in phase 1 here, but this is what the position gives them. It gives them a good route into the south when it does happen, and it will allow them to play a strong game from here. Despite being set up for the northern circle, they're also set up for the south. That's not easy to do. That's not something a whole lot of teams can say about their position, and that's exactly why they approach the game like this. And yeah, things you love to see, things that go to show why they have by far the most placement points in the lobby right now.
So far, no additional points being secured except that one. They've just lost a player as well. That must have just happened recently, at least I didn't catch it. So Ukraine suddenly down to 3. Brazil has just lost a player as well. That's going to sting even more so. They have him rest back up, apparently. So maybe that was just a long-range knock and he's not really in danger. He's got that first hit going through as well. So okay, Brazil, never mind me, still in a good spot, still 4 players up. And I think that was a grim reminder of them not throwing this round away. We said it as well. The desk said it as well. Natura and DK especially, they were talking about it, right? That Brazil has been perfect in closing out these games that they need to, but the rest of it has been kind of shaky just a tiny bit. So this is one more chance for them to prove that they are indeed made to finish off the games that they should. And yeah, everything's going for them right now.
Good zone for them. Turkey making their way across the bridge, spotting France in the distance. Maybe a bit of damage connected, but no knock just yet. And Scarface doesn't have a whole lot of meds here. He's going to first aid up once, and then he's got to get his way into zone nice and fast, because they are very late to this circle, and whenever it locks, more and more damage is going to come in. Mongolia still under pressure from Saudi Arabia, I believe, from the other side. They're having a hard rotation into this. They might get one of these reses, but it's not long-lived, I can tell you that much. Balia is out of this. Endless might get res, but Suki, I'm not sure if he's trying to go for the res, or maybe he's just happy to get the loot at this point. Get himself some meds, maybe some util, to try and make this one work, as we see tons of teams struggling here. This is Sanhok when the circle doesn't come your way. You're running through forests, getting picked apart, or you're going into a mad send with a vehicle without really knowing where you're going to end up. It's cruel, it's rough, and you might just find yourself in a bit of a trap here, like France. Oh, I'm not fancying their chances right now, Alex.
Good takes coming out from Catch. There's no knock though just yet. And you said you don't fancy their chances. Oh, it does look grim. That does not. Okay, it's just the observer. You know, Takeshi seeing that. No worries. No worries. I was worried for a rehost, but no, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in action. Egypt on the other side, southwestern side, will have a relatively easy entry. We've seen these guys finish off the last day massively. Good start. Good comeback as well. That was the biggest jump that we've seen any team make yesterday on the overall leaderboard. I think it was something like 14th, 13th, maybe even below that, up towards the 8th, 9th position, so middle of the pack.
Yeah.
That's exactly the kind of performance you need coming off of the African Esports Championship.
And that's what goes to show as well, right? Everybody's still in this. Yes, we've played a full day yesterday, but everybody, even at the bottom of the scoreboard, even if you're Mongolia and things have been going terribly for you, everybody can still make their way into this and make their way into the top 8 at least. Egypt, they showed themselves yesterday as well. They realized, hey, we're good at this. We can play this.
Yeah.
I talked to their coach and their sub a little bit, and they said, I just told the boys, just play your hearts out and just no holding back, no doubting. We're just going the hell in. We've got every elim we can, and look how it panned out. So, crazy game from them yesterday.
It was you, essentially you who did it.
Yeah, giving themselves a little bit of... No. He was telling me what he told the boys.
Oh, okay,
I didn't have a say in that.
Never mind. I was about to... you got into that coaching role. I was about...
No.
Yeah. Wouldn't have surprised me either, to be honest.
But what I'm saying is they showed themselves that they can do it. They didn't show us, or the fans or the viewers only. They showed themselves that they can do it. And that's going to be big coming into games like this, where now they will have to hold their edge. It's not going to be easy. They'll have a few teams coming their way if you're just looking at the map right here. They will have to hold their ground. But if they manage to do so, they're looking pretty good in this.
Brazil set in a really good spot. Iesf is now making their way into the southwestern side again. This time around into the safe zone, though. They will have a pretty decent entry. France is fighting all around that southern side. Good shots. Turkey is barely fighting inside the safe zone. And took out Sanhok inside the blue. This is massive. One more knock comes through, and France is eliminated just like that. More frags being picked up by Turkey, but they have a lost player in the process too. So it's not been without casualties for them.
Big play from Solkai, though. Going into the blue there, opening up the angle. He basically single-handedly dismantles France. Now 2 more teams knocking on the door. Bulgaria wants to third-party this. They've been found by Indonesia. The flying shotgun comes out. Sicario wins it for now, but there's more coming his way. It's going to be Indonesia that wants to close this edge. Kausa, though, what can you really do at this point? He's driving circles, he's trying to figure out where to go, but Turkey's got him in his sights. And it is Turkey who seem to be coming out strongest out of this situation. Remember, they didn't have a whole lot of meds going into this, but now they have a few body salute. They have some chance to pick up gear and make their way on through. It's not going to be an easy way, Alex, but at least they've picked up 7 items already.
Exactly. I mean, it's been the storyline for Turkey throughout the entirety of this tournament. And not only this tournament, but throughout the Iesf qualifiers and maybe even last year as well, right? They get a bunch of frags. They're great individuals. But it seems like if they don't get the massive big rounds where they, essentially frag from start to finish and win the round as well, then they're just falling short of actually winning the tournament. And both of these things need to work together because they start fragging so very early that if you you know, your winning probability just goes down low. But I'll take myself back because we have another big fight coming up. It's Brazil being knocked down by Lorenz. And it looks like it's a 2v4, 2v3 now with obviously Adrian knocked. Still very possible for Brazil. That Molotov's going to slow things down. Lorenz is going to be able to get the flush, meaning Brazil might just stay alive as 4. They need this.
They need this. They had a really good setup for this. They had a really good setup against the push with Rafa on the hill doing tons of damage. But then they left Adrian a little bit too alone in the building. This could be a grenade. It bounces just straight on past. Seven's going to get a better one
that's
in.
A good,
it's beautiful. It takes down Romania to 1 player, just Christian below the bridge. The single bridge troll left for the squad. What can he really do out of this? He should never be able to make the cross to the compound anymore. He's hoping to pick up someone now, pick up a singular frag on a team rotating through without being aware. But Brazil with a full reset here is important. We've praised their team play. We've praised, I've said it myself, how rarely they will lose a solo or a player to a solo. It almost happened right there. But they got away with a scare. They got to reset, and they will play this game as 4.
Really disciplined again. Get the Molotov out. Get everyone up and ready. No, you know, someone was watching the left-hand door.
Yeah.
The other one was nading inside. There was absolutely no chance for him to do anything in that round. No one was overcommitting. No one was taking 1v1. So good on Brazil. They're showing us that that discipline is to be rewarded. And yes, they've rewarded themselves twice already in this tournament. Looking to make it a 3rd time. It's definitely not unlikely in this round. Romania, in the meanwhile, being eliminated. Mongolia, the designated as well. They need to change things up. It's a strong region. And at the moment, the representation is just not good enough. Especially last year, they had such a strong year as a country itself. They're definitely having a bad tournament, but they're not having a great tournament either just yet. Still time for improvement. 5 frags. And maybe a placement point that is about to come is a good trajectory, I'd say. You know, to make more things happen today. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
We've all been there. We've all been there, my man. Hidden. You are excused. That, you know, sometimes that just happens. There's no defense against this. Ragnarok is going to pick him up with DBS.
I love that he's trying to dodge the nade instantly as well, but he does take the brunt of the damage here. Second one might do the trick, and it does. Clean from now off, punishing instantly. What Ragnarok's trying to pull off here. I don't think he got the frag, though. I think that was stolen away. I think that was flushed out by Godspeed. Myanmar chalks that one up. They say 1-2, thank you. And there's the Egypt we talk so much about. Now in a crunch, eliminated Pakistan, but they've got Brazil. The Hungry Dragon looking over their shoulders, breathing down their necks. Ukraine holding you on the one side, Brazil on the other. This is going to be so hard for Egypt, no matter what they do here, Felix. This Sanhok feels incredibly hard for them to overcome.
5 frags. Good position. But now, for the very first time, them and the rest of the teams that, you know, we were able to kind of just ride out their position up until this point will have to fight. There's no more coexisting up on that southern side. With that circle that has so much water in there, it's gonna be absolutely brutal for anyone. I don't see a way where Brazil, Ukraine, Jordan, any of these teams can stay alive and coexist. Like, I think there's gonna be one team maximum on that southern side, outside the team in the compound towards the eastern side of things. So crazy. And there goes Sloaney is gonna be able to maybe pick up some frags.
Yeah.
That nade is gonna get the first one. Kronai goes down. That's a good entry.
It's a good entry. There's a second one almost on Arthur. Again, peeks out with the nade in hand. He's trying to get something, trying to find an opening, but it's not meant to be. A bit of damage into Havlik will take him down, even if it's the blue zone. But Ukraine is getting the better half of it. Havlik not going to be able to stay alive in this, though, and he's not going to be getting res. That's a phase 5 blue on their backs. Ukraine, they would have loved to stay clear in this, clean this up, but they haven't been able to. And now Brazil is looking on the doorstep. That's a big one for Tulika. He might almost get the second. It's a good spray. It buys them time, but I say it buys them time. It's just him at this point.
Yeah, just him, and he has to be cut off the sidelines from across as well. And yeah, you can see the Brazil player is already being picked up. He's been transported into the car, and they've already made their way across into the next safe zone. So it's going to be really unlikely he's going to get that flush, but I think he's going for it, and I think he knows that is his best chance. Maybe outside of grabbing the last player from Jordan, but I'm not sure if they have the information that he's somewhere around that area. Looks like he just wants to barely get past any of these players towards the deep southern side. Maybe make it inside somehow. Myanmar still in trouble as well. It looks like they have a pretty good position, but the sidelines are really tough over there. So everyone almost can see everyone.
Yeah.
It's a pretty weird thing right now, this circle. And I haven't really seen this circle either, especially with this shift.
Tulikat is trying to buy time, trying to hold out. Nice, it's been spotted. The damage is coming on in. The game's up now. Myanmar is controlling the northern side here, Felix. And they're not letting anyone slip away. But just this attention going towards the solo might have just bought Tulikat enough time to at least make it into the circle. If he has, the next shift is going to be even harder. Brazil is going to have him on their mind as well. But every single placement point he can get reduces the amount that Brazil can really catch up in this game. Kyrgyzstan as well, don't forget about them. They're looking very green in that live leaderboard right now. They're in a pretty position here, holding on out, holding as 4. They're a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. Now, Tura on the desk said it as well. She was expecting Kyrgyzstan to have a great day, continue that consistency that they've shown. They've been able to close out the big games, as we've said as well.
She also said France would win this.
Yeah, to be fair. One of which is more likely than the other one, but I know. Anyways, looks like Brazil is opting to go for that deep breach. The cars have really stopped at a perfect position.
Smokes are not bad.
They don't look too shabby, actually, now that I think of it. But now the nades are raining in. Now Kyrgyzstan is closing the trap. And they've so desperately been waiting for. He is in the Molotov, but he's going to get that either way. Romulo goes down, and Nord is able to get another down, and potentially another knock on the second player too. Effect is going to be able to take him down. That's Brazil, done and dusted. Still a good game for them, but not the win that they were hoping for.
And just like that, Kyrgyzstan exploded at the right time, right? They know that Brazil will have to move ahead of them. They know that Brazil doesn't have a good move here, and Brazil tries their very, very best to build a fortress, to try and smoke things out. Survive for a bit, but it wasn't really possible. 7 elims for them is still a massive game, but there's Myanmar now looking to continue the rampage. They know about this solo, they know about Nawaf. They've stolen a kill from away from him earlier. Look at the damage coming in. They're so clean right now. They're so good in this game. And if they find knocks towards Kyrgyzstan here, it might all be doable, but it's Tulikat from the backlines that helps them out.
Yes, Tulikat might just be the deciding factor in this end-fight. He's taking down Zarek. He's looking for another one now. He finally gets taken down by the blue zone, but he's done so much damage. And he might have just given the round to Myanmar. Maybe Effect is going to get revived, but after that, it might just be a 2v4. No chance in this round. Insane. As Kyrgyzstan goes down, and Myanmar, finally, we've said it, they have been struggling to close out games. Will finish off the very first round on Sanhok.
What a game, and what a decider from Tulikat as well. Perfectly backstabbing, doesn't give the kill to Kyrgyzstan, but costs them another member. Makes it so much harder for them to have a chance in this.
Well.
Exactly, that's the team they want to beat. Yeah. That's one of the teams they want to knock out, and he does it perfectly. He doesn't die to Brazil earlier, doesn't feed that kill on over, and he does backstab Kyrgyzstan, but it is, in the end, my man, it is, in the end, a fantastic game from Miramar. Complete domination on that northern side, never to be doubted, never made a misstep. I can't remember a single one of them being knocked. There might have been at some point, but they were never in danger, never in doubt, and they closed it out beautifully.
So at one point, there was a knock from across, I think, from Brazil on towards these players, and they had to get a smoke lined up. But it was,
at the warehouse.
You know, it wasn't real danger.
Yeah.
It wasn't actual real danger. But then again, the circles were also kind of crazy. Yeah. Right? I don't think they expected to win this game in the midst of it.
No.
Like that it shifted back north is such a massive, massive thing for Myanmar right there. But man, it comes at a perfect timing for them. Starting off the day like this, after they've been struggling to close out games, we've said it a million times.
Yeah.
It couldn't have come at any better point in the tournament right now. This brings them back. It's 19 points too. They had 9, maybe even more than that, eliminations, right? So
they had double digit.
Double-digit eliminations, so it's going to be a big
at least
game.
11, yeah. 11 before the game ended, so something crazy for them. I've said it before, double-digit elims is nothing new, but winning the game is.
Yeah.
Beautiful game from them. I just want to see more of it. I want to see them. I think they might be a little bit in the same boat as Brazil, where they're not the best at traversing crazy circles.
Yep.
But if we're being fair here, Brazil, once again, on Sanhok, has played a really solid game. You can't fault them at all. In the end there, their fight against Kyrgyzstan doesn't look convincing, but there's no way to win that, honestly.
No.
There's just, the circle is not giving them a chance. Do you send it across? Do you try to get over the bridge into a full Myanmar setup waiting for you? Do you crash Kyrgyzstan, who's spent the whole game waiting for you? Not a whole lot to be done there. So even though they go out without really a bang, still a super solid game from them.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. It's going to be interesting to see if they can keep this up. I mean, talking point of consistency is something that we've gone over a million times as well. Same goes with Kyrgyzstan, by the way, who had a good game. Same goes with Ukraine, who had a semi-good game as well.
Yeah.
Definitely close to double digits too.
Yeah.
So almost all the favorites as well. I mean, your prediction rang true as much as it could. Right, all the favorites, all the top teams on the leaderboard had a good game again.
Yeah.
Right, and that's something that cannot be underestimated too, because
Even Turkey.
it's going to make it really tough for anyone in the midst of the pack to really catch up. Because it's not going to need 2 great games. Maybe it's going to need like 3 or 4 potentially.
Even Turkey, right? They find themselves so far away from the zone. They come in, barely any meds left, and they figure out a way not to only win the first fight, but to also take more kills on the second fight and get themselves ready. So I think 7 elims is what they walk away with. That's a solid game. When you don't get the zone on Sanhok, 7 is something you're absolutely happy with. So the favorites are ringing through. But I said this yesterday, I'm really happy that we have teams like Myanmar who can suddenly come out and play an absolutely massive game. Now they come out and they do what they've never done before, which is win one and actually clean it up in the end. Now they're proving themselves, just like Egypt did in the last game yesterday. We can do this. We're an actual contender for this. And I love that, because that keeps it spicy. We can talk about Ukraine, Brazil all day, Kyrgyzstan, Turkey, but we're happy to have Myanmar in the conversation, and they have forced their way into it.
Yeah, another contender potentially. We'll see how today goes. They need the placement points. It's ultimately what it comes down to for them. The fragging power has come through. I have to wait and see how it works out with a couple of tougher zones.
Yeah. Enough from us, though. We have the hero from the billboard yesterday. We just watched his highlights, and now we're going to see him on stage with an interview. It's Miramar. It is Lewis, Myanmar.
Well, first of all, congratulations, Myanmar, winning this one. So the first question would be, how do you feel?
ဒီပြောပါရဲ့ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ဒီကွမ်းမှာကျွန်တော်အမိုင်းလည်းများခဲ့တယ်တခြားအသင်းတွေကိုလည်းလေ့လာနေရတယ်တခြားမစော့ခဲ့ရဘူးပေါ့ဒါပေမဲ့အခုလို day 2မှာပထမပွဲမှာနေချစ်ကန်ရအောင်တော်တော်လေးပျော်ပါတယ်
Yesterday we could not do much because we were studying the other teams and also we had so much of mistakes, but the first game in today we got a chicken. We are very happy about that.
Amazing, I love that. Now, pretty much one of the things we really noticed, you won, but not only that, all your team members are alive. They're like making it happen. How do you manage to do that?
ဘယ်လိုလဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ကတယောက်ချင်းစီကိုမှားထားပါပေါ့အကုန်လုံးဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲကိုမတရားအောင်ပဲဆော့ပေါ့ကိုမတရားဆော့ရင်အကုန်အဆင်ပြေသွားတယ်
So our technique was we each other promised not to die.
It's very simple, just don't die on me. One last thing, if you don't mind, teach me a word, a cool word in your language.
Cool word.
Yeah, I want to learn a cool word.
မိုက်တယ်
My day. It's like
My day. Cool. Well, guys, let's go with our My Day talents. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Bara, and again, congratulations to Myanmar getting themselves a chicken dinner in our first game of day 2. They started off, I believe, in like 6th place, 35 points. Great position to end on day 1 and a great way to start day 2. Very close with your prediction though, DK. Kyrgyzstan managed to get themselves 2nd place, unlike our other analysts, but we're not going to talk about. But walk me through Myanmar. How were they able to get that chicken dinner? What went their way?
Well, apparently numbers is a big thing.
Yeah.
Right. If you're able to keep all your players alive till the very end, then it results in a chicken.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, aside from that, Myanmar, they definitely played. I just had to embrace things, right? But Myanmar, I think that they definitely played quite a strategic position, moving their way through Sanhok, right? It wasn't just a situation of like getting aggressive, moving up. We did see quite a bit of that strategic positioning coming in. I mean, especially just looking at how they utilized the last zone, moving through, coming in on the western side, playing a little bit of that elevation, using it to their advantage. You can see that what they were saying, right? Doing their homework, just trying to kind of figure out how the opposing teams were playing based on yesterday's matches. I think it really went quite some distance for them, and what showcased right here in match number 1.
Yeah, match number 1 was honestly it was quite a way for them to start, and looking at their damage, looking at the eliminations that they managed to get themselves as well. And I think 13 eliminations by the end of it. I'm hoping my math is right on that one. If not, oh well. But Natsura, I want to come to you when it comes to France. Thank you for double checking my math.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What happened with France in that first game?
Okay. south side, zone of death. Honestly, that was rough. It is a
Like
very
they were near the
unfortunate.
docks. That's where
They
around
were
that
down
area.
there. They came up through the south side of the late zone, and about 6 other teams were there. And they didn't have cars. They couldn't move. They were in the valley. And then Turkey just completely outplayed them. They used their players to actually go and completely surround them. So it was very well played by Turkey, right? But France, I do feel bad. I'm sorry.
I mean, look, all I'm going to say is I told you picking France was the caster curse. That's,
I might have to never talk about them again.
Yeah,
Not
you
in
know,
that
you
way,
know what?
but
Max will hear of this.
Max will hear of this, and honestly, he'll agree with me. He'll be on my side, I think. We gotta stick together, you know? The caster cursors.
I mean, you know what the sad thing is? I also caster curse in my region too, like to ridiculous levels. But let's focus on the MVP of the match, West from Myanmar. 6 eliminations with 837 damage, making it to the very last moment of the game with his full squad, and you love to see that. You love to see that. But honestly, I want to ask about Egypt as well. Like they had a little bit of a good start, I want to say, but then when it came to them trying to get into the zone in the very late stages, do you think it was a little bit of a delayed move for them? Do you think they were a little bit late on their rotation for? I think it was the 4th zone as well when they ran into Ukraine.
It's very hard for to say, because this zone, I think we saw a very similar zone yesterday as well, right? The same zone. Very, very difficult. And I think on Sanhok, when it's so much smaller and you get that kind of zone with so much water, so much beach, so much open ground on it, even if they did hesitate, it's for real good reason, because you kind of know where teams will be, but there's always going to be that anomaly that messes everything up. And when you have such a difficult zone, it's like, okay, we really got to take time and actually think about this a little bit. So if they did hesitate, it might have been too long, but it's because they were trying to find the best move. So I can't really fault Egypt for that one in this example.
Well, I definitely want to see a little bit more of Egypt. You know, I think they have the potential to get themselves at least in the top 5. I think that would be their goal. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them to fight for first place, but Myanmar, with those 13 elims, 2 away from equaling the record that Egypt set up yesterday in our Game 6. But how does this impact the overall leaderboard? We know that Ukraine was in the lead. We know that Myanmar was a decent bit behind them, but I think Ukraine obviously still has to be in the lead. 90 points. I think maybe next game they'll be able to crack the triple digits, get themselves 100 points plus. And this is where I start to feel like Ukraine will get away with it a little bit.
If they continue to play like they did yesterday, moving into today and
we can just cancel day 3.
Basically.
You know, it might be, but we got to make it all the way through to the very, very end, right? You got to ride the storm all the way to match number 18, which is still some way away. But I'm looking at other teams a little bit further down, right? Jordan, they're getting closer. Right, we didn't see necessarily the best play from them, but that made it much further up in this first game here today, right?
That they did.
Again, we did see a similar situation where they find themselves moving into those last few zones with 1 or 2 players left. A little bit of the potential deja vu coming through on that. But we do see those improvements, right? Teams looking to play a lot more consistently, the points starting to rank up. And what we're seeing now also is teams that focused a lot on eliminations yesterday starting to bring in those placement points. Right, because the teams that are already well established on the left-hand side, we did see quite a few eliminations, but they had a lot of placement points to accompany that. And now that we bring that balance in, I think we're going to be looking quite a bit of a change and a bit of a shift with regards to the standings. At least, I'd say the lower section of the left side of the leaderboard.
So when it comes to the leaderboard, you're talking about like 90 for first place, 75 for 2 teams in second place. Like that, there's a bit of a gap, and then it drops down to around 58, 59. So that's what. So you have a gap between like second, third, and first place, and then 4th and 5th. So like it feels like we have a couple of barriers that the teams have to break through if they want to fight for a top spot in the top 5, or even try to get themselves in top 1. But again, Ukraine is just they're too strong. They must be nerfed, but it's just this is what happens. This is what comes with experience. I feel like Neptune.
He's trying his caster curse on our region.
He's trying.
He is, isn't he? He's come here in English and gone, all right, Ukraine, need to nerf them, man.
Okay,
they
okay,
need to go.
Okay, you know what? Fine, I'm gonna hit you with another one. Predictions for game 2.
All right, fine. I'm not scared. I'm not
is
scared.
it France? You want to do that to them again?
It's not France.
Okay.
I think it's Ukraine.
Oh, wow. Okay, so
I'm going to cast a curse
she wants
on
to
them.
hurt my team. Okay, fine. DK, what do you got?
I only give out blessings, so
You
I'll
do.
give one to Saudi Arabia.
I like
Nice.
that. I like that. You know what? And I want to see if they get themselves a chicken dinner. The home crowd will be very, very pleased with that one. I'm picking France because I want to see what they can do. Anyways,
Okay.
casters, game number 2. Erangel waits for us. So, Kovo, Alex, take it away, boys.
Erangel is waiting for us. It's not Miramar. It might be Myanmar though, who surprised us today. It might be them closing the gap even further. They've done a lot of work on that leaderboard. We just saw the analyst desk talk to you guys through it. I'm excited. I hope we can see more teams just entering the breach and making it special for us. I think 15 points gap right now at the top, but it gets much, much closer once you move away from Ukraine, doesn't it?
Yeah, it gets much, much closer, and also it gets much, much more competitive now, because we're getting to a point in time where you maybe have to take a look at who's really around you inside of these rounds as well, who you want to kind of focus on, because some of these teams are, as we say, Ukraine, for example, Turkey as well, they're kind of running away with it to some small degree. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a beautiful play, so let's head on right into match number 2 of day number 2 of the Iesf World Esports Championship. Brought to you live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be exact. And they said their predictions.
Yeah.
We haven't been too far off yet.
Yeah.
So, give me your prediction again.
Brazil.
Brazil.
They get to loot South George here. No problem for them on the horizon. The plane is problematic for a lot of other teams. This could be the zone they want. This could be the zone they need. Kyrgyzstan in Primorsk as well. Beautiful loot spot. Completely unbiased opinion from me. Could set themselves up as well very nicely. They've done that before. Remember, they won a game ending very close to that loot spot earlier yesterday. So our favorites in good positions here. And depending on where the first zone sends us, we'll know a whole lot more. But I'll say it again. I'm keeping my eyes on Myanmar, right? They've gone through some hot drops that might not have been super necessary yesterday. They could just shake those off today, especially with how convincing they've won them in the past. And then maybe they can really, really shine. But I'm looking at that south of Pochinki area, Felix, and I'm getting a little concerned.
The south of Pochinki area does seem kind of full, especially with that circle now. I'm getting even more concerned because you could have the option now. This is interesting. You could have the option now. If you find a car and you get all the own mates in there, you might just cross the bridge right away. But that is only if you don't expect Chile there or Myanmar on the other side.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a weird thing. A lot of decisions now to be made relatively on relatively short notice. But first of all, let's take a look at some of these teams. On the island itself, and that's Jordan, finding themselves in kind of a weird spot as well. I'm assuming they're gonna take this as kind of a pit stop to maybe take down one of the Myanmar players and then go further. Because otherwise, I have no idea why they don't just go into military base. But we have another hot drop as well. It's down to Severny. I'm on the completely other side. This might even make sense for them because that rotation is a long way home.
3 teams in here. It's not 2, it's 3. It's not just Mongolia and France. Bulgaria is in this as well. And look at the map already. It's already looking nice for them. First 2 frags go towards Mongolia. Bulgaria getting themselves one as well. But they've got all the angles on this. They've got all the opportunities. Wouldn't be surprised to see them take the church as well. But hold that thought. On the other side of the map, Romania has just been absolutely swept aside by Jordan as well.
Exactly.
What's going on?
So many early fights now. Jordan with the 4 frags now. This is incredible, especially considering they knew it was going to be a military base. You have everything you need for a big round. You risk it like that. That's you putting yourself unnecessarily in danger. But if it works out, who am I to judge? I mean, Jordan. That is aggressiveness. That is confidence, especially, that we haven't seen up until this point. I would have definitely taken a different route, but if it works out, hey, once again, who am I to judge? 4 points being secured, and you have the military base all for yourself. That's crazy.
I'm just surprised that it's always there's always we can't get Miramar out of my head, can I? That is always Erangel that pops off like this. Remember the absolute madness we've had in the Cube compound further south yesterday with 3-4 teams engaging before Phase 1 even popped. It was absolutely mental. Now we're seeing 3 teams in Severny. And like I said, Bulgaria is in really good spots for this fight. We just haven't seen them been all that convincing. That being said, This is the teams that kind of really need a silver lining. This is the teams that really need a kicker to start them off. And like you said earlier, 100% right. If you're in Severny and the circle's this far south, you're happy to get yourself 3-4 frags as a bit of an insurance policy that, well, at least this game can't be all for nothing.
Hope has been knocked down at the distance. Should be getting back up. It's a dangerous fight as well. With how far the blue zone, with how far the first zone is, the blue zone is going to come really, really fast, right? It's going to touch you way earlier than it would normally. That's a bit of a problem as well, to be honest. That's a bit of a problem as well for everyone fighting in here. But maybe they've still got the hope to get this one done cleanly. In the midst of all of this is the single French player, by the way. Be reminded he might just jump into action as soon as that fight kicks off, and it's gotta kick off sometime soon. I'd say loot advantage still on the side of Bulgaria, just because Notorious has a lot of space there on the other side. But everyone else kind of stuck with what they have right now. All of the buildings have been looted. You don't really get much more than what you have in your inventory right now.
Where's the solution though? Where does this end? Bulgaria is not looking to push. Mongolia is trying. They've just got a player back on their feet. They've just realized making moves is quite tricky with all the angles being collected. Smoke launcher comes out. But what is he trying to smoke off? Where is he trying to go? Myanmar on the other side are camping the bridge though. And that's Turkey instantly cutting their losses, realizing, hey, this might not be the way for us to cross. This is the frustration of the military zones. Yes, we've had one yesterday, but yesterday it was a 50-50 and nobody really had to commit for the melee base just yet. Today, different story. Today, you know, no matter what happens, we have to get down there. Losing a player on the bridge instantly sends them into a different attempt.
Talking about different attempts. Turkey, still not entirely sure how they want to approach this circle, I feel like. So far, they're kind of stuck on that shark fin compound. And they have not made their way across. Which is surprising to me, because there should be way less teams than normally on a military island all around these bridges, all around these rotation paths. Because so many teams are fighting outside of this. This is, once again, it's kind of a crazy story that we've seen. Coming in from this circle. Either way. I'll have to take a look and see how Bulgaria does this. This is interesting. Now they rotate out of this. They dodge it. I wouldn't have expected that.
I love it. I mean, cut your losses. Sunk cost fallacy, right? Don't commit for something that's lost. Don't commit for something that's already over. They will try and get a little bit more loot now. They will try and figure out a way. Get themselves another vehicle. There they are. Ooh, spike strip. They could literally put that on the road if they wanted to be a little tricky with it. There's not a lot of situations where that's useful, but this is one of them.
It doesn't really give you anything except like fuck up the enemy's enemy's rotation, but that would be the most hilarious thing ever, right? I mean, we've seen this time and time again. I'm using that word because that's legitimately how these players have told us before the game. That's what they want to do. If they realize they're in a situation like this, do it, right? That's how you advance in a top-heavy lobby like this. That's the only reason. These are the small I don't want to say mistakes. These are the small differences sometimes.
Yeah.
That gives you that top 1, top 2, top 3, maybe even top 4 difference in a tournament like this, where you know that everyone else is on the top of their game anyways, and you get consistent points.
Look at this. 2 guys in a boat, about to land on the south of Millie Island. Their other 2 teammates aren't even on the minimap yet. The other 2 players are nowhere to be found. They're in Primorsk, I believe, still. So I'm not sure what's going on with Kyrgyzstan, but I think we're about to find out, because the blue is closing on in. We're about to go into stage 2. Circle has popped. And it's definitely not on the Ferry Pier side of things. That's what we can tell for now. A lot of teams will have to make rotations. A lot of teams on the north will feel the pressure more now. The circle is doing more damage and has determined more where it will end up. It's square on the Millie Islands as well. You can see Pakistan might just commit for the nursery here. Maybe they're looking to get a little deeper. But wherever they do make landfall, they're in one of the good spots in this zone. They're not the team that has to worry, like half of our team's still in blue here, Felix.
Pakistan, it's been way too quiet around that lineup. It's been way too quiet around that country. It's such a strong PUBG Mobile country as well. Such strong players too. I mean, their representatives right now, they've not been picked without reason. And I'm expecting so much more from them to come in the following games, today and tomorrow. And then that's done already, but it's still a lot of chances. I know it sounds like it's not much, but we're not even halfway there. You know, we're slowly approaching the halfway line, but we're not there yet. So still, it's anyone's game. And Pakistan, one of the teams that hasn't necessarily been my favorites, but they have been one of the underdog teams that I could very well see like explode at some point as well.
The dark horse teams, right? That we hope to make it spicy. There it is, the circle we talked about, square center on the Mili Island. Pakistan and Indonesia, or Saudi Arabia and Indonesia, excuse me, on the northwest, still not in. Kyrgyzstan seems to have finally grouped on the south now, but they do have a team right next to them. It's Brazil waiting for them, lying in wait with the DBS, but he doesn't win out the battle at first. Can the trade come on through? Serich is doing so much damage already. Serich might find the third. What?
Oh, wow.
What? You're not supposed to win that.
You're not supposed to at all. Brazil is being taken down one by one by one.
How?
And it's all because of one single player. Kyrgyzstan salvaging as much as they can. 3 points just like that being grabbed as a result. And what have we just witnessed? That is one of the most absurd ones. 3 times in a row that we've seen at Iesf competitions. That's nuts.
What
and
happened
that's
there?
direct competition yet again. That is the exact same thing we've seen last game. Right below the bridge, Brazil was trying to find a footing in phase, I believe it was 8, maybe 7 or 8, so very late in the game. And Kyrgyzstan just chimes in, springs the trap, and takes on every single one without any problem whatsoever. This time around, it's been way tougher.
That is massive. Now, the res finally come on through. Remember, he was there completely alone, so not an easy one to get. And as Egypt is knocking on the door, trying to make things tough from the back lines. But it's looking like Kyrgyzstan has got a handle on it. Saudi Arabia, completely different story, right? This is as PUBG as it gets. They're playing different games. They're not even in the same part of the map. Easy runs one over. The IPL comes on in.
Wow.
And they're looking to close this out. Do they know about the solo in the combat though? No, it doesn't look like an instant knock. Did he get the confirm? That's not the Vault, Rendy. Oh no, it's falling apart for Indonesia, and just like that, Saudi Arabia, the hometown champions, they pick it up and they send Indonesia back to the lobby. Not in a good zone position, Felix, but at least they've gotten themselves 5 points already.
They're all in the blue zone, but the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has now picked up 5 eliminations. Takes the leading spot in round number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the Iesf World Esports Championship. Match number 2, obviously. They still have a chance, though. Right? Yes, we said they're not in the best position, but they can relatively easily drive across the west-hand side. They should be able to scout this as well. They just got to make it a little bit faster than they are right now, because their play zone is starting to hurt. They should have enough medic to make that trip. That's the good news about this. And in the meanwhile, Mongolia is still trying to make their way in as well. Bulgaria, in the meanwhile, has been eliminated. I'm saying they've taken the 1 spot. Mongolia has just now overtaken them yet again. 6 points. That's another fight going the way of Mongolia, but are they really going to make it back in? They're surely going to lose players here.
Not looking pretty for Kyrgyzstan either. Look at this, they're blowing up, they're trying to get it smoked out. They're trying to survive in what is a tough position on the edge of this circle. So much overview for Ukraine, you can see they're not wasting time either. They're building up the angles already. They're trying to close this out. They might have seen some of the knocks earlier. They might know that this is Kyrgyzstan, but they don't have to. They know they want frags, and they know they've got all the angles. Just don't overstep right now. There's a big angle from Old Boy. Look at the net they have spun around this. Now the pull-up's there, and they have all the information as well. They know the other two are nowhere close. Effect knock as well. It's Serich. Again, he doesn't have a whole lot of bullets, but he's done this before. Surely Ukraine doesn't fall into the same trap, Felix.
I mean, Ukraine's decision-making has just been, leagues points above everyone else's. Look how they cleaned this up. This is Ukraine coming in through the southern side, taking 1, 2, 3 frags just like that, making it look easy, but it's far from easy, really. The way they've positioned themselves, the way they methodically clean out every single player step by step, no 1v1s being taken unnecessarily, and that decision-making on that fight as well is something that is absolutely superb so far. This is the only team that I have to highlight. The decision-making so far in this tournament has been incredible. Have you ever seen Ukraine in an unnecessary fight in any of the first phases? No. If they don't need to take a fight, they don't. If they see the opportunity to take advantageous fights, they don't shy away from it. Just like that, it's a fight that doesn't only give you eliminations and you have the advantage on them, but also gives you lots of space and breathing room other than southern side. And this is something that's very important on the military side. Otherwise, you will be forced into positions that you just don't want to play or have a lot of survivability from anyways. But yeah, Ukraine, I mean, once again, hats off to them. Absolutely clean. Still far from over though. You can see Egypt is down there. Turkey is making their way in. Mongolia is going to come sometime soon if they don't die to the blue zone. So yeah, it's still a lot of competition. But that's the first step.
I 100% agree. Decision making is on point. Now they spot a weak solo, right? They see that Moroccan player is completely by himself, and they instantly close that out too, no doubt in their mind. As Egypt trying to spin a similar net on the other side of the circle. Now Myanmar, though, they've had enough of sitting around. They've had enough of waiting. They find Havlik, and they want to close this as well. Aggression coming out on all sides of the map. And that's a confirm with the Mini from range. That's putting Ukraine in a disadvantage when you just look at the numbers here. Can Myanmar do it? Can they take out the favorites? Can they take out the leaders here? But it's looking like Ukraine is not even sticking around for it. Old Boy knocked as well. Myanmar has woken up and chosen violence today.
And, well, that choice seemed to be working out perfectly. Myanmar, I mean, what kind of storyline would that be if they get another dinner today?
They'd be right up there.
That'd be right back up there, yes indeed. Saudi Arabia as well. They need a dinner sometime soon too. If they want to have a chance at this tournament, which I still very much think they have. I mean, Easy had one hell of a performance yesterday. We saw him in the interview as well. I mean, he's deservingly been up there on the stage. If they can close out a couple of more games too, that'd be one hell of a storyline as well. I'll have to wait and see if that happens. But first of all, Ukraine has taken some casualties. I said that zone is far from over. The decision making up until this point is tough, but has been perfect. But the rest of it is obviously going to remain tough. So many different angles, so many different teams opting for that southern side. It's just going to make it really hard to get any kind of playing room in there. As soon as these open spots in the military base are taken, it's like almost impossible to get anything done.
I respect it. Alright, Slonic trying to hide on out in the car. But Egypt is a team, like you said, right, it's hard to get any of the space on the south. Egypt is a team that's been the reason for that as well. They've spun a bit of a net around Kyrgyzstan. Remember, they get a knock and a flush onto North, and that's what pushes Kyrgyzstan into the open arms of Ukraine, right? That's what ruins their game. Now they've got more players coming at them, but they're ready with the shots. It's Arthur, and again, 1, 2, thank you. 2 more elims connected, and another team right in their vicinity that now has nothing to stand in the way of Egypt. They're looking good right now. They also are picking things up from the aggression, trying to draw a little bit from the gameplay they've been exercised yesterday. And they're looking so much better today. They have to make a transition across the road here at some point, but they've weakened so many teams around them. It should be easily possible. They've taken a lot of control. They should have enough space to make it across.
Erangel being eliminated. That's gonna bring joy to the faces, to the devices, to the phones of everyone that is somewhere around that top of the leaderboard. Turkey is one of them. Solas being taken out as well, though. It's going to bring it back towards Myanmar and Egypt potentially to grab a big chunk of points and maybe get close to it, because all of the rest of the favorites are essentially out of it. This is kind of the opposite of what we saw last round, right? Brazil is out. We have Indonesia, we have Kyrgyzstan, Ukraine, and we almost have Turkey being eliminated as well.
Ketch is doing something though in the kill feed. Ketch is making this hard. He's gotten a second knock and a flush, a confirm on Myanmar. Out of the 3v1 that he was in, he's holding on for life right now, trying to keep Turkey in this and making it very, very hard for the Myanmar squad. Chile has been the team that's getting torn apart from all kinds of angles here, not surviving at all on the plains area, and there is the approach from Egypt, taking the space they want. But look at this. Myanmar is just bleeding players from all sides here.
Couple of long-range shots. Couple of long-range shots that don't really connect, actually. Couple of long-range shots there, unfortunately, I haven't really found that target, because that would have been big. If he would have found a knock right there, would have given him a lot of space to reposition, which is what we see right here, right? Egypt is trying to find any kind of space, any kind of breathing room to set themselves up for the scenario that's about to come, which is everyone rotating out their military base, right? And that's sometimes really, really tough to kind of find what are the best defensive positions. You never know who's really attacking which positions, right? If a player on the left-hand side gets pushed aggressively, you don't really know where to defend that from. So I'm interested to see how Egypt is going to try and figure that out, if they do at all, because everyone else still has to make their way out in the first place, and that's going to make it tough. The only team that's really got 4 players left alive is Pakistan, but the other teams are approaching right now, and I say that as soon as I do, Miracle is going to be able to take him down. DBS in hand.
If they do have to make it out, right? There is still a chance that this goes melee base as well, and then Egypt has to set themselves up for an aggressive play instead of a defensive one. So I hope they don't overcommit to either side just yet. Like you said, it's not that easy to set yourself up. You don't want to stretch yourself too thin, but you also need multiple angles. So tricky subject for Egypt, but you'd rather pick their side than be a Jordan right here, who will extremely likely have to cross that airfield very soon. Even if they don't have to come out of melee base, they will still have to cross that entire open strip. And they'll be very happy that at least they took out one of Pakistan. Once again, that makes your approach so much easier. Do they know about the solo in their backlines, though, Felix? Because that's what I'm not 100% sure about. Nobody's looking back, at least not actively. So I think there's a chance they get caught by surprise, but there's also a chance that a team like Pakistan just looks over their shoulder and takes care of the problem for them. I
think Spark has not been spotted yet. I don't see anyone from Jordan really looking back. I mean, Miracle and they are scouting around, but more so towards the west-hand side and like the east-hand side. No one's really looking north. So Spark might get himself an opportunity to take down one of the players. If he'd be able to take down more than one, I'd be surprised because of the way they're positioned. But yeah, okay, never mind me. So Clever has got a pretty good angle. It's just really tough to spot at. And there he goes. It's going to be picked up by Pakistan, actually. No chance for Saudi Arabia to do anything about it. And just like that, it's another team gone. Top 5, and Egypt with that next circle shift, in my opinion, still has got the massive advantage.
Yeah, that is a big shift. The circle could have still gone anywhere, but it goes so hard to the south that Jordan is not just looking at crossing the airfield, they're also wondering where to even stop. They're eyeing up Pakistan here, and I think that's probably the best bet for them. But we still have Turkey in the dip as well, trying to hold their ground, trying to make this as hard as possible, and then Egypt to really just have to not lose this game, right? This is their game to lose. They know that. They know they're setting up for it, but they don't have to react until Jordan makes it across here, and that's the first move coming out. Is it in the arms of Pakistan? It looks like it. They still have a bit of time to use this dip here, maybe fly around a little bit. They're going in, though. Double setup ready from the Pakistan side. The DBS comes out, but Clever, oh, he can't connect. It's 2-for-1 trade.
It's one trade, apparently. Pakistan has brought it back against Lath. So I think it's down to just the 1v1, if I see that correctly. Nades are raining in left and right and center, and Miracle actually hits one of them. I think that was a flash, unfortunately. It's not the finish just yet on Pakistan. You can see in the distance, yeah, Clever is bleeding out. So Miracle's going to be left alive as the only player for Jordan any second now. There he goes. He's still got the chance to do something massive, though. He pulls up the 2 down players, and that should secure him 2 more points. So I'm guessing, by the way he plays here, he knows that the last player, which is Goku, has to be somewhere in the distance. He can't be close. And by the way they're crawling, that should give him the answer to that as well. The Miramar catch goes down. That's Miramar activating, and they need to as well. They desperately need to. Any kind of point, any kind of elimination now, any kind of team wipe would give them not only the elimination point, but also obviously the placement point on top of that to get them closer to the top of the overall leaderboard. Jordan now trying to make something work with a buggy. He might just find himself almost dying to the blue zone. Miracle barely walks in. One shot is going to be enough. Again takes him down, and that's Egypt putting up numbers. 8 eliminations already, and I think there's more to come.
Catch though, big one. Finds the solo in their backlines, actually cleans up Myanmar. They should be able to consolidate just for the time being, but they will have to deal with the big threat of this lobby. It is Egypt from the south, cleaning up time and time again. They now know Pakistan's in front of them, they should have a very good idea that it's exactly 2 players as well, because they've seen the knock. That tells you it's at least 2. And then they've seen 2 Turkish players in the dip. They have all the information they could ever want. They have all the angles they could ever want. The question is, how do they play it out? And right now, I like what they're doing. Getting a little bit more close, getting into position to close this out before it takes forever.
This is going to all come down to who's going to be able to support each other against Egypt, right? If anyone wants to have a chance against Egypt, well, then the chance really goes. It's going to be them working together, simultaneously grabbing a knock-on towards Egypt. That's not bound to happen. Pakistan cleans up on Egypt. They're going aggressively forward. They don't need to, but they want to anyways. Get these last 2 frags and make that convincingly happen too. First frag goes the way of Catch, though. This is not as easily done as it's said. But there goes another trade. I think it's a 2-1 trade so far. And suddenly Catch is doing one more. What is happening here? He gets another flush. It's suddenly down to a 2v1. It's possible, Kovo.
And Arthur flying in like that is a big risk as well. Goes down to half HP. The nade will clean it up. Egypt, they make it look a little sketch. They make it look a little harder than it maybe could have been. But they clean it up in the end. A convincing win with a bunch of elims. That's going to bring them right back into day number 2. Have to hope it's not the same as day number 1. We hope they have to keep this up.
And this is so interesting as well, because we said very early on when it was 9 teams left alive that all the favorites are gone.
Yeah.
And we said Turkey's going to be gone sometime soon as well. They survive until the 2nd place. Are you kidding me? What a performance coming out from Catch and the rest of his team to stay alive that long, to make and work themselves through the military base, which is incredibly tough because the sidelines are so against you.
Yeah.
Right, you have to cross that open field, especially coming in from the northern side. That's almost impossible. They somehow still make it work, grab themselves 6 placement points and a couple of, obviously, elimination points to top that off.
Yeah.
So if anyone's a real winner of this one, except Egypt, it's got to be Turkey. But yeah, Egypt, bring it back to them, just clean from start to finish.
Exactly, that was my point as well. From start to finish. They started this game off playing it a little slower, but instantly realizing, hey, Kyrgyzstan, they're in a mega fight over here. We're going to just slide on in and try to find a knock somewhere. They find a knock, they find the flash. Kyrgyzstan leaves. They set up their net for the next team to come. Multiple teams come their way. Ukraine is one that loses members. I think Saudi Arabia comes on in, instantly knocked back down. They had fantastic control over the southern side. Viewers will sometimes watch and say, but the circle went south. Yeah, but they let nobody else come south. They controlled the entire side, and they did that cleanly, nicely, organized. Things you love to see. And they reward themselves with the chicken dinner.
It's kind of exactly the rewarding thing is kind of the word I was searching for, because yes, as you said, the circle did play a role in that. We were not trying to take away from that. No. But there are certain games where the circle is the deciding factor on if you win a round, or if your decisions before that and then the circle comes into play, wins you around. And that's kind of been the second part of the story. I think that's what happened for Egypt just there. The way they played it up until this point, taking down Ukraine, taking down Saudi Arabia, all the teams that you've set beforehand, making sure you spread out as much as you can, and then also kind of prepare yourself of it shifting up. And also, that's kind of a circle reading thing as well, right? We've seen very rarely that the circle actually, if it does shift on towards that open space south of the military base, that it actually ends inside the military base, right? It usually tends to shift out towards the street anyways. So that's kind of a reading thing in terms of pattern, in terms of circle knowledge that it was being brought in by Egypt anyway. So I mean, even then, it kind of negates that topic of the circle was the deciding factor even more so. So good on Egypt, clean from start to finish. Second game they won in the last 3 games as well, has to be said. They're starting to wrap themselves back up, and that is going to be interesting on the overall leaderboard as well. We might have another contender.
We might have another contender, as a lot of the contenders for the top were taking each other out, right? We have that 3v1, or that 1v3, excuse me, from Serij coming out, and then we have Ukraine sort of really wrapping around, grabbing all the angles on Kyrgyzstan. Beautifully played. Fall victim to Egypt right after, right? So many of the favorites taking each other out, getting themselves into problems, and the only one that can really go through it is Turkey there, getting themselves to 2nd place. But I hear we have an interview, Felix. You guys, you ready to send it over?
I think we are. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head over to the stage and hear it from one of the Egypt players themselves.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, right here from the Egyptian team, مبروك, congratulations. شنو إحساسك? How do you feel?
يعني مبسوط جدا بصراحة بالون دي، وواثق جدا ان احنا هنرجع في التيم، وان شاء الله دي مش آخر ون النهارده.
Well, phenomenal, amazing, and they feel great about winning along with his team. الحين السؤال الثاني، اوكي؟ فازيتوا في الخريطة السادسة أمس. شنو تعلمتوا من أمس اللي ساعدكم اليوم في هذا الفوز؟
طبعا ما كناش دارسين التيمات بس يعني اتعلمنا من امبارح التيمات وستايل اللعب وكده وطبعا حفظنا التيمات وحفظنا ستايل اللعب كل التيمات فعشان كده النهارده يعني في تحسن وبرده امبارح اخر جيم حفظنا 5 جيم اللي قبلها ودرسناهم عشان كده خدنا من اخر جيم.
يعطيكم العافية. The question was pretty much yesterday they won on the 6th map. So what did they learn that actually gave them this win for today? Well, the answer was pretty much yesterday just learn from all the teams and the different styles, which made them feel and act differently to what actually suits today. And of course, the Egyptian public and the Egyptian people right now from Egypt, one of the biggest crowd for Pubg. شو اللي حابة تقوله الحين للشعب المصري؟
حابب اقول لهم شكرا على كل الدعم وكل التشجيع وان شاء الله نشرفكم في البطولة دي.
إن شاء الله تحية إلى الشعب المصري and pretty much to all Egypt right now. Congratulations for this win and it's back to you amazing peeps. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Bara. Congratulations to Egypt getting their second winner chicken dinner in our second day here. Managed to secure the first one in game 6. Day 1, and now I want to say like this is the performance that we were kind of looking for from Egypt, and the fact that they didn't let their performance in their previous game affect them that much. They were like, you know what, we got a couple of points. Let's see if we can bounce back at one more time. 12, I think it was 11 eliminations as well. So the 2 chicken dinners that they have, high elimination games. So the one thing I do want to touch on is like I want to see the overall leaderboard. I just want to jump to that, but we'll get there in a moment. But DK. Where did Egypt drop and how were they able to get themselves into the late game? Because no one was allowed on that south side of the military islands.
Well, firstly, I just want to say, Egypt, I would see this as a kind of a back-to-back chicken for them, right? Because the other one was also on the big map.
True.
Going back to the big map yet again.
Yeah.
Right? So, GG.
Fair.
Well done.
Fair.
But so, to answer the question as to where Egypt went to the usual drop location, which is in Pachinki, center zone. Center map, right?
Right.
And they went in, they got their stuff, and they were like, you know what? Zone just popped, the first zone. Let's make a run for it, right?
Okay.
So they hit down, went straight to the water body, crossed the water body. They swam over. When they got to the other side, hopped in vehicles, moved to that sun side, and that's where they stayed. And they put the flag down and said, "This is ours," right? And they just locked it in, and well, it worked, right? They got themselves that winner chicken dinner, and it worked so well that we can see the performances that we just had there on the screen. Some really, really strong plays coming through from the Egyptian side. But of course, got to give a big shout out there to Ketch as well.
Yeah, Ketch and Turkey, they were able to get themselves all the way towards second place. 4 limbs, 1,000 damage, and yes, okay, Neptura, go for it.
Ding, 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 ding!
There
Bell of
we
1,000 damage. Let's go! Let's do it.
I like that. We're gonna do it every single time. By the way, just to let you guys know, the second we saw the 1,000 damage, both of my analysts just looked at me with like the biggest grin on their face, and they're just like tapping the screen. Look, we have another 1,000 damage. So here's my question: if we have 2 players that did 1,000 damage, do we have to ring the bell twice?
Yes.
Okay. So we have to ring it every single time a player reaches 1,000
Absolutely.
damage. Got it. I like it. So make sure you stay tuned. Whenever you hear the bell, that means someone reached over 1k damage. But we had another player that was close again with 700. And I want to say, like, when it comes to Egypt, we were asking, are they going to be able to keep the momentum going into day 2? And I love the fact that they are able to.
Yeah.
I love the fact that they're able to bounce back from having a day where. You mentioned this in the pre-show. The first 3 games, 0 points.
Yes.
They managed to get 3 limbs, and then it was just very, very quiet for Egypt. So
Yeah.
this definitely has to boost their confidence.
Oh,
Santura.
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, looking at the stats there, the eliminations are just skyrocketing above everybody else. They really picked up steam. They're really trying to kind of say, okay, day 2 is ours. We're good to go now. I mean, yeah, they had a bit of a rough Sanhok, but I think honestly everybody had a rough Sanhok.
Yeah.
So for them to come in here with 21 points, nearly double what Turkey had, and Turkey did not have a bad game at all, right? But double their points coming into the first of 3 Erangels. We should be very good to go for them.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to impact the leaderboard ever so slightly. But when it comes to like first place, second place, Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, Turkey, not really going to affect it that much. But Turkey climbing up to second now, actually 9 points away from the leaders. But Egypt now jumping to 7th with 53 points. Now 7 points behind Kyrgyzstan, who's had a very consistent performance throughout the second half of day 1, and now they're still showing up a couple of times, DK.
Another thing that I'm seeing as well, right? we didn't touch on it yet, but I'm seeing like a beast from the east that's making their way on through, right? And that's Myanmar.
Yeah,
they've consistent match.
Yes.
Right, they performed well in game number 1, game number 2, placing really well, getting good elimination points, and they're climbing up. They've made it all the way up into 4th place now, right? So something's happening. We're seeing a little bit of that spark being ignited. Teams really stepping up to the plate. And I think we're going to be looking at a completely different leaderboard when we reach match number 6 for today.
Oh, I 100% agree. That's something I can't wait for. But I want to see who's going to be able to, who's going to shake things up. That's going to be my question. Like Myanmar, definitely one that already has. Ukraine, consistency is still there. Brazil, not sure what happened to them throughout this game. I saw them take a rotation towards the south side, and then they just got wiped at some point.
Yeah.
The game didn't really go in their favor. But I want to talk about, like, there was a moment where Kyrgyzstan just decided, you know what? We have a hovercraft. Let's go.
Yeah,
And
that was
what
fun.
happened there?
It was good fun. Well, the thing is that they followed up a 1v3 against Brazil. Zarek got 1v3 against Brazil and went, okay, everybody, I got the hovercraft now. Let's get out of here. All in one vehicle, which normally is a big no-no, but the
It's like
hovercraft
the
is
biggest no-no in
better.
PUBG Mobile.
It's got better damage though. You can survive a little bit longer in it. You have time when you're in the hovercraft, and they went for it. They went to the south side, which unfortunately for them, Ukraine was up in the hills, so it didn't really work out that way, the way they wanted to. But yeah, hovercraft is the second time we've seen it in play so far. For this event.
I don't know how I feel about it.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the hovercraft, if I'm being honest. I kind of like the creativity that we saw from Team Spirit and PMGC.
You know, yeah.
They're like, you know what? We can make our own hovercraft in a way-ish. It's like, how about we just put a car on a boat and use that? That was an incredibly smart play. I want to see someone pull that off here.
Same.
That's what I want to see. But we have to touch on Jordan actually as well. Jordan was, they were one of the teams that actually drops in or on the military islands. What happened to them? They were able to reach top 4 at the end of the game, but they kind of struggled against Pakistan, DK.
Well, I mean, Jordan also kind of changing up their drop location, right? Because we've seen them not only go to Millie, but we've also seen them go to Pachinki. And I think they kind of went Millie because they knew something was going to happen up in towards Pachinki, right? So to keep themselves safe, they changed that location. And they're moving into Millie. We've not seen them go to there all too much, so I can understand that they were kind of not feeling too confident, really defending and aggressing from there. So it makes sense that we saw what we saw coming through from their end. It's unfortunate, but of course now they know.
Yeah.
Right, we want to see them try and patch it up, and at least we've got 2 more Erangels left. So this is not going to be the worst scenario for them just yet.
Yeah. And we talked about a lot of the teams on the top half of the leaderboard, but I kind of want to bring it back to like the other Neptura already giving me like the dirty look right now.
For good reason, Mr.
Okay,
so
all
France.
I have to say is, don't challenge me to a prediction war. My caster curse is one of the strongest there is. I picked France, and what happened?
Yeah, I picked France, and what happened? I think we're
That
1
is true.
for 1 here.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, come
yeah.
on now.
And who did you pick? You picked Ukraine, and they managed to get top 4. So like that, yeah, the curse doesn't work for you that much.
Yeah, I don't know. They didn't win, and they didn't come second, so it's kind of a curse, really.
You know what? They're still first, and that's what matters to them.
That is what matters.
But
yes.
I will bring us back to it. Prediction time, boys and girls. I'm gonna start with DK this time.
Do it.
Alright, so let me see, who am I going to go bless today?
Are you just gonna put all their names in a wheel of names and spin it?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm not like that, no. Like, I'm just trying to decide who
That sounds
I
like
want
a
to
great
bless
idea now,
today.
though.
Yes. So, for match number next...
Match number next, yes.
I'm going to be blessing Jordan.
Ooh,
Blessing
good
Jordan.
pick, good pick.
Okay, okay.
You know what? I'm scared to go Egypt, so I'm not. We're gonna go Turkey.
Turkey.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think they could do well.
You know what? You see, the thing is, like, I think about, like, do I want to curse the team or not? Like, I want to pick Myanmar because, like, they're one of the teams that has been shaking things up, so I don't want to, like, target them. The thing is, like, I don't want to target any team, but I want to see a resurgence of Brazil. I'm gonna pick them again. I want to see what they can pull off in our 3rd game, and we'll see what happens exactly. Because the casters are getting themselves ready to go. Game number 3 should be starting in just a few short moments. And of course, I will ask you the good old-fashioned question. Alex, Kovo, who do you think will take game numero 3? Take it away, boys. Second Erangel of the day. Here we go.
Well, that's a massive, massive question, obviously, for me to ask us. And Storm, thank you so much. Back from the desk. We've been kind of on point, honestly.
Yeah.
I'd say we've been way more on point than the desk, actually, in terms of predictions.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'll put that on my tab.
Unbiased opinion.
no, totally unbiased opinion, but I think you've been amazing. Yeah, they definitely disagree. But either way, give me your prediction now for match number 3.
We've heard some Turkey here. I tend to agree.
Yeah. That's a good pick, by the way.
I'm thinking Ukraine. All right, I think they can bring it back. I think they're slumping a little bit. They're making some mistakes. I was expecting them to make some mistakes. They were playing extremely well yesterday. It's hard to keep up that form, especially when you look at their early games and their mid games. I think Ukraine might come back into this one, but we don't have to worry about that at all. We have a plane on our hands. We're going to Erangel, match number 3 of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And we have, once again, a bit of a Western playing path here. Will Severny set itself ablaze? Just a few seconds and we'll find out.
I'm going to go with the fan favorites, but thank you so much for asking, Kobo. Kyrgyzstan is going to be my pick.
Who asked?
Yeah. I just asked myself because you just didn't answer the question. Either way, yeah, Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan is going to be my pick for match number 3. I think these guys have been a long time coming as well. Their consistency is slowly but surely wrapping up. The big games are slowly but surely wrapping up. But the same can be said about Myanmar as well. So I completely understand the desk's opinion as well on Myanmar. And also, I want to see France now finally being picked up. We've had enough of making fun that they're not the favorites. Such a sympathetic team. I love these guys to death. Some of these are having the first LAN experience of their careers as well, of their very young careers. These guys are definitely making their way up to the top of the scene, not only regionally but internationally as well. So I want to see France now finally bring it back, finally have a great game. This is one of the few teams that has kind of this underdog feeling to it, where there has to be at least one round out of these 18s where they just pop off, right? And I'm hoping that's going to come now.
We'll have to wait and see. They're starting it off with another hot drop here. They are flying right into Severny, into the vicinity of Bulgaria, who are happy to take this fight once again. It slowed down quite a lot after France got eliminated last time, but then Mongolia is not in the picture here for our match number 3. Very central circle, and we do see Brazil now in Millie again. So they could have maybe, if they really wanted to, they could have stretched towards South George, but they have made the decision to move on over and loot the Millie base for this one. Maybe a reaction to the circles here, but they do decide to loot Millie. The circle doesn't come their way though.
We have predicted Turkey and Ukraine. Each one of us has before this tournament has started.
Yeah.
We have to remind yourselves, we didn't know some of these lineups have changed until after the fact that we've given our predictions, so we weren't up to speed on, or at that point it wasn't really decided who's really going to play for some of these nations, so obviously our predictions may have changed after the fact, but either way, I think, just to put that into perspective as well, I think we're on a pretty good track record. And while we're at it, by the way, give a shout out to production. We have seen your feedback yesterday, and we've significantly slimmed down the pauses and the breaks between the games. So we're up on track. We'll give these guys a quick pause after match 3, and yeah, so no more delays, no more tech delays, obviously, that we've had up until this point. And so yeah, give it up for production. We've heard your feedback. We've implemented them, and these guys did an amazing job of doing so.
Yeah.
So we're getting up to speed.
Shout out to the people behind the camera, right? We love standing in front of the camera. We love yapping about fighting with the analyst desk and doing all the fun stuff, but there is people doing actual work behind the cameras as well. Should not forget about them. Now, you said this is the time.
Actual work, we're just yapping.
We're just here to talk about the video games, but you said it's time that France puts in some work. We'll have to wait and see what they do. That's a wild nade from Sicario. He must have... it's the smoke. It's the smoke that's attracting that one. But he does find Mr. Blue through it as well. Instant confirm.
That's super from the outside of the city as well.
Yeah.
That's a big angle that he's opening up. That's an angle that I've very rarely seen in a Severny hot job. Someone rotating out of the city to go towards the western side. That's only really, or towards the eastern side, depending on the point of view. That's only really valuable if you know these guys are making a push towards the church. But he somehow anticipated that. So massive play coming out from Bulgaria. I love that. Good angle, and it's going to give you the advantage that you need coming into this fight. It's the second hot job in a row, and just about when I was telling everyone that I want to see France, perform now, they lose a player just like that, and they take another Severny hot job. We got to ask Natura about this. What's going on with France? Because this is an interesting decision, right? It's one of the first lands. you would disagree with this massively as well, right? Taking this hot.
I mean, in a way, I massively disagree. Now, Tree will find himself one at least. But in a way, I can't fault them, and I do appreciate the confidence, right? They're not giving themselves up. They say, hey, we want to loot Severny, and we will not be bullied. We will not be pushed out just because somebody thinks they have a right to loot here. So making this one hurt, at least for Bulgaria, getting themselves one back, chalking down their first elim of the round. As everybody else on the map is preparing themselves for the circle, is making their first on moves. These two teams, they've got more important things to deal with, and Tree lobs down a nade, makes this one sting. And yes, a brilliant flank, a lovely play from Bulgaria, but they're losing out on the 1v1s right now.
They really are. Nade comes up top of the building, doesn't really hit anyone just yet. No damage being dealt. And slowly but surely, Bulgaria is in deep, deep trouble. They've started this off so very well. They had the entry, they had the positions. They wanted to make a move. Well, that move, unfortunately, was where it all fell apart. First player gets taken down. Second flash is going to come sometime soon, too. And France, just like that, turning things around. They are back on track to
Sicario.
Some more elimination points. This is a massive, massive nade. It barely hits inside the walls. Unfortunately, if that would have hit anywhere outside of it, he definitely would have been taken down. Bulgaria barely clinging on to life. In the meanwhile,
that is so big as well.
Is not really being rest back up, I think.
That would have been so big as well, Nanthu.
But Francis
misses a massive nade there, and it does cost his teammate his life. That would have just spiraled things out of control for Bulgaria, because they would have been 3 up in a 3 versus 1 against Notorious. Now they have to get the res onto Tree. Sicario still alive and kicking, and Bulgaria gets the res. That turns the fight around into much more even waters, right? This was almost decided just yet if he just gets the nade over the wall, but a tiny few centimeters make this one so much harder for France than it maybe could have been. Nice disengage, by the way.
Yeah, and Bulgaria in the meanwhile has brought the third player back up. They've traded the medic. They have brought him back up to around 50 HP too, so he's ready to get back into the fight. The situation is brought back to a 3-on-3 still. No real shots being traded in the last couple of seconds. Everyone's trying to find the correct angle. Everyone's trying to pre-fire each other. And maybe, just maybe, Tree has found an angle now. He gets a couple of shots. No medic once again on his position as well in his inventory. Meaning, with the blue zone coming in, he's going to have to make a move sometime soon. But I think that's the case for everyone. No one's really found any loot in the last couple of minutes. It's been that way the last hot drop as well. As soon as you loot these buildings, there's nothing more to gain. You can't cross the street, you can't cross towards the church. There's nothing else to even loot there anymore, because if you have the other one out, essentially. With what you have, that's a massive headshot. The blue zone might just be enough to take him down. He might just have to jump down and make a move on his own. But it looks like he does have one more first aid. I think he's creeping around top of the building.
Bandages.
Before that 75 HP. Yeah, he's actually got bandages. No first aid on it.
Oh, Dudonate has the player in his sight, knocks him down. 1-2, thank you. The pump action, quick work of it. Sicario on the lower floor. Notorious finds one back, though. It is mutually assured destruction. No other way to put it. And it's a 2v1 in the building right now. Anthu a little bit alone. Tree has to try and help out. Gets himself closer. No helmet on Tree, remember. This could be over very, very quickly. But the mid situation is such a problem. Look at it. Anthu, he's got one single first aid. I don't think Tree had a single one, and I know that some of the Bulgarian players did not have meds until they at least killed some players in the bottom floor. This is mutually assured destruction. Phase 2 is about to pop. It's not looking good.
It's really not. Be reminded, in the meanwhile, everyone else is trying to find some kind of space in the next safe zone. We have completely disregarded any rotations that have happened until this point, because obviously that fight is one of the first ones that was going to happen, and everyone else is kind of just chilling, right? I mean, there's so much open space for everyone else because there's so much fights happening in the first phase. Indonesia, France, Bulgaria, even Pakistan was in the midst of things. And now Tree jumps around the corner, he hits one more shotgun pallet, and that's enough to take down Sicario. Now just one player left standing. France might win this, but at what cost? They've lost 2 players already. And it's not over just yet. Third flash comes through.
No?
And yeah, I think he's got it. Sicario is being taken down. I think
Wait,
that's
what?
it.
No, that's a flush. It's a flush.
Oh,
Oh
it's a
my
flush.
god, I got baited by the shotgun coming out. They still have to clear this. Such rough angles, but the shotgun again. It's the shotgun from Notorious that wins it out, though. 1v1 on the roof. They're dancing, they're ducking, they're weaving around each other. Who's gonna win? It's a ring around the rosy. And Vanthouche says, no, thank you. Je ne veux pas. It's not over just yet. What is this fight, Felix? How does it take so long? France in the end. 4 elims. Barely gets the first hit off to stay alive, but I'm not even sure if he's going to make it into zone at this point. Look how far away they are, as everybody else is just polstering up for this phase 2 already.
That needs to be another pit stop. They need to find mats. They've got a vehicle. There's a safe spawn somewhere around there, for sure. If not from the northern side, then on the southern side towards the cross-section compound. But no one had any medi left. Like, legitimately, I think the last 4 players that we saw in that fight, including Sicario and even Mantho, they had absolutely 0 medic stuff. So they need to take a pit stop, maybe cross-section, loot, have massive luck with a couple of first aids, and then drive further and just not have a stop anymore. Because as soon as phase 3 hits, that's too far away. You're not going to make it in with absolutely 0 mats as of right now. So I'm still worried for France. Matter of fact, though, is, once again, first land for some of these players. They found themselves 4 eliminations in first phase, something that we haven't really seen up until this point. This is a good start. It's going to give them confidence, and it's going to be a memory no matter how things turn out. And there's the first knock coming in. Trees, unfortunately, dies in the blue zone. And I think his teammate is soon to follow, unfortunately.
Could be a strategic decision as well. You would want to stack 1 player with all the mats that you have to at least give him a chance to make it. But we have a game on our hands. We've got gameplay all over the map. Turkey picking up 2, losing Kesh in the process is a signal for the rest of the teams. Egypt is already on 4 as well, and Myanmar is a team that are looking to put in the damage. So far, Circle hasn't really decided where it goes. It centers up right on Egypt. The double bonds are in a good spot as well for Turkey, but it is Egypt that potentially have the strongest spot in this phase 3 and can set themselves up for more success here today. Whereas a team like Kyrgyzstan that we've been looking at, they have to find their way in first.
France, I'm still looking at the health bar because it's depleting very, very fast. And we said that, I think it's going to be big trouble for eliminations, but I think that's going to be just about it. He hits the first hit, so he has found a first date. Maybe, just maybe he can make it in. I'm taking bets right now. Is he going to make it in? Gobo?
I'm saying no.
Okay, I'm saying yes.
I don't think there was any first stage on the Bulgaria players anymore because of how long that fight took. And he'd have to find himself a couple while still making a lot of distance here, crossing a lot of ground. It's not even the fastest rotation path either. When you're coming out of Severny towards the south, you gotta get across some of these Rozhok bridges. You're not just sending it down a straight road. So
it's horrible pathing. It's horrible pathing.
Exactly.
There's so many twists and turns you have to go through. That distance is really not to be underestimated. It at least takes like a minute.
Yeah, and once you're past Rozhok as well, you have to get yourself past Pachinki. That's not a straight road from north to south either, right? So it's not the easiest rotation to make, but we'll have to wait and see if he can pull it off. We have no idea how many meds he has at this point, but we know that a lot of our potentially favorite teams are setting up around the center right now. Pakistan as well, don't forget, 4 frags already. A lot of these teams have been engaging very early on.
This is interesting. Egypt, once again, deep center zone. Mongolia coming in through the eastern side. And the only team I'm really missing and not seeing at the moment is, never mind me. Okay, so Ukraine is deep circle center as well. They're playing at the south side of the Barnes, open field Pachinki area. We're surely going to take a look at them in a second.
They've already lost one.
Even Ukraine is inside the circle. Everyone essentially has found themselves a pretty good spot. Honestly, I don't think anyone's really at a big disadvantage. The only team that's really yet to find a home is Saudi Arabia, but they're making their way inside towards the northern side, rotating in through Pachinki. So even that is a pretty good entry. Yes, there's another team in there, but I think it's going to be possible to coexist for the time being. So no one's really at a big disadvantage. This is one of these circles that everyone has a chance in.
Keep in mind as well, almost everyone that's alive is a full squad. Turkey's lost one, trading it out for 2 elims, and Ukraine has lost a member on an early transition. So they're the ones that are on the back foot right now. They're not in a power position either. They're more in a survival position. So if the circle does swing away from them, it's going to be interesting to see what they do. but we'll have to wait and see. There's the flush coming out onto Ragnarok. That's a big one. Or it might be just an opening knock. It might just be a re-knock. They knocked one of Jordan earlier. And now Lyth is falling away from things. It is the flush on the Wizard Tower. Okay, Jordan wanted to go for the res. Ukraine does not let it happen and claims that Elim. Once again, I say this time and time again, Elim's on a team right next to you are massively impactful. And in almost every circle, Pachinki will be interested in what you do at least when you're in Ukraine's position. So seeing them take out a member here as the circle pops could be massively impactful. That being said, we have seen the circle. It's gruesome. It's brutal. It went as far south as it can. So all these teams that we're watching right now in this Pachinki area, you mentioned Saudi Arabia as well, they all have a long, long ways to go.
The circle shift. My goodness. It is as south as it can be. France now finally going down, yeah. I think, did he make it inside the zone?
Yeah.
Okay, so he made it inside somehow, but he's being caught. He's been caught right after, unfortunately.
Comes in on 1 HP, but basically just gets taken out instantly out of his car.
Unfortunately. Mongolia has similar problems right now, rotating to the eastern side. I was about to say, the only team that I think has somewhat of a disadvantage right now, depending on the circle shift, should be Mongolia, because running into the eastern side, if all the positions are taken already, yeah, you can play like the kind of Czech area, or you can play the compounds on the coast, but these aren't necessarily ideal compounds or ideal positions, and you're kind of at the mercy of how the next circle shifts, right? There's a limited playable area outside of it, and they will fall short. Shortly after, I was thinking that as well. Just 2 players left standing for them. In the meanwhile, Saudi Arabia has made themselves up. I was telling you guys about it. That were kind of the last team that was looking for a place in the circle, and they made themselves at home here towards the western side of the current safe zone, or the current blue zone. Is there really much to play off of this? Not really just yet, but the good thing is, you have high ground, you can backfill lots of positions, right? You can harass people away from their position. That's what they're doing right now with Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, and they were really hoping to find an opening there. 1 knock would have gone a long way. Now, they do not know that Chile is here, ready and waiting. Trigger around the smoke, looking to pull the trigger himself. If that fight erupts, that is an open door for Saudi Arabia. It's gonna be instead the long-range knock coming out from Saudi Arabia. That's not down as well. This is disaster right now, but the trades are coming out. Zerich once again makes big things happen for Kyrgyzstan. They're playing for dear life here instantly with a second nade to confirm, though. He's making this more possible for Kyrgyzstan than it maybe could have been, but they're still taking so much damage from behind Phalix. They're on borrowed time here. They might just be out in a second.
They might just be. First knock comes in. Maybe Chile can do more than that. The second frag, unfortunately, doesn't quite happen. And Flaky takes down M2M. This was an important one.
What?
And the second one as well. What is this? That's disastrous for Chile. That should not have happened under any circumstances.
They're Saudi.
And that's a big win now for Kyrgyzstan. 4 points being picked up, but we said it. Saudi was waiting for that fight to happen. They were patiently creeping up on this. And now they are here. They have arrived at their destination. They want to take this edge. They want to clean things up, and they know they have to do so fast. Otherwise, Kyrgyzstan is going to be able to reposition. But yeah, just like that, bleed-outs happen. And Flaky finds himself as the solo player left alive, left standing to represent his nation. And with 3 angry Saudi Arabian players driving all around him, I don't think his chances are all that well.
They haven't spotted him yet. They still think he might be in the smoke here. They're still looking. He's still alive, at least. He's got the DBS. He's done it once. He might do it again. But he needs to find the first opening. He needs to find it instantly. He cannot shoot at someone that survives. It's a 1v3. Bringing it down into 1v2 makes it all so doable. But look at this. They still haven't found them. They're still checking the rocks. They're trying everything.
This is so smart from Saudi Arabia. Even though you've driven around there 10 times, you're still not exiting your vehicle. They're playing it extra safe. They don't want to risk it at all. And we're jumping over to the northern side. All these teams need to move as well. Brazil finally into the action. And now that they say they haven't exited their vehicle, they do. Finally, that player gets spotted out, hidden. Peeks around the corner. He's waiting for the reinforcements. I was talking about smart play. There goes the trade. And good stuff coming out from Saudi Arabia. The delay on when he really wanted to take that fight is what it comes down to. Make extra sure no one's taking you down.
Yeah.
And you have done so successfully. Next zone shifts away, yes, but you found yourself an entry and you've found yourself with 3 players left standing. This is a good opening as well for Saudi Arabia coming into the western side.
Big plays coming out, making sure they keep their members up. I love the delay. I love how much he's baiting for his teammate to help him out, and Easy is there. The IGL comes on in. Now, Ukraine getting the reses back on up. They've had Team Jordan fly through them. You can see no helmet on Havlik there. battered and bruised on this coastline. Brazil playing the tiniest of dips.
I love it.
Survivability for now. Not a power position for the later game, but it might just be enough. They should get some help from the barn as well. As soon as somebody approaches, they should get some shots over their shoulders. Ukraine, though, they've got to go now, and Saudi Arabia wants to close them out. They got all the angles, they got the information, but it's not an easy execution.
It really isn't. It's at 3-on-3 as well, so no one's really got that big man advantage going into this fight. And that was more than I think they expected originally. This is still a good entry. 1, 2, 3. Egypt chimes in as well. And with the help of Egypt, Ukraine is able to close down that fight, but not without losing a player themselves. They're down to just 2 players left standing. But then again, they are on the coastline, and with how much water there still is, it's still one of the best positions, right? You can still defend yourself easily with 2 players down the coastline. Might not even be that big of a disadvantage as of right now. We're going to have to wait and see how that turns out. And I'm saying 2 players. Actually, I haven't lost anyone. It's just he was down to a slipper HP. I was confused there for a second because I didn't see him in the kill feed either. Anyways, never mind that. Ukraine still back to 3 players. And 3 players inside the safe zone, deep center at the coastline. Still a very good spot.
Just getting away with murder there. Ukraine looked all but over. The angle from the top of the rock was just so good, but the drive-by does not work. I think Spark actually costs himself his life, and then Egypt is there to punish as well. Egypt, a team nobody expected at that point, but they flex out at the right time, make sure to get the frags out of the compound before they are shifted away from now. This is what I said about Brazil. Not a power position. It could be survivability. You see Pakistan is playing a dangerous game here. If they get spotted over the top, there could easily be some third-party shots coming on in, but for now, they are ready to raid it in. There's the third parties. There's Myanmar saying, you can't do whatever you want on our coastline. But can they clean up Brazil before it's too late? They want this low ground as well. They don't want to stay up here because this is dying territory. This is dangerous waters. They would love to clear out the dip and take it for themselves.
Yeah, they do. One more nade might just seal the deal. That might be massive now coming into this. It might be another knock. Barely hits behind the player. How does that knock anyone?
He's got 2 more.
How is that happening? Alien tries it with 2 more, as you've said. They should be relatively perfect. There it goes. Adrian falls down to his knees. Rafa gets finished. This is good stuff coming out from Pakistan. This should be 2 more frags. Now they surely engage this. They want to use this dip for themselves. 3 players left standing against 2 from Brazil.
Surely this is the engage now. Surely this is where we fly on in. Brazil trying to get the counter util out as well. They want some pressure coming back the other way. You can see the nades exploding.
Really
the cars are coming on in. Any more delays just make this even harder. Turkey surely going to get involved at some point as well. And you can see Pakistan has realized, hey, we've got a bit of coastline here. Maybe this is not the one we want. I'm not sure about it. The dip, it's not a power position, but being here on the coast while Brazil is alive,
as 4,
it's going to be so hard to move past this later on. It's going to be so hard to get out of there. Egypt, though, big knock, second one as well. 2 they can't have, they combine. They make things work onto Egypt on the other side. I'm not sure what's going on. Now knocks are coming out of Brazil, and now Pakistan might realize, hey, we've delayed this too long. This might have not been the move.
Yeah, they should have at least gone for some of these flushes, right? I'm surely they would have had another nade, right? That's all they needed to take down 1 or 2 plays, and then that breach that we're just seeing right here wouldn't have happened, but 7 instead makes it work as 12K in hands. It's the first one, it's the second one as well! And Brazil have just like that cleaned out Pakistan and found themselves a new home down towards the coastline as well, down in the circle with all players still left standing. Not a single player has been lost, even though it was down to just 2 players in the midst of it.
Somebody get me to a Hilton hotel. I want to have what these guys had for breakfast. The clutches we've had coming out today have been nuts. 7 spinning on a dime there, turning that around as he's flying in with the car. Crazy things coming out. Now, Turkey from range will make it sting a little bit. Myanmar still holding in the best spot on the coastline, as it looks like Egypt has slipped on by Ukraine instead of taking them straight on, but it has cost them 2 men, now a 3rd as well. So they've given up control of the western side to a team that they're going to be in direct competition with here very soon. Ukraine on their very edge are happy to be the last team playing on in. They're happy to have their backs clear. That's not something a lot of teams can say.
And once again, this is kind of reminds me of the first match of the day, right? Egypt is alive, Ukraine is alive, Brazil is alive, Turkey is alive, Myanmar is alive. So many contenders for these top spots are still left alive in this circle. And this is crazy to me. The consistency. We said it was going to be top heavy, right? You said as well. The first thing you said today is you expect these favorites to perform again. and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. This is not going to change too much depending on how this game is going to turn out, but one thing's for certain, it's going to make it all a lot more tougher for anyone else to catch up on the overall leaderboard to these favorites that we've just named.
I love it as well. It just goes to show the quality of some of these teams, right? Everybody can have a good game. Everybody in this lobby is good enough to have a good game. But having consistency, getting into the late games, you saw what Brazil was fighting through. You saw the spot they had to send it to, but they come out alive. The counter util is good enough. They scare a team away, and suddenly they're in a fighting position for the rest of this game. Ukraine, they're in a tough spot right now. Havlik just has given it up. Tulika is going to make the jump as well. They shouldn't be able to make it into the circle, but they're at least making it hard for Turkey to hold them out.
I think.
If that's the nade of the century, if it hits.
Yeah.
I don't think he can reach. But again, I don't know what he had for breakfast.
Yeah.
I'm not writing it off. I'm giving him a chance.
He's definitely at the Hilton as well, so maybe they're the same. But yeah, I was expecting him jumping down, throwing the nade while jumping. That would have been a clip to remember. But I don't think that's what happened. So rest of his teammates in the meanwhile have made their way down.
The time.
Because Ukraine is still up 3 players. And I think Old Boy has actually found himself a way to get back up from the coastline. That's nuts! Has Old Boy made its way back up the coastline? That's crazy.
Yeah.
He's made that rotation happen. So Old Boy is still very much in this game. And I think he's just waiting for Havlik to catch up to him. Who's being shot at, who's under pressure. I mean, that was to be expected. Tulika, unfortunately, can't really make it, but they still got 2 plays in the zone. Lewis takes that one, takes down the second one as well. This is really good stuff, even though that first one was denied. For Scarface, that was a worth it peak as well. He very happily gets traded because he got the flush just beforehand.
Beautiful stuff coming out. Jordan as well. He's still swimming. I think it's clever himself. Staying true to his name. Swimming on up behind Ukraine. Ukraine do not know about this yet. They might have just spotted him. I think he's turned around now. Havlik has realized what was going on. But Ukraine have pushed themselves in a position where they are better off than Turkey now. They've really out-rotated them in this. And Myanmar is finally feeling the pressure of being in between everyone. They were one taking the damage towards Brazil. They were the one trying to get Turkey out as well. But now they're realizing it's not as easy when you're in the middle. No meds at all, not a single piece of util. One flash, one smoke. They are almost down to nothing at this point. They've been firing on all cylinders, but this might cost them the late game here, Felix.
This is the first time that Myanmar can really play the way they want to, which is just pick out everything they can.
Yeah.
Like, deal as much damage as you can, get as many knocks as you can, but if you get knocked once, like, okay, well, Lewis realistically could peak, so could Zai, because if they get revived, they had more HP than they have right now, which is crazy to think about, right?
Yeah.
So it might even make sense at this point, but I also understand that they're just too worried that someone else is going to push them. Brazil now cleaning up Mongolia, but they're jumping down to get that. And I'm not sure on their side that they're able to get back up. I think they're going to try the same thing Ukraine did on the west-hand side, which is just kind of swim around. But at that point, I think they're going to be greeted by Ukraine, right? Because they were the first ones to do it.
Rafa's getting back up, so that's big. And that's a big way to traverse a little bit of that terrain. There's a knock onto Godspeed as well. Again, a different angle to be garnered. Old Boy, he doesn't know what he's biting off right now. Sulkai tells him good night. Scarface already on 3 elims. He's the top fragger of the tournament so far, and he's looking to get a good nade onto Havlik. That's a good bunch of damage. He doesn't know how much he connected there. But Havlik is definitely feeling the pressure now, and I love this from Brazil. Look at this. They're closing the gap now. They've got a few more meters to go. They're not being super decisive about this. They're biding their time here. Maybe they're hoping a fight breaks out on the other side. Maybe that's what they're delaying for. But they're giving time to Myanmar to get these reses.
You know what's crazy? Next phase is the last one.
Yeah.
Phase 9 almost ends in water. This is as close to the water that we've, I think, seen so far in the Iesf competition. We've seen plenty of water circles. Now, take a look at how that Myanmar fights. Rafa, I think, gets one trade, gets a second one as well. Where's that even happening? Because I saw 2 knocks right away coming out from Myanmar. That's a massive nade as well.
If he gets one
but
nade
it gets
in there.
a little bit too far, I think. He's
molly.
only got one more Molotov.
Bro, if he gets the molly in there.
If he does, but I'm
have
not so
nothing
sure
to
he
play.
realizes that. He's just looted 4 nades. He's just looted 4 nades. 7. You could do the play of the century, but he immediately gets repeat. This is perfect play by Myanmar. They know they have to activate. Don't let him get these nades off, and they don't. Myanmar takes him down. That's Brazil done and dusted. Top 4 now, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the later stages of match number 3. And it's still Ukraine, it's still Turkey, it's still Jordan somewhere down there. And Myanmar, out of all these teams, with a man advantage.
Myanmar has their side now, and that's so big. They can even maybe get a few Thursdays off. Remember how bruised they were. Remember how just spare their inventories were. Nothing to work with. Same here for Ukraine. Just look at the bottom middle of your screen. They've got nothing to work with anymore. They've been battling these coastlines. Their arsenal is completely expanded, but Myanmar has gotten their side. Turkey, their time is ticking. Nowhere to go. Scarface. Can he pull something out of the bag? It's unlikely. If anyone can do it, he can. But look at where he is. He's got to step up at some point, and once he steps up, he should be instantly knocked back down.
It's just a straight pathing. There's nowhere else to walk for him. He has to be incredibly fortunate with the timing on Myanmar making a move as well. That's the only opportunity I see for Turkey right now making anything happen this round. Same goes for Jordan. If he wants to make it somewhere close into a top 2 scenario, potentially, he's going to have to jump down as soon as Ukraine fights. And Ukraine, it looks like they have the best position, yeah, circle-wise, but look at how many teams they have to fight. It's actually everyone. Right, Myanmar coming in from the right-hand side. You have Turkey at some point needing to leave the ridgeline, and you have Jordan below you that they don't necessarily even are aware of. That's
they are aware. Havlik is looking down there a whole lot. Havlik has been looking at that water way more than he would normally. Now Scarface, we knew he had nowhere to go. He tries to make it work. Ukraine has their work cut out for them. This is the position they need to hold, but Lewis is cooking a nade. Oh, if he would have gotten that up onto Havlik, that could have been the game changer. Look at the angle. 16 bullets is all he's got to work with in a matter of seconds here. This is going to explode. There's Old Boy finding Jordan. Finally takes down Clever, but this is about to kick off.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, they don't know! Coming out from Havlik. They're looking at Old Boy. Havlik from up top. He might just get one. He's looking for it. No meds on Myanmar whatsoever. But the knocks just haven't come through. Now they do. Havlik takes the first one. There's one more shot being needed. Old Boy chimes in as well. And suddenly it's all down to just one player that's left standing for Myanmar. They've turned this around. 2-on-3. Down to a 1-on-1. And Havlik now is looking for it. No mats on Lewis. No mats on Lewis. He cannot heal up an inch. And Havlik is being pushed away from the blue zone. He jumps down. He's got the DBS. He just cannot hit it, but he does so anyways. And Ukraine will secure another dinner. And oh my lord, is that a big one? Because the overall leaderboard has favored them anyways.
What a game to clutch out. Not their game to win at all. Remember where they were at the start of this? At the edge of the circle, just a few rocks to play with. Saudi Arabia looking to close them out. We thought their days were over. But in the end, swimming across, even leaving Tulika behind, good enough to close out the game in the end. Myanmar so close once again, but they don't know. They don't know Havlik's on top of the rock. They're trying to take the fight to Old Boy. And it cost them in the end. That was a crazy game. No resources for anyone either. Nobody had nades left. Nobody had meds left. We saw Havlik on top of the rock literally running out of M4 bullets and running out of bullets in his DBS. And Lewis on the other side, no first aids. Massive battle of attrition there.
Yeah, I mean, Myanmar went into this, I think, even... Actually, let's take a look back. Even before they went into this, before even Brazil was left standing.
Yeah.
Or got eliminated by them. Like 4 or 5 minutes before that, they had nothing in their inventory. Like they couldn't even peek. And we were making jokes about if they get knocked, they would have more HP than they do right now, which is crazy to think about. So yeah, Myanmar having a tough road in, Ukraine having a tough road in. But we said early on as well, right? Ukraine, and we had 7-8 teams alive. They're not in a bad spot actually.
No.
Despite it looking that way. And then there was this one moment where the circle shifted away towards Eastern side and they jumped down. That was the key moment for me. The way they made that rotation work goes to show you that decision-making from Ukraine is just leagues above everyone else right now. I think that they're playing smarter than everyone else as well.
Yeah, and remember they were beating teams as well to that spot, and then beating teams from that spot. Saudi Arabia flying in, even Egypt coming out of the compound as 4, third party on the ridge, realizing, okay, that's where Ukraine's playing, that's where we want to go, but in the end, Ukraine somehow out-survives them. They drive in front of Ukraine, they don't want to take that fight. It's not an easy fight for Egypt, but Ukraine is the one winning it without having the numbers, without having the utility, without having the compound to be playing out from. And once again, they're showing us why they're at the top of that leaderboard. I think we had a 15-point gap or something earlier in the day. They're working to keep that a thing, and they're working to come into tomorrow and try and be just the one team to win this tournament.
Yeah, it looks that way right now. I saw the coach as soon as that round was over just jumping up and doing like this because he knows now. They have the advantage on everyone else, essentially. Everyone else is going to have to play catch up. And yes, the favorites, they are consistent as well. But it might just, if we've come to a point, it might just need more than just one good round to catch them, even today.
Yeah.
So that overall leaderboard is definitely going to be interesting.
We have to give massive credits for Miramar there, cleaning up so much in that late game. Brazil as well, not even getting close. And also Brazil, the way they got out of that dip and punished, I think it was Pakistan on their south, beautiful. That they had nothing to play, nothing to work for on their side. We said that's the hardest side to come into because everything's taken. They send it into that dip, and as soon as they get a chance, they're getting knocked down, they're smoking, they're trying to get some counter-neutral over it, they're trying to just stay alive. First chance they get, instant aggression, instant pull-up. 7 flies over the top with a shotgun, spins around on a dime. Crazy stuff coming out from them to keep themselves in the conversation. But I know who's going to keep themselves in the conversation. That's going to be your beautiful analysts. So take it away.
You didn't have to. Thank you. What a wonderful game by Ukraine. I did say they are going to be able to break that 100-point barrier, but what a way to do it at the end. Old Boy, Havlik with that 1v2. I don't know what was happening with the 3 players from Myanmar focusing on Old Boy, and then Havlik. I felt like there was a lot of missed shots, but still, he managed to get those limbs and secure that chicken dinner. Extremely valuable, I feel, for Ukraine there, DK.
I mean, they already said it, right? When we jumped over and the chicken was locked in, we did see the coach also. Just
Bambino was he was living the moment.
But I mean, it was such an intense fight moving onto that cliff, and we not had just 1 or 2 teams there, right? We had 5 teams at least in the end, just chilling there, fighting, trying to survive. But you got to give it up, though, right? I mean, Ukraine, phenomenal performance, just played an exceptional game. Then we, of course, had Myanmar also bringing in so much heat into that. The one team that I shouted out, that I was giving a blessing to, Jordan, made it into the very end part.
Yeah, listen, clever.
And we'll get into that. We'll get into that push with the car in a little bit, right? But I mean, we had so many interesting things happening coming into that late game, and I mean, just looking at the replays that we have here, right? There's so many exceptional moments in this third match that we had.
Yeah, and one of those moments I do want to talk about, I think we were seeing it in front of us just now, Brazil and Pakistan. But what was going on? Because you mentioned, I'm sure at one point, like Pakistan, they saw or they have information that there was a couple of knocks, but there was just no push. So what was going on there?
I wish I could find out. I wish I could know. It's odd. I do understand them. Once they had those knocks, they didn't really want to push it. They used it as a way to actually get out of that confrontation, get into a better position. But the thing is, yes, there might have been third parties around you, but there was a lot of smokes going on, and you could be out. The thing is, with this team, is they need speed. In, out, ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage. Where's Old Boy? He's here somewhere.
We almost
He's
had
here
2.
somewhere.
Havlik needed 21.
Havlik, come on, man. We gotta get that.
Although, but look at the way that the stats are actually split between Havlik, Old Boy, and Tulika and Slonik.
Literally.
Slonik, not the best of games for him, but look, at the end of the day, team effort coming in at the for them to secure that chicken dinner and for them to secure every single one of those points that will definitely matter to them. Because so far we have finished our first half of day number 2, and the second Ukraine took the lead in day 1, they have not let go. They are not giving any team an opportunity. But I do have to say, and I do have to talk about Myanmar though, DK. They are doing incredibly well in this in the first half of today's games. Chicken dinner, top 3, top 4 in game 2, and once again top 2 in game 3.
I mean, it was a super aggressive push from them, right? I called them the beast from the east in the previous match, and I'm gonna stick to it because, I mean, they're keeping true to that, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Such an aggressive, such a eventful play that they're bringing through, and of course, gotta give a big shout out to Boy as well, all the way from Ukraine. As we've mentioned already, hitting the 1k plus damage. The bell went off and everything is ringing now. My ears as well. But anyway, yes, Myanmar.
You heard that too, right?
Yes.
I'm not going crazy.
Yeah, no,
okay.
It's both sides. But sorry. I think Myanmar is definitely going to be a team to watch today, right?
Yeah.
Like, they've been picking up quite a bit of momentum. They're really starting to push. And I'm curious to see where it's going to take them.
Yeah, because with the amount of points that they've been gathering so far, they're getting themselves in a position where they can be one of the contenders for top 3 and maybe top 1 by the end of today if they manage to take down Ukraine a notch or 2. And I want to talk about Kyrgyzstan as well. Like they, again, like solid performance day 1, day 2, not having the best. Like we can't even see them on the limb graph or the damage graph at the moment. they need to do a little bit more if they want to remain a part of the competition towards that top 5 spot. Brazil as well. I want to say like they got a few limbs after they secured Pakistan.
Yeah.
But like they were struggling at the end, and we were waiting for them to get those nades. Neptura.
Yes, we really were. I actually made a note because I was like, look how slowly they're taking it.
Yep.
They're taking their time, because when you're getting that late into game and there's 5 or 6 teams still around, you're going, you start to panic a little bit, right? There's a lot of pressure, but they took it so slowly. I was like, see, they're in control. They're confident. This is a good thing that they're doing. Unfortunately, it took 1 second too long.
Yeah.
They didn't prep the nades. See, if you're going to do that and go that slowly, then you already have to have the nades in hand and go, okay, now we're starting to move forward. Chuck the nades, move forward, do that sort of thing.
Because of how close Myanmar were, the Myanmar players were together, one nade would have just taken them all out.
Exactly, yeah. Just a split second of timing difference would have made the difference.
Yeah, it really would have. And now the difference between Ukraine and Turkey, 20 points between first and second. Brazil is still there, 11 points behind Turkey. Myanmar now climbing up to 4th. Saudi Arabia right behind them. And again, I like the fact that we're seeing the scores are a little bit distant, I want to say, tiny, like 20 between first and second. That's good for Ukraine. Might relieve some of that pressure, I think, DK.
Yeah, it definitely would relieve quite a bit of that pressure coming in here. And I think especially Ukraine playing with the strategy that they play super aggressive, trying to get themselves ahead. And then once they try and just hold that as much as they possibly can. So I want to see how that one is going to pan out for them. But of course, then if we look at the rest of the board, right, there's not much of a change, especially over towards the left-hand side, right? On the right hand, that's where we can still see quite a bit of a move happening, right? So we did have Indonesia starting over in 9th place. They've now been moved down to that 10th position, right? So nothing really coming in their way. Pakistan, of course, capitalizing on the points that they were able to find. And I think moving through the remaining few matches that we have here, especially for the teams on the right-hand side, they got to lock in on not only the aggression, but get those placement points in, right? Because looking at what we saw just on the standings, there's a big disparity with regards to placement, right? Super aggressive, but they don't last far into the end of the match. We want to see that happen, and that will help them make the transition to the left.
And that's what we're going to be looking out for throughout the rest of the games for today. We only have 3 more to go. 1 Erangel, and then of course the 2 Miramars. Our predictions have been, I want to say, DK's predictions have been very close. They've been on point. Yours and mine, Neptura, that's,
I think we got to sort it out between us before
actually, I did fine with Brazil.
Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah,
I did better with Turkey, though.
You didn't do too bad with Turkey,
yeah.
But actually, going back to the very, very beginning of the game, Bulgaria versus France in Severny. What happened there? Because I felt like France got the elims, but I think they weren't able to rotate in time. I think the zone might have taken them out.
Yeah, I think they were going for, please, we just need some eliminations, please. Because once they went down to a duo and they had a couple of those eliminations off of Bulgaria, they should have left. They were already in zone. They could have still done that. There was a couple of times where it went back and forth to, oh, we're going to win this, and then they fell back. It had that kind of effect. And really, the minute that kind of went back over oh, we can't really do anything, they should have just gone. They had 2. Or they had like 3, and they should have just gone before they were a duo, because once you're a duo at that early stage in the game, it's kind of over. There's not much you can do.
The best thing you can do is basically do what Clever did. Get to the center zone as soon as possible. Yeah, that drive-by that just went right into like what happened? At the end of the day, he survived. He got himself points for the team. You know,
I mean, what looked like a oops became a oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey, he managed to turn it around there, and we are gonna turn it around into a very short break. And we're gonna get ourselves some lunch, so make sure that you get yourself some as well. Have a snack, get some coffee, get some tea, and hopefully we'll be back with the second half of today's games and see who will remain on top. Will Ukraine hold on to that lead, or will we see Myanmar continue their rampage throughout today's games? We'll see you in a few.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and here, Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
He needs to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s, the world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
PUBG Mobile version 3.4 is here. In this update, we've added loads of new special mechanics that'll improve your gaming experience. Let's take a look at the new updates in Classic mode. First are the firearm updates. In the new version, we've added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot and has a fast rate of fire, but currently doesn't support aiming down sights. As for vehicles, we've added the hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents its occupants from firing at outside enemies and vice versa. In addition to the hovercraft, we've added the new horse animal vehicle. This is a two-seater vehicle with the ability to jump and swim. It makes traveling through complicated terrain a breeze. Additionally, it moves extremely quietly. It can also be fed and summoned. To provide a more immersive riding experience, we've also added a few emotes for evading obstacles, resting, feeding, and more. We hope it provides you with an immersive gaming experience. In this update, you'll find a special medical item in Classic Solo, Duo, and Squad modes. The Self-AED can help you and your team recover on the battleground and claim victory. When you have a Self-AED in your possession and get knocked down by an enemy, you can recover from the knocked down state even if none of your teammates are around to help you. As long as one player on the team has a Self-AED, the team won't be eliminated, even if everyone has been knocked down. That's it for the main Classic mode updates in version 3.4. I hope these updates and improvements bring you a better gaming experience. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
ears, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but ears, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
welcome back from the lunch break. The players have had some chicken biryani. Ukraine has had some chicken dinners for themselves, picking things up strong here on day 2. And we are here ready to bring you 3 more games of PUBG Mobile. We've got 1 more Erangel, and we're switching it over to Miramar very soon.
Yes, we are. It's interesting now. The whole leaderboard situations, now that we've gone halfway, hasn't really changed all that much, interestingly enough, right? We have some teams that have obviously now gained a couple of points in the first 3 matches of the day, that have kind of, run away with it to some degree. Ukraine is one of them. But all the favorites have still gained points in almost all of the games. So all the favorites are still up there. With 1 or 2 good games, it could all fall apart for Ukraine once again, right? They have been at the top spot for the majority of this tournament, but it's far from over. It is far from over indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, the players are ready. We have no more delays. Once again, huge shout out to productions. We've cut the breaks immensely, and that's why you guys out there are getting just action on action on action on action. Ladies and gentlemen, match 4 of day 2 here at the Iesf Esports World Esports Championship, to be exact. Live from Riyadh. It's an absolutely incredible venue, to be honest. The players are very happy about everything, the phones, the organization, so on and so forth. So you can tell by the performance they've had as well that's the case.
It's an absolutely incredible playing path as well. If we're looking at where this takes us, there's no Yasnaya, there is no George Paul, there's no Severny hot drop. This is a brutal one to start off the second half of the day. Brazil's going to be very happy about their military base loot spots. Everybody else is in dire straits. You can see that Milta power area already getting a little bit awkward, but Romania most likely falling away from it. 2 teams only on the southern island means a ton of congestion around everything further north. We're going to see some action here early on, at least a few shots being taken at cars, some vehicle struggles. This is not going to be easy for some of our teams to get out of.
No, it's really not. Definitely a dangerous playing path for a lot of these teams, as you said. And the next circle that we see here in match number 4 doesn't really make it all that easier. But then again, it's open for grabs for absolutely everyone. Doesn't really give you much phase 1. I don't think we're going to see too many teams centering up. Just too open on where it's going to end.
Yeah.
Egypt there around Pubg. Ukraine is interesting to me because they have a Saudi player somewhere close. But instead of Ukraine, it's going to be Bulgaria opening things up. First frag of the round. It's going to be Sicario who gets that. His teammate with a flush. First point on the board for them.
Good and nice start to the last Erangel of the day. And like you said, a very central circle, but a circle that's still quite far away from so many of our teams because of how south that playing path was. I wouldn't be all too surprised to see some teams go for the northern parts of this circle. You don't have to center up entirely. If you're centering up a little bit further north, you'll get yourself some incredibly free space, considering how congested the southern entries should be. All the avenues of approach stacked with multiple teams. So I wouldn't be all too surprised to see teams opting for a far northern approach. Ukraine, they're already quite far north here, very early on in the game, now making their way in on that ruins double whites area. They will find a ton of free real estate just at their hands, yeah.
Absolutely. It's still a long way to get anywhere though. Ukraine hasn't really thought of looting here, I'm pretty sure. It's just what they've been given up here. Car spawns have been relatively rare, you can tell. Just now is really when they're making their way towards that desired loot spot. It's definitely going to cost them in rotation timing. Then again, north side should be relatively clear. I haven't really seen too many teams go that far up north. Which is part of the reason why Ukraine wants to make that happen, even more so, knowing that that is going to be the most clear entry into that phase 2. And I'd be surprised if we don't see them taking a deep north entry in this game because of that. They have been playing smart like this. They have been making a very proactive approach on really thinking about what kind of edge they want to entry on, and it's been working out perfectly for them. The current 1 spot is theirs with quite a bit of distance.
Yeah, that last game helping them out, widening the gap towards some of the teams on the chase. Myanmar being one of them. Lewis James, the top fragger of that squad. We've seen him pop off time and time again. Not able to clutch out that last game though. That 3v2 was hard, but it was winnable. But just perfect crossfire setup from Ukraine, and Myanmar walks straight into it. And you can't overstate how much that costs you. That costs you 4 placement points and 3 elims or 2 elims, depending on which side you're looking at. That's a whole lot of points when you're looking at that leaderboard in just a matter of seconds of that fight going one way or the other.
Talking about fights going one way or the other, this one is going towards Indonesia. Randy with the first knockdown against Myanmar, who've been performing, I don't want to say miraculously, but they've been definitely even overperforming isn't necessarily the best word, right? Because we've been expecting them to perform better today. They just haven't gotten into late game. But there is one trade now that I'm pretty sure they're going to flash on 2. I think he's open enough to get that. But the crossfire is there. But yeah, as I say that, Rennie indeed is going to get finished off as well. It's a 1-1 trade. It's a bridge camp from Indonesia that unfortunately doesn't really work out too heavily in their favor. That was definitely something that could have been avoided, I feel like. I mean, if you're the one bridge camp and you get the first frag, in almost no scenario you lose another player.
Yeah, I think that's almost an understatement to a certain point. You're bridge camping, you lose a member, it's an absolute disaster. You have put yourself in this position, you had control over the situation, and it hasn't worked out for you at all. Now, they've got to try and cut their losses, reposition, find a way into this phase 1, which they have plenty of time to do, but they've given up so much time here. They've given up so much priority to get these kills on the bridge, and it really hasn't paid off at all. It's completely backfired.
It really has. Asriel is going to be driving on through without his teammate now, Rendy. As we've said, unfortunately has fallen short of getting any more eliminations past that one that he's gathered up until that point that he got knocked down. But I appreciate and I respect the commitment to that bridge camp, and I think it's been that correct decision. Unfortunately, just the execution hasn't been flawless. I like that some of these teams are now waking up, realizing that if we want to catch up, we have to do stuff like this, right? And we not only have to do stuff like this, we have to do stuff like this on top of having great rounds as well. So that's just the start of it. You have to kind of do the same thing that Egypt has done, right? Realize soon enough that if you can't finish the rounds that you're supposed to win, then you need to get creative, and that's what they're doing. I'm talking about Egypt. This time around doesn't look quite as flawless, though, as the first couple of rounds that we've seen them shine in. But it's a quick trade, and no one's been flashed so far. Chile is still in quite a bit of trouble.
Nice little transition from Krona there as well. Keeps himself alive, but the need to follow up is so good. Catches him in his tracks. Just one up standing for the Egyptian squad. I think it's 1 for Chile as well, if I'm not mistaken. Might have been a bit of an observer bug there. Yeah, it's a 2v1 at the moment, but there will be no reses coming through. As I say that, there will be 1 res coming through for Egypt as well. So they are trading 1 right now, but not a great position for Egypt to be in. They've now given up all the space, they've given up the angles, and Krona is the only one who can do it. Does he find the first? Not even. Elite says no. Puts him in his place. And together with his teammate, he will stay alive in this one, but it is a fight that bleeds both of these teams dry. Now look as well on the minimap, there's already more teams getting interested in the third parties, and they will find a very weakened Chile that they can try and play with and abuse in this position.
They had their party earlier. They surely want to do so again. And Chile, as you said, they are weakened. Down to just 2 players, one of which is definitely spotted. The audio cues have been given away, but they are yet to find the second player, which is Elite. He's made he's had a big impact, but yeah, that impact has just now finished. Notorious is easily going to find him. He had no chance to get out of this one. His looting was just a little bit too long, and simply really couldn't wait for him. I can understand why he had to dodge that. It was a little bit too much of a loot goblin, to be honest. Maybe he should have just skipped that body. They would have made it out alive. If that position. Yeah, if that would have changed anything in this round, I'm not so sure. You can tell by the rotations with the circle shifting up north. It's going to be tough either way. I think he tried to look for that, for that single building compound now out in the open, but that's been taken as well. So we'll see where he ends up.
We'll see where he ends up. The timing isn't amazing. He's a little too late for the phase shift to really get anything early. That being said, hold that thought. France getting cleared right now by Saudi Arabia, a team that sort of dropped the ball a little bit today. They haven't really showed us the consistency we've seen from them yesterday, but they are trying to pick things up here, and they have picked a fight. They have found themselves an opponent, and they're trying to do their very best at closing this out fast, because the zone's not here anymore, but they should have just enough time with a bit of util as well. The nades are coming on in. It is Nade himself as well that is getting naded here. Dodo nade. His days are numbered surely, and there is the last frag that comes on in. 4 frags, 4 elims for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, excuse me. But they have lost a player in the process here, Felix.
Yeah, they have. 4 eliminations, still a good start, but it's that old thing of, is it really worth it for, especially for some of these top contenders where you know that 4 frags is nice, but it's not the point average, right? That point average is higher than this. And yes, sure, they're not out of this one, but your winning chances always significantly decrease when you lose a player too early. So yeah, it's going to be down to how these next circle shifts and what kind of position they play. Ukraine, on the other hand, they surely don't have to worry much about that anymore. It's a pretty good spot that they've found themselves in. The garage building might not be the perfect place in the circle, but at least they found themselves an entry where all 4 players are surely never, ever going to get breached or flushed. And if it does shift up north, you find yourself a power position as well.
Always a chance. 30 seconds for the phase pop. 30 seconds to tell us where this game is going to go. And another chance for some of these teams that have been bleeding players to try and prepare themselves for Ascend here. I would love to see a team that's lost a member, a team that's not in a good spot. Just get in your car, start driving towards the center, see where the zone takes you, and be the first one to react here, because you're already weakened, you're already on the edge. Chances are you do need to find the right timing, and you could be one of the teams that claims something on the southern edge. Maybe you just find Jordan grouping here. Crazy split from them right now. I would be very surprised if Ragnaros stays in that position so isolated. But the first team to see him leaving is going to get themselves a very good compound to be playing out the rest of this game from. So reacting fast and reacting quick to what these teams are doing is a good way to get yourself into position. Knock comes in towards Ukraine, but that should be a very safe and easy res for them at this point.
Well, yeah, as we said, like, getting knocks there is not avoidable, but you'll get them up 100%. That's the beauty of this position. And again, it's not really a position you can really play yourself out of all that much, which is why I said that the circle's definitely going to play a huge role in this. But they still seem to be fine inside here in phase 3, and there's always the opportunity to just push outwards as soon as it does shift south and push that volcano hill that we see Romania in right now. And I mean, realistically, if there's a team that you should be scared of in this lobby who's just been playing these isolated 4-on-4 fights to absolute perfection, it is Ukraine as well, right? Turkey, there's an argument to be made that Turkey is almost on the same level to some degree, but they seem to pick fights. And let's be honest, this has always been the case. We've been talking about this during the last game as well. They seem to pick fights that are really easily third-party, so they just tend to lose players. It doesn't really negate their point average because they just still seem to win so many of these individual duels, but I feel like they could still be so much higher if they would focus on placement points just a tiny bit more. Sometimes I feel like they lose focus just a tiny bit, and that's like the biggest differentiator between Ukraine and Turkey on the overall leaderboard, in my opinion.
Ukraine seems a lot more calm and collected. Turkey gets a little overzealous at times. Yeah, they aren't as clean as well. They aren't as clinical in their fights, right? That's something we've been praising Ukraine for, the way they set up these early game fights, or something we've also praised Brazil for when it comes to team play. Finding ways to get out of these fights cleanly isn't something that Turkey has been super good at. And a lot of the times we do find them taking massive amounts of points as a duo or as a 3-man because they have lost members early. Now, Ukraine wants this. They found the opening knock, and they're not willing to just wait around and sit pretty in their compound. They want this fight, and they want to close it out. But once again, they're being very careful about this, not taking too many aggressive risks, And even if they can, any of their players are in good positions to get rezzed if they do get knocked.
This is interesting. I wouldn't have expected that push to come out that early, but Havlik has now opened things up. Ukraine is in all sorts of action. And with Old Ball back in the distance, no one can even really peek that aggressive stance that Ukraine has put up right in front of Romania. That entire ridgeline is now under their control, and they want to make it work. You see, the circle is a big part of why, because unless it shifts really far up north, and that's really unlikely, we've seen these only typically go towards the southern side, which it does right now, then they need to take down this team. And now Romania is driving away, they're fleeing this. But are they really fleeing into anything safer than what they had just moments ago? I'm not so sure. So far, no one's really been shot out. That's surprising to me. Indonesia should have perfect sightlines on this. Next team comes in. It's Jordan that picks apart the players from Romania driving on through to the northern side. And just like that, one player's been taken out. Second player is sure to fall any second now. There it goes. And that's Ukraine that has bullied them out of position into a very dangerous rotation. And as a result of that, yeah, Romania unfortunately really had to live with that.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it from Ukraine, the aggression to push the team away. I'm loving the reaction from Romania as well, but they just weren't sure where to go. They didn't figure it out in time. They actually take a bunch of damage from the Alamo to their left, then they're too close to the compound on the right. They don't have a free pathing here, but they weren't sure where to go. They didn't make the decision in time, and it cost them dearly. Now, what can Ukraine do with this? They've heard all these shots in front of them. They should know that there's a Chilean member in the dip. That could be something that they clear out first. That could be a kill point that they get themselves before they play the rest of this game from here. Because yes, they're in a rush to get somewhere maybe, but they have enough time to at least clear what's in front of them and get those points in the bag before they go into uncharted waters.
Absolutely. Mongolia are now the next team that is trying to find any kind of safe haven, but so many teams still have to do the exact same. You can see in the distance, more players rotating in. That's Morocco. We've been missing Morocco immensely as well. African Esports Championship, these guys have performed in some of these rounds. More than just performed, they've been destroying lobbies. In this one, they really haven't, unfortunately. That's Hope going really aggressive. Chapo gets taken down, but not by who you thought that might be. Not by Chapo, but by Senka instead, who pulled up right behind him. That might just be a little bit too aggressive on Hope's side, and he's going to have to pay for that.
He will pay. Mongolia have to reconsider their options now. They've not had the lower ground. It is Morocco who controls that. They're not in the circle, but giving up a member here and potentially giving up a knock here, this is enough. Wow. Myanmar from the distance pressures him off the rock. That's the second knock. Morocco knows this as well. Morocco knows there is an opening here. The numbers weren't in their favor to start with, but they've equalized this nicely, and they should be able to do something with this. The pull-up for Ukraine is in full effect, but it's two knocks. It's costly. Do the Saudi players react in time? It's looking like it. Maybe time for a first aid for Old Boy, but he's got to do so much here. The flush comes on through. The shotgun on the other side. Surely not. Surely, Old Boy, where are you going? He almost makes the connect, but it's Ukraine going out. It's Turkey from the other side. It's just benefiting massively here, Felix.
Yeah, and the thing is, Ukraine didn't get these two flushes, if I saw that correctly. I think they only got the 2 elimination points that they've had up until this point, so nothing else is being gained. Turkey now chimes in. They breach the ridgeline. They take down Hidden, and just like that, another top contender is out of the running in match number 4, ladies and gentlemen. We have Kingdom Saudi Arabia eliminated with 5 points. That is 3 more than Ukraine, though, but is it going to be enough to catch up? Not just yet. That's the answer. And the same exact thing is happening on the northeastern side. A relatively tough circle for plenty of these teams, but it's fair in terms of fighting positions, right? Everyone's kind of got an equal chance. Everyone's also has some kind of ridgeline to play off of. And now the individual duels have to be won, though. That's the big part about this. Yes, you may have a position, but with so many players around you, it doesn't really get any easier. Because the opposing team on either side might just have the exact same. Brazil, he tries to reposition, but it's just not meant to be. Flyby takes him down through the blue zone, and that's another point being picked up by Kyrgyzstan. Another team that's right on the heels of Ukraine. They have some amount of distance, let's be honest, but with this game, they have all the opportunity with only 2 points being scored by Ukraine to close that. Same goes for Turkey.
Big fight ahead of them. Big fight for both these teams. Solkai on the roof. Massive angle for his squad, but it will be the first angle that gets eliminated by the blue zone. And they will have to make the approach. Kyrgyzstan a lot more aggressive right now in the land grab. But remember, Turkey, they came from the north. They still have some space there. They can dodge this if they have to. The question is, does Kyrgyzstan do the same thing? They also have effect on the southeastern side, scouting a massive amount of area for them. So they're not forced to take this fight just yet, but neither of the teams wants to give up the top. Neither of them wants to give up this amount of ground. There's a knock coming in from Solis. That's big, and that's something that Kyrgyzstan will hear as well. That's something they will notice as well. And that could be the signal to go. Mongolia with the pull-up. Shotgun comes out. Second elimination. Suki in this round is a bit of a band-aid on the rough game they've had. But this is the fight to watch. It might never happen. It might not explode. But one opening knock could go a long way.
Yeah, he's trying to hit that nade. That'd be disastrous if he hits that. That would be absolutely absurd. It is about as far as the nade can be thrown. But it's not too unlikely, actually, with the nade. If it rolls down the other side of the hill, just like that, maybe, if something is able to get done with these. But I think that's the third nade that unfortunately isn't going to hit anything in Turkey. They're just plowing right through. I think they're driving through these players. Somehow they still get the opening. Scarface takes one. Effect is there with a trade, but not even on Scarface. Instead, it's on someone completely else. And in fact, he has to defend himself suddenly with lots of Turkish players all around him. I'm not even sure what happened in the end there, but somehow they cleaned this up, and Turkey finds the 10th point, the 10th elimination in match number 4. This is an immense start to this round. The team that was the runner-up to Ukraine coming into this game day, and now they found themselves high ground as well. What a pull-up. This is exactly the way that we expect the Turkish players to come into this tournament. If you have an isolated 4-on-4 fight, doesn't matter if you can get a couple of more placement points, take it as early as you can, because you're bound to win these. Let's be honest, if you're on top of your game and you're a player like Sulke, you're gonna win these as well.
Massive amount of points already garnered, massive position in the circle to continue doing what they're doing as well. Getting themselves the frags, getting themselves now a massive loot infusion there. Kyrgyzstan still had utility, still had meds, still had armor. A lot to be picked up in a fight that shouldn't have been that easy, shouldn't have been that clean for the Turkish squad. The rest of the map been scrapping it out as Myanmar tries to make their way on in. Jordan as well, 6 elims already, Felix. They're holding strong, but the stars of this one, they're shining on the southwest of the circle, and look how much terrain they have for themselves. Look at the zone they're getting.
Wow.
This might be the game to close the gap.
When we're talking about Egypt being rewarded, I think the same thing just happened to Turkey. If that zone isn't a reward of what they've achieved so far up until this point, then I don't know what is. They are bound to pick this round. No one has got a man advantage except Bulgaria on them. But Bulgaria on the other side, if you really take a closer look, they're definitely going to have to fight other players now before we even get into the scenario of Bulgaria against Turkey. I'm saying that, but interestingly enough, someone has found a sightline. I think that was Solkay actually taking down Bandita. He, good for any Bulgarian fan out there. He is supposed to get pressed back up. I don't think anyone can really have a say in otherwise, but still, that's the first sign of life for Turkey.
Yeah, the Yellows will be a big point of conflict here, I believe. There should be teams pulling up below it on the ridge and trying to fight their way on through, but no matter, depending on how these fights go, Jordan might just try and sweep the west or sweep the east. You can already see Ragnarok. He's getting up to the lower ground. He hopes that the yellow houses can't push out. Supra takes a ton of damage from the top. Bulgaria has to be a little careful here, because overstepping just a tiny bit will get you punished, and that's a big nade from Ragnarok. The follow-ups there as well. He realizes there's something to be done about this.
Wow.
And look at that, instantly punished, and just like that, Bulgaria, numbers advantage gone, positional advantage gone. That's the ridge I was talking about, and Jordan has now realized this is a way in for us.
What was that? That is nuts. He didn't have any sideline on that player in there. He doesn't only get the knock, but he gets the flush as well. That's going to hurt for Bulgaria. Unbelievable scenes here with the nades, just straight up anticipation of where these players are going to be inside that compound. And once again, he is being rewarded with that elimination point back into his pocket. To Jordan, still roaming around the ridgeline. Now they've slowed things down. They know that Myanmar is still in their back lines. They have to be careful of not over committing too early on that compound. They have to wait for Myanmar to be pushed out of their position, which they are any moment now, in order to commence that attack that they've just started on Bulgaria. And I think that's, once again, going to happen any second now. Now they are driving in the vehicle. I think that might just give them time to get Clever back up as well.
This is where Myanmar might want to end up, though. This is where they got the knock, right? They would love to get into this fight. The question is, how much space is Turkey giving them? on the southern side. Myanmar happy to survive for now, happy to not be making any moves. And so is Jordan. They are mighty happy about that flush they got onto Bulgaria, because that means they can play this ridgeline so much more comfortably. They can realize that the compound might not be pushing out. There's a solo behind them though, Mongolia. We've seen Suki get the shotgun flush earlier to stay alive in this. Now he's a problem. Now he gets another flush. He stays alive for another second. Can he hit the pro? No, not in time. Jordan deals with it. Clever deals with it. But they have just lost one of their 3 players, and Ragnarok is off on his own mission here. Their presence is severely drawn apart. Turkey closes out their edge. Turkey closes out Ragnarok. This is their game to lose, and they're not giving it up.
It really is. But to be reminded, Bulgaria is still up with a 3-man. So it's, at least in terms of man advantage, this is not Turkey's game just yet. But by the way they're playing, by the way they have these positions and these angles locked down, it surely is. Now Ragnarok is slowly but surely crawling back. Turkey should know this though, which is I think why they're increasing the amount of peaks from the top of the hill, especially since they realize Bulgaria isn't really doing anything against them, and they are solely focusing on Jordan. But so far the flush hasn't come through.
Big push now from Bulgaria. They realize they want to clean this up. They realize if they want to play the game, they need more space. They need to get out of their compound, and they need to not have Jordan around. Clever is dancing. It's not meant to be. 1 point towards Turkey, 1 towards Bulgaria, and now it's almost time. The yellows are getting eliminated out of the zone. Look at the angle that Solus has gotten for himself. Where does Bulgaria even go? What could they even do at this point? The grip is getting tighter and tighter. Bulgaria is getting choked out of this round here, Felix.
Yeah, they have. Now it's all down to just 2 players. Turkey is looking to get one of the biggest rounds here in the Iesf World Esports Championship Finals on match day number 2. What a disastrous push, unfortunately, right into the open from Solkai, and they just have absolutely no chance. 1 by 1, they are being mowed down by Solkai on top of the hill, and no chance for anyone in this round but Turkey. From start to finish, they clean up every single player and do so almost entirely clean.
Clean stuff at the end, especially the hard fight. The game-winning fight was the one against Kyrgyzstan. That was the most tricky one. That gave them all the space they could have ever wanted. And you can say they're proud. They're proud of showing up on the big stage like we expected them to. We wanted them to. We've been waiting. And they've been keeping themselves in the conversation with insane amount of elims. But now they finally take control of a game. They take the win. And 16 elims as well. The desk was talking about 15 elims. Is that going to be passed? There you have it.
Yeah, this is for any Ukrainian fan watching right now. They must have watched this in desperation, because that's the worst case scenario right now happening. Turkey not only getting a win, but a win this big. That's got to sting. You've just watched your team, your country, play essentially almost perfect PUBG Mobile throughout the entirety of this tournament, play extremely consistent PUBG Mobile as well, just to be caught up in essentially 1 round, right, by a team that hasn't really reached late game, at least not top 2 scenario, not top 3, that consistently. Actually, really, they haven't been consistently at all in the top 3.
Yeah.
And that's quite in contrast to what we see at the very top of the leaderboard with Ukraine.
That's the thing you always know, right? When a team is picking up so many frags, you know that at some point things can go right for them. It's just they don't show the consistency in the placements that we've seen, like you said. But when you get a win like this, it makes up for a whole lot of games where you get 5th, 6th, 7th, while Ukraine is sneaking their way into top 2. So big game for them. And one thing that really stood out to me here is we've been talking about how top heavy it is, how the favorites are always in the late games. Myanmar was the only one that made it into the top 4 here, even, right? A lot of the teams we were expected to pop off, a lot of teams that have been so just stuck into the top 4. Brazil there, didn't talk about them. Kyrgyzstan, big fight, lost for them as well, out of the conversation. Ukraine, not in there to begin with. So mega game for Turkey, while everybody else is giving them a chance. It's opening the door.
I'm going to be excited to see the interview now, because I want to see what they have to say about this, and not only leaderboard situation, but about that game especially. It all started with that fight. I want to bring us back to that one fight where we said this is exactly how Turkey plays. They're super aggressive, and we said that way before that fight even happened, we said the difference between Ukraine and Turkey is that Turkey takes fights way earlier, and fights that can sometimes be third party relatively easily. And they were fortunate enough to be on edge, where they were the aggressor the entirety of this game. Ukraine put up on the ridgeline, Saudi Arabia put up on the ridgeline. They were the first ones to party that fight twice in a row. And then afterwards, they realized we only have one team to beat to have not only the best spot in the game, but to also close out this game convincingly. And they did. And they took it so early where I'd say 90% of this lobby would not have gone there this early.
Yeah, a lot of teams would have realized, hey, this fight isn't easy. These guys aren't giving us an opening. They're nading us all over the place. They're still 4 up. This is not a fight that we can just roll over. And Turkey just says, well, we will roll over. We'll fly over there and close it out. Similar things, Bulgaria realizing at the end, we have to start pushing. We have to clear out Jordan. Gets them 2 more points that could have just been falling into the pocket of Jordan. So love to see that from them.
Exactly. Talking about Bulgaria, we have one of the players up on the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at that quick interview.
Thank you very much for that, guys. Ben Detta, thank you for joining me up here on the stage. I need to ask you, you went from having quit playing competitively, no longer competing in esports titles, but now you're back for the WEC. Why is that? Was it because you wanted to represent, you know, have some national pride?
Yeah, because I love my country and I want to represent him this tournament, and we go to boring to the top 1, and that's why I little stop, not more.
Well, you had a pretty convincing performance, finishing second in that matchup. Before you started off your match that you just played now, you were in 15th place. How have you been able to keep up that momentum to make sure you're doing better than you have?
We have bad moments in spot, but for now we are working for this, and now we find another spot, and we go to play another games from another sports, because there where we looting, it's bad loot, and we don't have nothing. That's all.
Is there anything you want to say to anybody that is cheering you on, or anybody that's your competition?
I love all fans. Thank you for all.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to throw it back over to our analyst. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Veracity. And we're back. We have wrapped up game number 4, and things are heating up. It is getting spicy with the second day of WEC PUBG Mobile, because we came into this game with Ukraine having a 20-point lead, and Turkey just strikes right back, getting themselves their first chicken dinner, and also setting another record in terms of eliminations for this tournament. And I'm pretty sure they stole first place away from Ukraine. So now the competition's getting spicier and spicier, DK.
I mean, earlier today I did say that we are going to be looking at a vastly different overall standings when we get to the end of the day, right? And the teams are keeping true to that, right? They continuously keep on changing where they go, who's the next one to step up. And we've seen some new rising stars in comparison to what we had happen in yesterday's matches. So already right out of the gates, the team's really getting right down to business. I mean, we didn't even have to wait long until we saw quite a bit of the heat really coming out on the battlefield.
Yeah, for a second I was looking at the health bars of what are the players are. I didn't see any, but this push here from the side of Ukraine on Saudi Arabia, that jump shot here was absolutely ridiculous, but Fahidan was able to kind of react to it in the best way possible, take out Ukraine, and then there was the push that we wanted to talk about. Neptura, I want to get your opinion. The push from Turkey onto Kyrgyzstan. I felt like Kyrgyzstan were in a position to take the win in that fight, but Turkey was just better in that moment.
Yeah, they were. They had complete control over what was going on there.
No bell, it's fine.
No bell? Okay, we're good. Oh, sorry, Solus. Thank you. I don't want to do the bell right now. I'm in the middle of analysis here. Yeah, they did a really good job there. Kyrgyzstan, the thing is in that area, there's so many teams around there. Everybody was fighting for that position, right? So it is difficult to really keep track of what's going on, and so Turkey were just able to take full advantage of that.
Yeah, and we can see that from their numbers. Solkai, Soulless, I mean, almost every single one of them has been able to perform in this game. 16 eliminations with that chicken there. That is 26 extremely valuable points in our 4th game. And we're starting to see the teams that have a lot of experience over the years of participating in PUBG Mobile tournaments. These guys representing Turkey and Fireflux as an organization. When we talk about other teams such as Ukraine with Old Boy, with Havlik, every single one of them have played for so many teams, and they've been together for a long time. And that experience, I feel, DK, is being shown very in the best way possible here for these teams.
I mean, the comms are clear, right? Even just looking at the way that Turkey moved from that western side, utilizing the elevation coming off of Potato Hill, going down low. I mean, they just played the heck out of that zone, and things just look absolutely phenomenal for them. So I'm curious to see just how the teams that are not necessarily fully formed squads, how they're going to be able to compete against these formed teams, right, representing their different countries.
And that's the thing. I think we can use the likes of even Egypt as an example. The team has been playing together since June. I've been speaking to some of the staff from the team that are here supporting them, and they've been telling me like they've been practicing day in, day out. But I compare that practice to just the pure synergy and the experience that other rosters have. How does one kind of counter that, do you think, Natsura? Like, what would players be able to do outside of just constantly practicing?
Yeah.
How do you make up for the experience?
Make up for the experience by thinking outside the box.
Okay.
So if you know the teams and you've done your analysis and you've done your VOD review and all of that, you can figure out little things that they do. You learn the teams around you, how experienced they are, and kind of go, okay, well, they do this. They're super experienced when they play X, Y, Z. So what about we do ABC instead? And do that and try and surprise them, something like that. Try and think outside the box that they might not be expecting, and then go from there. And then that way you gain your own experience at the same time. So yeah, you really do have to try and figure out what they're not looking for.
Well, let's see if the likes of Egypt and all the other rosters who may not have the same level of experience as some of the other teams here have, but they still have an opportunity. We are just past, I want to say, the halfway point of the tournament at this point. But looking at the scoreboard for that last match, 26 points like we mentioned. Jordan, though, coming out with 13, very important. Myanmar, again, their consistency is ridiculous for Myanmar. These guys are absolutely on fire today. Top 4 in every single one of their games. They had a chicken dinner in game 1, and I want to see the impact of that when we're looking at the overall leaderboard. Turkey should be first, but I want to look at Myanmar's positioning there, DK.
But I mean, you mentioned Myanmar being 4th place right now, but we've also seen them, as you've mentioned, hold that for 4 games. Right, still holding a very steady flow, and consistency is really being key here for them. As you can see them securing that 8th position, right? 89 points on board. But of course, look at the eliminations there, right? Eliminations not as top heavy as we see with the 2 teams situated above. But if you look at the placement points, this is where that consistency pays off, right? Securing those points. So you're not necessarily superly aggressive, but you're able to navigate and find yourself into those late few stages. And I think that's what's kind of currently separating the leaderboard quite a bit, is the left from the right side of the page, right? Is left side really good with finding those placement points alongside eliminations. Right side, we want to see a little bit more of that, then also starting to trickle in.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the stat. I want to say the 82 elims for Turkey, like, and with 10 games being done, you're talking about an average of what? Basically 8 kills or 8 eliminations rather per game. That is an insane statistic for a team to have consistently throughout the past 10 games that we've had so far. And I want to see if they're going to be able to do that, because their eliminations are basically more than double what they got placement point wise. And that's the thing that we kind of noticed in PMGC last year.
I was just about to say,
it's very elimination heavy. So is this going to be another situation where just eliminations are king?
It could be. It could be, because you are seeing time and time again, these teams are struggling to get placement. You see a lot of teams go out very early on, 4 or 5 eliminations, something like that. Some of them even as much as 7 eliminations. Yesterday, one of the teams did that, and they were like 14th and 7 eliminations. So it does seem to be playing out that way, whether that's the strategy these teams are going for or whether it's just how the cookie crumbles. You know, it's one of those things I don't really know, but either way, it does seem to be doing well. I want a cookie now. Great. Where'd it go?
I will try to find that cookie before my casters try to steal it. Anyways, we are going to be jumping into game number 5 within a few short moments. So, of course, I started with DK last time, so I'm going to start with DK again. Predictions. Oh, I baited her so bad. Give me a prediction for next game. You've been on point. You've been getting teams in the top 3. I'm not going to ask for like who's going to win, but one of the teams that's going to end up in top 3 or top 5, DK.
Top 3 or top 5. All right, so this is based on nothing other than just picking. So a very, very, like, you know, well thought out approach coming into this. One team I'd like to see, Indonesia today.
And you know what? That has been. It's been a surprise not seeing Indonesia perform as well as honestly I thought they would perform. And honestly, I'm surprised by Turkey's performance in the tournament. But Indonesia, what do you think is going wrong with them, DK?
I don't know. I mean, we did see a great start to the action, game 1, and then it's like, I I don't know, they got lost or something.
Yeah.
Right?
They have to find themselves again.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the heat maybe, or I don't know what it could be, but...
I don't know, it's pretty cool in the studio.
No,
and
but
everything,
you never know. Like, it could
I'm
be
wearing a
many
blazer just for that reason.
Yeah, who knows? It could be so many different things, so I don't know. I just want to see them look to be as comfortable as they were looking in match number 1. I want to see that I want to see that same Indo team.
Okay. What about you, Neptura? Who do you think? Give me a team for like top 3, top 5, and.
We're going into Miramar, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
No. Yes.
I think so.
Yes. Let's give number 5. So Miramar. Yes.
Egypt.
Yeah. Egypt.
Yeah,
Okay.
They did well in Miramar last time. Bring it back.
I do want to see them bring it back. Honestly, I do want to see, like, especially, I want to see the difference in their reaction after the chicken dinner in Game 6 yesterday and in Game 2 today. Like yesterday, even though they got the chicken dinner, you can still see.
Yeah.
But after they got it in today's games, they were smiling, they were interacting with the cameras.
They're
It's
feeling
like,
good.
yeah, they brought life back into the team.
Yeah.
And I definitely want to see that. For me personally, like, I think I'm going to agree with you. Like Indonesia needs to step up their game, especially with the last 2 games here, if they want to have a chance at getting to top 5 by the end of the tournament.
Yeah.
But you were talking about, you were referencing PMGC, the aggression-heavy performances, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But one thing I want to remind you of is that everyone in the lobby has very similar elimination counts.
True.
Right, so it's going to come down to placement.
Yeah.
Placement-heavy performances, not
No.
elimination.
I
Because they're
disagree.
already aggressive.
Give us more fights. I want more fights. I want more skirmishes. I want more action from the very first moment. So, without further ado, here we go. Miramar awaits, and our casters are ready. Kovo, Alex, take it away, boys.
We're taking it away, but you don't have to worry. We're not taking your cookie. That is absolute slander coming in from the side of our analyst desk. They're getting desperate, and we are getting interested for Miramar. I'm saying Miramar, Myanmar. That's what I'm expecting. All right, they've been fragging today, and this is a map that you can frag on even more because there's so much terrain to play with. Not as tactical as Erangel. A map that they could just roll away with it.
Yeah, you've been waiting for Miramar this entire day. I could tell.
It's been in my head.
You've been
What
waiting
can
for
I say?
Myanmar on Miramar, essentially.
Exactly.
To make that point. God, I feel like DK at this point. I feel like DK.
Yeah.
Anyways, they've been saying their predictions. I know we could not be any more right in general because we've said Turkey and Ukraine are going to take the top 2 spots. But at least for this match, any specific predictions going into match number 5 for the first time as well today, Miramar.
I'm done with predictions, all right? This is not about us, this is about the players. And this is finally a plane that everybody can almost get to their loot spot with here. Even if you want to go to Los Leones, a car on that Picard Road might do the trick for you. But we have a few teams that we do need to see come back here. Brazil has had a very slow day. Brazil has fallen off. Another prediction we were right about, actually, interestingly enough. It's almost like we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, crazy,
and
right? I mean,
one prediction I was wrong about is Kyrgyzstan having a quiet day. Getting folded in that fight by Turkey cost them a ton of points in that last game. But overall, they've fallen away a bit from the top. Or maybe it's better to say the top's been running away with things. Crazy performances coming out. Turkey for the first time ever passing Ukraine here. Not something we would have expected when we looked at that scoreboard coming into the day.
yeah, definitely not something that we expected. Maybe we weren't expecting it as much. Maybe we just wanted it to be true. Because Kyrgyzstan yesterday in the chat has been phenomenal. At some point, literally, I think 1,000 Kyrgyzstan fans in the chat, I'm not over-exaggerating, spamming their flag and just being proud of the performance that these guys have put up. Unfortunately, today they haven't really been rewarded, but we have 2 more matches in which things could very heavily change. This is a massive circle. Almost no one currently inside the safe zone in Phase 1. It's going to be a long road for anyone making their way into it. Saudi Arabia on the northern side is one of the few lucky ones that might just adapt to this new phase that we've just witnessed. First potential frag, though, is coming in between Chile and Indonesia. And yeah, it looks like Simple is here to support his teammate. He's already in the compound. He's already being pushed. Elite, one of the biggest fraggers for that country, has already been taken now. This is a good jumping shot from Simple, but it's not enough to take down Randy on the other side.
Not enough, and he's got a name with his nade on him. Jesus. Dodges away just in time, but now trying to help desperately. Trying to help his teammate. Has put himself in the next 4v1. A little bit too disjointed for Chile to start off the game here. And we'll see what happens with that. Nice little angle already collected for Indonesia. The desk was talking about them, hoping they would wake up, hoping they would come back into it. And they've gotten a really good opening here. The question is, how do they turn this into an aggressive push? Because they don't want to waste too much time here. They would love to take advantage of this massive circle they've been given. But so far, it's more just raiding around and hoping that Simple makes a mistake.
He's all on his lonesome here in this compound. Reinforcement have just now arrived. That doesn't make it any easier. Still man disadvantage. With the 3 Indonesian players, make that 4 any second now that you can see Excel in the distance is making his way towards it too. The good thing about this is they have the shotguns, but they have absolutely nothing in terms of medical equipment. A couple of bandages being traded back and forth, that's all they have and maybe all they need. We're gonna have to see and find out in a couple of minutes at the very latest.
I hate this.
So we skip on back to Jordan, and that's another fight that we've seen plenty and plenty of times happening in phase 1. It's still the El Pozo contest. And yeah, you hate this because it could be avoided as well, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the hot drop, and I'm not sure about what Indonesia is doing with this. They had the 4v1, they took it, they won it. They had another 4v1 in their compound, but instead of taking it, they've given so much time to Chile to group back up and make this a 3 versus 4 in which they have now lost a member in. It's a disaster. When you look at the position they were given, the outcomes that they are now being presented with, they might just lose this still, but Indonesia clean it up in the end. Lost a member for it though, and have taken way more time than they maybe could have. We've seen the map before. That map was wide open for the taking. That chance is now gone. Bulgaria, on the other hand, making the push in the warehouse. The shotgun's not connecting at all. Ragnarok has to hit the reload, but he's still jumping down. Doesn't quite know where their position is. Comes around the corner. And it's good cleanup from him. Nice little double. 1-2, thank you. Bulgaria are looking very much like the short end of the stick right now.
Yeah. I think there was this one scenario where they did win the contest, but I think apart from that one round, I think it was the very first one initially. I mean, actually, never mind me, I think it was the second round yesterday. The second Miramar round yesterday. They won the hot drop. Apart from that, everything has been going the way of Jordan. And they still want to contest this time and time again. And in a best of 18 final, but every single placement matters, not only in terms of prize pool. I mean, the first one essentially takes $40,000 US. That means from the $130,000 US, the majority is still up for grabs, right? That's not to be underestimated how much money that is.
Yeah.
Especially if you calculate down to per person. So it's so much money still on the line, and you kind of throwing away rounds essentially against someone that, let's be real, is more experienced than you in the very early stage, in phase 1, in exactly the same positions over and over again. That just, yeah, at some point doesn't really make sense anymore. But I respect that commitment. I respect their aggression. They just don't know. They don't want to turn this down, right? They're too committed at this point. And once again, I can also understand that and respect it at the same time.
Yeah, I respect the commitment, but we have to look back at the last game, for example, as well, or the game before this, where we saw the France hot drop in Severny. And yes, they win it, but they get 4 points out of that game because they have no chance of ever making it into the circle and playing the late game. So these hot drops, they're just not beneficial to either of the two teams. And that puts you in that really weird situation where you don't want to leave because you're just giving it up to the other team. But if you stay, you're both losing. And that's just the scenario playing out right now with the circle so far east. Tons of space for everyone to grab. But you're not even in that game. You're not even in that land grab because you are battling it out. Shotgun versus SMG. Very far away from the circle in the middle of El Pozo.
Myanmar. They have been way closer to the circle today than they have been yesterday. I feel like that's one of the big changes that they've made. They seem to play way more centralized PUBG Mobile than they have yesterday. And going into this day, we said that's exactly what they needed to fix. Apparently they have. Game number 1 especially, or game number 2 actually, never mind me. Excuses on Sanhok. But first game of Erangel, the first thing that we noticed was, wait, Myanmar is deep center. They have re-centered first 2 phases. That's something that we have not seen yesterday as much. And that definitely tells you that's something they wanted to focus on today, and it works out perfectly, right? Myanmar overtaking Brazil, who's got 2 chicken dinners, and had these in the very first 2 games as well. So they started off with massive amounts of confidence as well. They've still been caught out by Myanmar, so definitely hasn't been on my cards either. Myanmar was not a team that I was going to watch in terms of the favorites.
Yeah. Definitely not, but they have proven that they deserve our attention. And we went from that hot drop conversation into Myanmar, and I want to remind you that yesterday we've had Myanmar hot dropping in San Martin as well, right? And they have been winning those hot drops. But they have still decided it's not worth our time. We'd rather be in a good circle position. We'd rather be trying to have a chance of rotating early, of getting our spots, than fight for San Martin, which is a spot we don't really care that much about. So I loved it. And I love that they, even from a winning hot drop, fall away and realize maybe we can actually do something here. Maybe we can get something absolutely big. You're looking at this as well. And you're looking at the Pubg mobile nations that they are beating right now in their third place. They can be proud of themselves already with what they've achieved, but they can do even more here. They can do even bigger things. They are really just in reach of the championship.
Yeah, you've got Kyrgyzstan below you. Essentially, you've got a team like Saudi Arabia, a country like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Look, that's crazy to me as well. Both these teams do need to step it up just a tiny bit if they want to continue to have a chance. We're way past the half, not way past, that's too much, but we're past the half-line mark now. And with just 6 more games tomorrow, the point in time has come now to make that change happen in playstyle, in points being gathered. They need a big round, 2 more chances, at least for today. Let's see if they make it work. Turkey, in the meanwhile, has found themselves at home, very close to the crater field. A pretty good position at that as well. They have also done absolutely nothing else than they have yesterday, to be honest. I was about to think, well, maybe they've played a little bit more centralized. We wanted to see that. No, they haven't. But we also said that that playstyle can be very rewarding. It's a high risk, it's a high reward playstyle, because if you start collecting points very early, then exactly the thing that we saw rings true. If you do win a round like this, you fight from start to finish and you win it, then you know, have a 25, 30-point round just casually out there. And that's what we just saw. High risk, high reward. And Turkey has been rewarded in that very last game.
They have been. Morocco, France popping off in the kill feed. Both teams bleeding members there very, very quickly. I don't think they even are on the map stream. It looks looking like they're fighting in Azahar right now in the blue. As Myanmar, I think they have lost that member. Yeah, Saudi Arabia setting up in front of them. Taking shots from the mountaintop, cleaning up a member of the competition. They have now tried to make their way on through, and Turkey has said no. Ketched almost nailed them out of the car. Tons of damage done to the vehicle and the player. And Turkey is trying to hold this down for now and not let anyone slip through the cracks.
No catch. Still crawling around close to the crater fields. Is finding himself the headshot on towards Goku. That's nasty. That's legitimately nasty. That's got to be one of the longest shots we've seen so far in the finals. Unfortunately, it won't get a flash on. Instead, who will get a flash is Tree. The player from Shockwave back in France. A very long-standing roster in their respective region. One of the top 2 teams and has been for the last couple of years. Shockwave and obviously Gamelord. The new lineup now is unfortunately fallen apart. It's been 3DMax for some time, but yeah, a very historically known roster in that region as well. Unfortunately, in this tournament so far internationally, they haven't really found the success they wanted, but that's also only due to the fact that Neptura just keeps on predicting her, right?
Exactly.
So they're not even at fault at this point.
No, not their fault at all. Circle does go south though, meaning that they will have an even longer travel coming out of the northern ridges here, trying to make their way into zone. Same is true for Bulgaria. First time breaking into this phase and instantly shifts away again. Few teams set up in the Impala area. They will have to fight their way on through when they come out of it. Not an easy one to leave when you're sharing it with so many teams. As we see Myanmar, not in a position of power, not in a position to be taking fight, a position to be taking fights here, but that is Romania getting knocked, and that might be the go signal for them. You can see they're already getting interested, but they have Overlada here trying to make sure that that aggression, that push does never come out. He's the anchor point for Romania, as they should be getting the res on through in this standoff might just continue for another few minutes.
Very interesting that so many teams are committing to Impala that early. I mean, I understand it's a great city to have an entry in, because these types of circles, they have multiple types of endings, right? You can enter into the open field and then you can play out of it, but you sometimes have messy fights. But if you shift towards the east or the south, you have most of the times kind of an advantage on everyone else in terms of survivability. So I can understand why Impala is such an important entry for so many teams. But yeah, this time around, it's 3 teams that, depending on how many more are rotating in, might just be the mark on if you can get clean fights or not, isolated fights at that. I think any more than that, and it might get a little bit too messy.
I really like where Ukraine set up in Impala. They've got that southern brick that overlooks a ton of the area, and that's really the most power position you can get in Impala, right? Because the way that the circle is shaped here, it's very unlikely to finish anywhere east of them where Mongolia is playing from. Also a good position because of the high ground, but in Impala, this is the best spot you can have. While a team like Romania is pretty much just sitting it out and hoping that somebody around them gives an opportunity.
Look at it! Look at how much space Brazil has here, and I love this right now. Keep the map open as much as you can. That's a curse right there. But yeah, look at how much space Brazil has on that southern side. They have no one in front of them, and they have no one in their backs, and they know this. This is the important part. They know that no one else towards the west, east, or south of that position up down there. So everything they have going on from here, no matter where the circle shifts, they'll have a pretty straightforward path in, and they have pretty isolated fights to that, because no one's playing that high ground position towards the fast eastern hillside just on top of Impala. So a great position for Brazil. What I see now, never mind me, I think Mongolia has just...
there.
But they weren't on top of the hills, I think, a minute ago. I'm not so sure if
they've been around the area, but it doesn't change the fact that Brazil has a ton of space here and a ton of options no matter where the circle go. They've pulled it together a little bit for this phase shift, but they can still go a ton of places. Now Pakistan find the opening, instantly confirm it onto Jordan, and it's looking like they want to clean this up as well. It's looking like they want to take the time to clear up this compound. They've got to be careful about third-partying shots from the other Jordan members. Clever is dancing again, but it's not meant to be. They're a little bit too far apart here, Jordan. They've already made the move into the circle. You can see Ragnarok on the map here. He's playing a haystack further in, but he's not able to help his teammate at all. Neither is Lyth in the distance, and they do pay for it, and they do get punished quite instantly.
His dance moves indeed have ended. The music has gone out. His magic has left him, unfortunately for this round at least. Match number 5 is not going to be his, as that fight is concluded. Miramar now for the first time are meeting Ukraine on the other side. This is a good first shot. It's going to delay them. I don't think it's going to be a fight, but it's going to delay them massively on that rotation to come.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm asking myself, what are they really going to rotate to? I mean, there's a couple of positions towards the western side of Impala, right out in the open. There's these big water tanks as well that you could potentially play, like the ridgeline behind it. But so many sight lines. Like, do you really get there? And Ukraine has no one else to watch than them at the moment. There's no one else for them to really shoot at. So as soon as they drive, they're going to be shot at by 4 players, essentially.
Big knock, though, coming in. Old boy knocked by Turkey means that this is actually a lot of time committed for Ukraine as well. And that buys them a bit of a window of opportunity here, Miramar. They might have seen this in the kill feed. Even if they haven't, they have decided for the res, and this costs them quite a lot of time here. Ukraine, 2 first aids have to come through, 1 res has to come through, and a reposition was in order. So a bit of an opening, bit of an opportunity, but Romania is there as well. They don't want to let them leave, and it's good shots from Arabu out the window. Hard position for Miramar. They're not finding their fight. They're not finding their footing in this to actually start playing out to their strengths. They're just getting peppered out of cars right now.
Indeed. Pubg up on the hillside. Looking down towards France, who was the last team to really rotate on through. They tried to find a deep eastern entry, but Mongolia over-rotated them. They were earlier there than unfortunately their rotation. And thus they are bullied out towards the southern side of things once more. That might be a good option. Depends on how early Brazil is really going to spot that. Also really depends on how Brazil is playing this at the moment. Because sooner or later they will have to start fighting others on that southern part as well. Yes, they've gotten the southern shift, but they really want to set themselves up. They need to cross the street at some point.
Yeah, they'll do so as late as possible. They'll try to exert their power that they have right now for as long as possible, and this is the situations we've seen them shine in as well, right? When they don't have to move too far. They've set themselves up very nicely in the early game, And now it comes the time where they should try and reap the benefits. Pakistan, good breach onto the solo. They isolate the Jordan solo. They figure out that this is a single member, and they do make the breach. They do clean that up, and they continue to play their game from here. It's not a massive amount of options that they have. It's not a power position either. They are surviving for now. And with Egypt getting knocked, that could buy them some time here to maybe scout this out from what we call the ends compound. But the circle's about to come in, and that car is looking a little bit open. If that car gets popped, if that car gets destroyed, might get a little bit hard for Pakistan to make their next move here, Felix.
Yeah, he has to be careful of not losing it prematurely. Because as you said, though, like, if you lose a car there and you don't have a car, like, might as well down to the blue zone. Now, you're not going anywhere, 100%. I have to wait and see whether or not anyone has an angle on it. I think he's repositioned the car in the meanwhile. But now, next circle, definitely tough. Egypt, you can see, even them being alive as a four-man on that edge doesn't really give them much because there's just so few spaces, so few positions you can really play. And so they will have to prone and hopefully wait for another zone to shift their way. Not prematurely use their utility. This is crazy, by the way, as well. Havlik, he's in the city. They have had a lot of time to loot, and he's still got absolutely zero medic stuff.
Yeah.
He can't even heal up past 25 HP. And they're now getting into the next fight. This is a good nade coming out from Lawrence. Unfortunately, Sonic is going to be caught on the other side of that door. And he goes down almost immediately. Flush comes to as well, Christian, with another perfectly placed nade. One more to absolutely make sure he goes down. Let no one else touch his crate, but that's not even needed. 3 players now only for Ukraine.
Somebody dropped him a first aid there. Somebody dropped him off. Just a little piece of medication that they so desperately need. Now he gets knocked in the process. Romania will know this as well. So they know they're fighting 2 members right now. They know this might be their chance of clearing out the city. And it's what they would have to do. So far, a good stand by them. So far, good aggression. But it's still a tricky push to make here. Tons of high ground for Old Boy. Tons of different angles he can be peeking. Windows he can lurk behind. Waiting for a mistake. So, yes, this push will have to come on out. But Ukraine is more than ready for it. It's a far nade. Doesn't connect, but might buy them some time to disengage. Maybe they want to reposition on this, but Tulika won't even make it out of the building. The reposition's there for Ukraine. It's not clean, though. And this might just end them up in a similar position with 1 less member to play with. Old Boy's knocked as well. This is a disaster, Felix.
Yeah, Old Boy has been caught on that rotation too. That's such an unfortunate time. And as soon as they start the rotate, Tulika gets a headshot from across the map. And he goes down, and they were already in the transition. So no chance for them to drive back and really make sure to get him back up. That he was gone at this point. Unfortunate timings for Ukraine. Unfortunate that they lost the very first player. Good nades though from Romania. I gotta give credit to them as well. There's another knock coming up towards Turkey from them. Havlik strikes back though. But we see Indonesia drive on through the southern side. Finally, Brazil is having some kind of competition. They've been quiet for way too long. But as soon as one arrives, others arrive as well. You can see France down south too. So not just one team that Brazil has to deal with. No, it's 3 teams in total.
It's a bit of a mess on the southern side. Brazil is trying to stay clean in this. That's their main objective right now. You can see them getting knocks on both sides, but they don't want to overstep. They don't want to overcommit because they know as well there's a team like Egypt lurking on the sides of this. Remember, they were proning in dips before Egypt, but they have decided we want to get aggressive on the south. We don't want to wait this out. Similar things for Saudi Arabia. They were getting third-party knocks on this, and now they've breached on in. Everybody's playing for winning positions here, Felix. Everyone is making big moves, taking risks to set them up for this late game. Not a whole lot of hesitancy to be found.
Really not. Indonesia now eliminated. That's the DBS coming into play once more. Definitely a force to work with in a situation like this. Usually on Miramar, it's being picked up less and less, but obviously, if you commit to a part of that early, you might as well loot for as many buildings as you can to find one. If you haven't had that weapon going into that city. Now it's down to Saudi Arabia to defend it. 4 players still standing, though. They need a big round 2. We said it. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, incredible players. 3 from Power Esports. Arguably one of the best organizations in that region. But as I say that, Spark goes down. And he's being flushed too. Romania is playing this one really, really well. I gotta give credit. This is the first time we've really seen Romania in a situation like this, and so far, I mean, it's gone perfect. They've bullied Ukraine out of it. Saudi Arabia has replaced Ukraine in that position, and they're bullying them out too.
They're showing their teeth right now. They've not been scary so far, but this game they really are. Staying clean. There's a long-range knock though. Again, it's Turkey. With the DMR making things a little bit more tricky for them than they were just a second ago. Saudi Arabia not reacting by the looks of things. Brazil as well. They've kept this clean for a very, very long time here. They've now made the transition into the gas station. I love this. I think this is just, they're thinking on their feet here, making quick moves. They have lost Adrian in the process now, so not as clean as they would have maybe wanted it to be. And they're not giving this up. They're now giving up the gas station, pulling up into Kyrgyzstan where they've smelled some weakness. This is a mega pull-up. This is a crazy fight for them. But if they clean this up, they've suddenly given themselves the position they would have wanted. Felix can 7 do it around the corner. He takes so much damage, but surely a matter of time with no cover to be played with. But there's Kronai. Steals it away, sends Brazil packing. And that was an ambitious push. It was a crazy push, but it doesn't pay out at all.
No, it really doesn't. Hida now has to defend himself as well. DBS on the other side. He's only at the S12K. I'm saying only, but that might even be an advantage depending on how many people are pushing you. But he only hits the first couple of bullets. Pushes around the corner. He gets traded from the staircase, though. He only hits one. The Nawaf is there. But he has to do more than that, and he unfortunately can't. There it is.
1v2.
He is suddenly the last player left standing. He's at least secured 2 flushes, 2 eliminations for them. But what more can he do? DBS in hand, peeks around the corner. He's trying to pre-fire the shots. Lawrence, he gets hit. Somehow he still survives. That's a sliver of HP. How is he still standing? And Awaf, he's left alive for a couple of moments longer. But surely there has to be the ending, right? They're scared of this DBS, Kovo. They're scared, and I can understand why.
They tried to push it on timing. They knew he was low HP as well. They knew they had an opening, but it's so hard with that right peek with the shotgun, right? He shows them instantly that he's ready for it, shows them that he can try and hold them off. Big reset coming on in. Gets a few bandages off, gets his HP back online. And it will be enough to hold them off. Circle has shifted away. So this fight needs to conclude. Nobody wants to run away from this fight and just get shot in the back. So far, it's not looking like anyone's going to attempt that at all. They will try to close out that fight, but pushing a shotgun in the building is just always so scary, Felix.
It really is. And but all these fights have gone and almost concluded, Turkey has slowed down immensely. I'm not sure if it's the fact that their position just doesn't give you as much playing room and push potential, like elimination potential, but this is the first time we haven't really seen Turkey actively go for fights and prioritize position. But I would argue it's only down to the circle. In this, it's just really not that possible, right? So, weird, but also kind of explainable that Turkey hasn't really activated.
Let's be real, you can't just play every game the same way. You have to adapt to what the circles and the zones give you. You have to adapt to what the other teams around you do. So, love to see the switch up. Love to see the adaptability from the Turkish squad here. And you can see they've been dealing damage with these DMRs on long range as well. They've been getting knocks here or there. They've been doing harm to everyone around them. It's just a matter of time till they activate. Now, they have a 4-man to their south that wants to keep them away from playing this game. I believe that's Egypt. They have a bit more time. Shots coming out from Havik. Good shots connecting.
Wow.
Remember, Ukraine, they were reduced earlier, but they cleaned this up. Old boy with the double. It's the old dog with the new tricks. Claps them down. Keeps the city for themselves. Placement points and eliminations for Ukraine.
That's nuts. And Turkey must know that their entire composition is in that city right now. They should have a good idea on where they are. This is the team that, realistically, out of all the teams alive, they should focus on the most. But they're not looking to really catch them just yet. Old boy, as you said, with a big, big double to defend that compound. It was a pre-nade, if I saw that correctly. I think before they even touched the building, he had already cooked his nade. Perfect timing. That just goes to show you how much experience Old boy has. A perfect defense on that sliver of space they have left inside that city. This is a good shift for them. I think they might have a little bit more space inside it, but Havlik gets caught off guard. Sulkai takes him down. And now, at the very latest, they should have a good idea on where the player's player is. Pubg gets spotted out as well, but not before Zoles suddenly engages in a fight against Egypt, so they might have to turn around and defend their eastern side.
But they're getting the knocks, that's the big thing. They are not falling to Egypt. They are the ones doing the damage so far, looking good. There's a knock finally coming into Scarface. That's from range, that's from high ground as well. And that's what's going to tell Old Boy, hey, maybe I can start looking into this now. But he knows he has an extremely hard 1v1 in front of him. Now a second knock comes into Ketched. This is becoming a problem for Turkey. They were looking dominant for a second here. But now they're being reduced to just 2 players up. Look at the discipline, though. Solkai is not letting Old Boy do anything on that northern side. He knows, I want to keep this, and I want to keep this angle. Because if somebody gets across the road or starts making move on us, that's where we could really fall out of this game. Mongolia on the other side, talked about them earlier, they've had some successful fight, they've had a little bit of a comeback. Now they're looking good in this, Felix.
They're looking amazing. They're looking absolutely in point. They haven't had any problem so far cleaning up their edge. Then again, that position towards the eastern side most of the time is the strongest one as well. I've been talking about this. I was surprised to not see them there up on the very top of it at the very beginning where they took this position, but now Suke has definitely taken it. Hope has been the player, though, to have the most impact, at least in terms of elimination. That's another knock going the way of Egypt. Arthur has more and more impact, and suddenly Turkey is pushed towards the edge of the map and has to be careful. Scarface, the strongest fragger so far for Turkey.
They got a
Strikes
cross.
back. But is it going to be enough? Is it really going to be enough? I'm not so sure. Oldboy maybe even has a chance as a top 2 here, Kovo.
Absolutely. I think he can stay in cover longer than Turkey can. And if you look at the high ground angles, right, if you look at the position Mongolia is still going to be playing in this. They've got players down here, up close and personal, but they've got all the high ground in the world. It might just be over, Anakin, for Turkey. Solkai knocked now. They're in the smokes. They're getting battered. They're getting swept apart. Soles wants to run out of this. Nowhere to go. Turkey are down in 3rd. And Oldbury has brought his team into a 2nd place that they probably weren't counting for anyways. He's going to try and make it work now. A bit of damage comes out. A single first aid for him to work with. He knows he needs a knock. He knows he can't wait this out, but his days are over. Suki on the angle. Balya is the one who takes it. And Mongolia comes back.
What a performance! Mongolia strikes through. I mean, it's been a circuit they should have won as well. Honestly, was that game to lose. As soon as circuit was pushed away from that ridgeline on the southern side. But either way, similar to the way Brazil has taken these chicken dinners, absolutely no mistake being made. They knew they were going to win this round, and they played like they did. Crazy stuff. Even crazier is that 1v2 from Oldboy. They kept them in this round and made sure they are close on Turkey. Because at some point, it looked like Turkey was going to run away with their round as well. If they would have done a back-to-back chicken dinner, my goodness, that overall leaderboard would have been very one-sided.
And there's a thing as well where if Oldboy wouldn't have been there, Turkey would have just crossed the road into his buildings, right? Like they would have played this game and potentially have a chance to win it. So big moves coming out. And a big save from Oldboy, but honestly, they're not going to be happy with how this round went. They were in one of the best positions that they got bullied out of by Romania, right? They were in a power spot controlling the area, and they're not happy to fall away from that, lose 2 members in the process, and being happy with the 2nd place. They would have wanted to win that game and at least control it until the very late game.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you come into Impala that early, very often you lose so much control that it's really hard to get back. As soon as you are bullied out of certain buildings and you lose man advantage, it's really, really hard to get back. We know how some of these close-range fights can be.
Yeah.
We've seen it with Saudi Arabia as well, right? Sometimes, you know, someone hits the DBS shot, someone doesn't, and that fight just falls apart.
Yeah.
Just like that. In literally less than a second, that entire fight is turned upside down. So, yeah, I'm really not surprised it happened the way it has. Once again, yes, it gives you placement points. It gives you certain ability of like, you know, you're going to have a spot in the next 3 phases. But the downside is, as we said, it's still Impala. It's still a city. It's still close-range fights.
I'm just surprised as well. We saw that they were so low on gear. They were so low on first aid to Ukraine there for the whole fight, and it really cost them. We saw players close range that couldn't really do anything about the situation at all because they didn't have meds when they were so long in that city. So they must have not found any gear there at all. But we also saw them getting knocked from range multiple times. That costs you a whole lot of first aids. We saw that with Oldboy getting knocked from a DMR from range. And that's stuff that really cost them this game. It's not completely unavoidable, but they might look back at this and say, well, maybe if we were just keeping our heads down a little bit more, we could have dealt with the more important threat. but easy for us to say when we're watching and we see the map feed and we see what everything's going on. I'm surprised or interested to see how the leaderboard looks after this, because I think Turkey still must have gotten away with more points here than Ukraine did.
I think that easily. I think there are lots and lots more eliminations. But also might be wrong, because at the end of the day, Old Boy got 2. I think even before that, I think they took down one of the players from at least that Saudi Arabia skirmish. I think that somewhere around that timing, at least, they found another player. So who knows? Maybe they've actually gathered 4 or 5 eliminations at that point. It might equal itself out with the placement points. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Either way, both these teams, no matter what happens, they're still gonna be the very top.
Yeah.
Like Myanmar hasn't really caught up. Brazil, unfortunately, hasn't really caught up, even though they were in a great spot. They had the opportunity to clean up all those teams around them that were at a man disadvantage as well. Everyone that arrived there, I'm talking France, I'm talking Indonesia, they were all massively disfavored in that fight, and they weren't able to clean up anything, essentially. So
I'm really confused as well. I would love to see what happened for them, because they made a massive rotation into that gas station. I'm like, wow, they've put themselves in between the circle and everybody on the south, and then they turn around and fly into Kyrgyzstan. Exactly. I'm not sure where that came from. I'm not sure what the intention was. Maybe they saw something I don't. It was very hectic, but it felt like they had put themselves out of the situation and they just threw themselves back in it. So unclear for me. I would want to watch that back or maybe talk to them about it. But it's been the trend today for them.
It's been the trend, ladies and gentlemen. We have one more interview for you coming up with one of the Mongolian players, so stay tuned.
Well, thank you guys for the amazing performance as always. Congratulations, I'm here with Pubg and Tuch from the Mongolian team. So, how do you feel first of all?
Гоё мэдрэмж байлаа. Чигэнд бол гоё мэдрэмж байлаа. Тэгээд rotation бол гоё байсан. Тэгээд энэ жоохон лут муутай жоохон kill багтай чигэнд лээ.
Okay, of course, it's an amazing feeling, of course, and it was our first chicken of this tournament, and also our loot equipment gears was very low, but somehow we managed to get the chicken. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. So now one of the things we noticed pretty much at the very end is that you are on higher grounds, right? Was that an advantage for you to win?
High ground дээр авсан. Тэр дээдлийн байрлууд бол chicken тэгэхэд хэр нөлөө үзүүлсэн бэ? Хэр чухал байсан бэ гэж дээгүүр байрал авсан.
High ground бол ер нь бол хамгийн том нөлөө үзүүлсэн. Бид тэрэ loot муутай байсан болохоор жоохон баг киллтэй chicken лээ.
Of course, higher ground is the most crucial part of our chicken, and as he mentioned before, the loot was very low, but we managed to get the chicken, and that's the main reason our point was very low, because loot was
Gotcha. Pretty much makes a lot of sense. But hey, you won. Before you leave, can you teach us like a really cool word in your language that we should really learn and use?
За яг манай хэлдэг сурч байгаа cool үг юу вэ? Яг бусдад зааж өгмөр үг юу вэ?
За хизээж бити бууж өглөө гэж хэлээ. Монголчууд бол хизээж бууж өгдөг, үргэлж эргэн ирдэг. Эргэн ирж чаддаг.
Okay, he says that хизээж бити бууж өг. That means never give up. And the Mongolians always comes back, always bounces back, and we will show that we can bounce back, he says. Yeah.
Can you say it again so I will try to say it?
Yeah. Хизээж битгий бууж өг.
I would need more time actually. But congratulations, and guys, back to you. Let's go.
Yeah, not gonna lie, but even I was trying to catch that one. I was trying to, we're gonna need a couple more takes of that one. But Mongolia, they are always capable of bouncing back, and that's exactly what they did with their first chicken dinner in our 5th game for today. Finally, we're seeing the Mongolians show up on the stage here, and this is something that we kind of mentioned before multiple times. It's like Mongolia is known as one of the strongest countries and representatives when it comes to PUBG Mobile, specifically last year, and we want to see that one more time here, and that's exactly what we got. But I want to say the most important thing in that last game is the fight for first place is still on. Turkey and Ukraine going neck and neck, and I think they got the same amount of points, if I'm not mistaken, DK.
It was very close.
Yeah.
Very, very close to the amount of eliminations both sides were able to secure. So it's going to come down to the the line to see exactly where that is. I almost said it's going to come down to the weather. Not quite sure why that would be a factor, but whatever.
Weather in Miramar is always going to be sunny, just so you know. Like 24/7, 365.
That's good.
So yeah, I got you there.
So whether or not you want to, it's going to be the same. All right, so
the man never ceases to amaze us.
Yeah.
I mean, but so we'll take a look at that, of course, once we get closer to the overall standings and the match rankings and all of that to see exactly what that is. But I gotta say, what an interesting performance this was, right? I mean, Mongolia really capitalizing, as they've mentioned, utilizing that high ground.
Yep.
Using that ridge. And the moment that we saw Turkey starting to move up, you saw, so many pushes coming in. They were just clearing it out. And, I mean, talk about clearing it out. Look at the stats here. We've got that lovely ding, ding, ding coming in for Hope with 1102 damage being secured.
Heck yeah.
With 5 eliminations to accompany that.
First time that you didn't ring the bell,
I know.
Neptura. How do you feel?
It's
do you feel
fine.
betrayed?
It's all
Stabbed
good.
in the back a little bit?
No, it's all good. He did a good job. It's fine.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of damage for Hope and for the Mongolian lineup. Important points to help them out here with those 8 eliminations. But when it comes down to the overall ranking, they're going to need to get another one, I want to say, by the end of today to make things easier for themselves in the third and final day. Depends on what their goal is going to be at this point. They are a little bit far down the overall leaderboard, so I want to see a little bit more from them. But like we mentioned before, Ukraine and Turkey neck and neck. But
Yeah.
another team that kind of, I want to say, disappeared for a while. Brazil.
Yeah.
What's going on there, Neptura?
It's hard to say. They came out with a bang, with a boom, the first 2 games, day 1, fine.
And then
good.
that's just like radio silence.
And then nothing else. Nothing. It's very strange. Today they've been very quiet. I don't know if they've been trying to go, okay, we're going to take a back step here and just really go for some consistency. But it doesn't seem to be working because instead of consistency, what we're getting is zeros. They're getting a bunch of things that aren't good.
Yeah.
Not good.
It's definitely not going to help them out. And I guess now we're kind of seeing the chinks in their armor in terms of not having a IGL.
Yes.
And my analysts, you guys just want to ring the bell, don't you? I mean, it's too... Okay, go on.
Okay.
Go on.
Ding, ding, ding!
There you go. Happy with that?
Yes.
I think DK was trying to like get in there and steal it real quick.
Nah,
but
not
like,
this time.
no, okay, so now you get 1 each, okay? That way, it's even. I don't want to give one more than the other, But yeah, going back to it. Whoa, hold on.
Oh,
I think
goodness.
this has been the spiciest element damage graph that we've seen so far. Okay. Congratulations. Yes, they're there. You can see them. But I mean, look, if we're being honest, France hasn't had the best of performances so far throughout every single game. Like, yes, they do come out with a couple of eliminations in the sometimes in a few of the games, and then it's just disappearing off the face of the earth. So
yeah, it's something that is kind of like very telling. It's like, okay, when they're a good team, when it works out for them. From that, it's almost like they need to work on their adaptability. They need to strengthen some of their strategies. But overall, when the everything lines up for them, it's good. They're a good team. So it's not completely hopeless for them.
Yeah.
There is something to be said for them there.
And I want to see a lot more. There has to be so much more. So I want to
They've
see.
got to have more, right?
At this point, like, let's be honest, it is going to be impossible for them to get anywhere near top 5. So I think at this point, it's just try and work on getting the best result possible. And now, loving the drum roll DK has given us, and it is still Turkey in the lead. Now, I mean, look, at this point, it is definitely a 2-horse race. 4 points separate first from second. Myanmar needs to have an outstanding Game 6, along with Turkey and Ukraine having a bad game to get a little bit closer, because now we're getting to the 30+ point difference.
Yeah.
So it makes it difficult for anyone to kind of fight for top 2. But you can see, still see it, like third is very much up for grabs between Myanmar, Brazil, and Saudi Arabia there, DK.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely pretty close between Saudi and the teams just above that. But also look at Egypt, right? Egypt sitting there with 2 winner chicken dinners. Yeah. Right? But, okay, that's where we're going to be looking towards aggression a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
Only 47 eliminations, looking at the 50+ that we have above that. So once we see Egypt also dialing in a little bit more with the aggression, then we'll see those scores really start to even out a lot more. But it's getting close.
See, here's the thing. When it comes to Egypt, they have 74 points. They had 4 points up until Game 5 of yesterday. So if you want to count it, so far 6 games. Game 6 yesterday and the 5 games that we've had today, 70 points. An average of 12 points per game for Egypt. So incredible performance. Like, we have to give them a shout out on that one. It was a slow start for them, but they are getting there, and they do have the ability to maybe they can get a chicken dinner by the end of this one. Because you said it yourself, Naptura, Miramar is their map. They have been having great performances on it. They ended day one with a chicken dinner. Do you think they can have, maybe not a chicken dinner, but like another good performance in game number 6?
Yeah, absolutely. They should be able to. They saw it yesterday, as you said. Today, they've had a better day than yesterday for sure. So I think, yeah, it's absolutely possible for them to have a really good end of day.
Well, let's wait and see. DK, Naptura, game number 6 is going to be underway very, very shortly. So let's head on over to our casters, Falix and Kovo. Take it away. Let's wrap up day number 2.
Thank you so much, Sandstone, for that amazing introduction. It is the last game. We've crossed that halfway mark. It is only 6 more games tomorrow, so each and every single game is going to count massively on that decision who's going to take that World Esports Championship title. Kovo, walk me through it. What are you expecting? Because we've seen and heard lots of different opinions now on desk, but one thing is for certain, I think we all agree. The favorites today, the top 2, they're not going anywhere.
No, they aren't going anywhere. They could stay at the top with a 0-point game here in game number 6. The problem is who's closing the gap and who's putting themselves in a good spot to be racing it tomorrow, because we are talking a lot about the top 2, right?
Yeah.
There's a 3rd place is also a whole lot better than a 7th place right now, right? So
it really is.
Everybody is still fighting for position. Everybody is still fighting for a few points, and closing out the day with a good game isn't only good on the scoreboard, it's really good for the mental too. You hate to play a good day and then just end up with a 0-pointer at the end and realizing there's so much more potential there. There was so much more we could have done. So big last game coming up. One more Miramar, and I can't wait.
I can't wait either. If you ask me, actually I'm going to put you on the spot first. Both of our predictions have been Turkey and Ukraine.
Yeah. You keep talking about that.
Yes, I keep talking about that. I just gotta, pat myself on the shoulder once more. But they're so close to each other. Who do you think is going to take it after this day? Because yesterday it was Ukraine, and it was quite a big difference, right? It was like 15 or more points.
They were way ahead yesterday.
I think it was 13 points only at this.
15.
15, okay.
I think so.
It was exactly 15 points. But who do you think after this day?
Well, the momentum is in the favor of Turkey. That's true to be said and easy to be said. If I have to make a prediction, if you're forcing me to wake on, I'm saying Turkey today, and I'm saying Ukraine tomorrow.
Okay, so you've already given me your prediction for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the last game of game day number 2. Once again, we're here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, for the World Esports Championship hosted by the World Esports Federation, Iesf. And it couldn't get any closer than this towards the top. Everything that we expected from this final has come true so far. We've seen the favorites at the very top. We've seen some disappointments inside the favorites, but we've also seen some incredible journeys back to the top. Turkey has been one of them, consistently playing throughout that first day, at least in terms of elimination, and now picking themselves up in terms of placement points as well.
They've been doing this in the past as well. They've been doing this in the qualifier as well. Different teams, same country. Slow start to the tournament and then just consistently fragging their way to the top. Now, taking a ton of space around that Minas area. You see how far Kitch is to off to the south there. Making sure that they have every bit of information and vehicle cover and everything they want in this early game. Good idea of where Chile is playing. They know already that Egypt is looting Pachinki Picado. That's not news to them. But they now have an anchor point in this circle, and they have a player that will tell them, hey, Chile is trying to make their way towards more the Chumacera area of things, so we should have a lot of space to rotate on in here and find ourselves those positions that allow us to pop off, that allow us to get the frags in the late game.
Circle is popped. Brazil once again. I don't think we've seen many circles so far in phase 1 where Brazil hasn't been inside. It's been the one consistent thing for them. They just haven't been able to really work with it as much today as they have been yesterday. I want to see that change in the last game. I want to see one more contender now close the gap. That's what I'm hoping for this last game. I'm not hoping for Ukraine and Turkey both doing massive points. As much as I love these teams, I mean, there's a reason we picked them. We've been meeting these guys on so many events. Yeah. So many of these players have represented their nation time and time again on the international stage, and they have done so really successfully. That's the part about it as well. There hasn't been a tournament where they have dropped out of the top 5, really, ever. So I want to see these guys. I'm rooting for them. But for the sake of suspense, obviously we gotta root for everyone else catching up. I want to see Kyrgyzstan with a massive, massive win, bringing things back, making it interesting going into tomorrow. because, yeah, they haven't really gone and showed us what they can do so far either.
Yeah.
I mean, they have some of the best fraggers easily in this entire lobby.
Yeah.
In fact, he's a force to be reckoned with,
Yeah.
no matter what. And so far here, yes, it's been working, but it's not working to the extent that I was hoping it to be.
They might just be playing a little bit not loose enough. They might just not be playing as much as they could. And this is one of the things, right? You're in a lobby with some absolute heavy hitters, with some absolute top dogs, but also with some teams that don't really have the same level of experience, the same level of team play that you've been able to achieve. So you got to go a little crazy sometimes. You got to go a little over-aggressive to really maximize your potential. And so far, they haven't done just that. Jordan, another early fight. Ragnarok already up to 130 damage. No knocks just yet, though. Nothing permanent to the side of his team. They want to finish off this fight because Clever is bleeding out on the top and Supra is closing that gap. It's looking a little awkward here, Alex.
It really is. It's an awkward spot to fight it as well. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a hot job in that area. Now Leif spots him out through jumping. That might be one jump too many, but doesn't matter. Leif gets shot down, dropped to the floor by the UMP. That's a great weapon in the early game anyways. And he's going to put it to full use. That's a good entry. Either way, though, they've lost Clever, Bulgaria. Yes, they are still alive as a format, but it's far from over. We know these players. They can still do some damage, and they probably will. I can't see Bulgaria going out of this one cleanly. Yes, the positions really suggest that, but historically, they haven't been able to close out these fights. Especially looking at Opposer, for example, they haven't been able to close out these fights cleanly either, so I'm still worried. And there it goes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Ragnarok opening things up. He's been one of the key fraggers on that representative side. And he starts off here again.
Such a tricky fight for Jordan with that high ground angle, but it's almost looking like they're going to make it easy for them. They're engaging themselves, giving up the cover that they had. They had all the high ground support they could have ever wanted to. Supra is making their way on down. They're trying to catch this off. Ragnarok with the M16 around the corner finds one. They only got the close range player to deal with now. And they might just get away with it. Look at that. Bulgaria not standing under the pressure. Jordan 4 frags for themselves, 2 for Ragnarok. 1 for Light on that long range flank. They'll come away victorious out of this early scramble to keep themselves in the last Miramar of the day.
Medkit comes through, and I don't want to say I called it, but I definitely called it. I said that Bulgaria is not going to get out of this one clean. I wouldn't have expected them to lose everyone and not get a single frag on their own, except for that very first entry, obviously. But yeah, it happened. Leif apparently was the only one that really wasn't able to strike back, and even that almost happened. So, yeah, Jordan coming out of this one, left standing with 3 players, 4 eliminations being picked up. Not really going to change too much on the overall leaderboard unless they put up crazy numbers now in the remaining couple of minutes that we have. But we reminded, they didn't even know they were going to be here. Like, they replaced Bahrain, who unfortunately due to scheduling, you just couldn't make it here. And, I mean, it's a very, very, very good replacement.
Yeah.
There's a reason for them to be here. But they originally thought they lost that qualification process. We were casting it back then, and we thought that maybe it wasn't necessarily an upset because that Bahrain team was nuts. Like, these guys are some of the best players in the world. But then again, so are these, right, in the grand scheme of things. Not to the degree of the Bahrain players back then, but still, these are very experienced players. So I'm not surprised they are performing, but yeah.
I mean, they're literally in 7th place right now. That is something you can hold your head up high. They are chasing Egypt right now. They are tied with Egypt on points at the moment. The team that won the African Esports Championship, a team we had expectations for coming into this one. And they're literally tied on points with them. Like you said, maybe they could do some good things in this last round. Kyrgyzstan team we've talked a lot more about than Jordan. Not doing a whole lot better at the moment. They've gotten themselves an early frag to set themselves up for this game at least.
Vazriel driving down now towards the Mikado area, looking for a northwest entry. I think they will find that as well. Should be a relatively good entry for everyone. I mean, it's a pretty centralized circle. It's a pretty fair circle as well, I gotta say. It's a good last game. I'm excited. It's a good last game. Doesn't favor anyone too heavily. And that's what you want to see. Closing out the day. Making sure that circle is not going to be one of the things that puts you down. It lets you sleep worse than you really have to. Oh, did that 7? Nah, there's no way.
He's getting out of this.
He's
getting out
of this
yeah,
one. But that's go back to driving school 7. Come on.
Just cost him a few seconds. It's all good. It's all under control. What's not under control is the gap they've let the top teams run away with here today. We had an incredibly contested scoreboard yesterday. Now with that last game, Ukraine and Turkey getting into the top 3, both of them. It's almost a 40-point gap, Alex. And somebody has to start closing it, and soon. Because the more games, the more they're going to run away with it. But look at that.
Okay.
That's as far south as it could have gone.
Okay.
Not even the island's not even out of the question at this point. Ukraine is sitting in the crossroads. This could have not been worse for anyone else.
You know what I literally just said like a minute ago? I said this is a very fair circle. I said this is a very fair circle. And we see that shift happening. That's nuts. And I mean, taking apart that whole Los Higos area and that entire southern side, that island side, let's be honest. We know where this is going to end. It's going to end somewhere towards the northern side, somewhere around the Ukraine-Brazil area. It always does. So that's going to heavily favor them now. And I was just about to say that's a fair circle. Right now, yeah, that same cannot be said anymore. I want to see Ukraine now get some kind of opposition, someone contesting that area. Because that's too good of a position to have that much space right now in phase 2 already.
Even if it does go south, even if the craziest thing does happen, Ukraine's still in an absolute power position there. Controlling the bridge from the top side will make it very easy for them to get frags and essentially get a move on later towards that bridge. So beautiful circle for them. They react quickly. They take what's theirs and they group up as well. They don't play this too greedily. I would have hated to see them split in a crazy circle like this. So they're much smarter than that. But we still have almost the entire lobby alive. We've lost a total of 6 players. And you've just seen the circle. You've just seen this phase 2. Where do you even fit them all, Alex?
Yeah, so much water in there. We've really had it with water circles in the grand finals so far. Going back to terrain. It is effect on a little bit of a skirmish there. But his teammate is being supported from the distance. They try to breach out. They try to branch out, excuse me, to gather some more positions towards the eastern side. It would have been really, really important, but they didn't expect Effect to be that close. Luckily, once again, that teammate in the back distance from Chile was there to support him. He bullied Effect back, so nothing really happened. That setup was denied, though, and it's going to matter, especially since Chile is only 3 players strong anyways.
Yeah, it's big. Keeping that space for yourself means a lot for Kyrgyzstan. It means they have nicer angles to be playing on out from. I've just seen one of the Myanmar players die in the blue, so they seem to be getting stuck in a fight that they definitely do not want. Not surprisingly, the circle, they finally get one back onto Morocco, so that's good news. But losing a player so early, and oh, they're getting rotation camped here, I believe. They were so far in the blue, and Morocco is set up next to the road, trying to creep in some kills. This is a disastrous fight. If you're in 3rd place right now, you're trying to close the gap, and the teams in front of you are already set up in the circle like that. You hate to be stuck here in the blue.
Now, Tura's got to be happy about that shift. This is the first time we see France with a legitimate opportunity now to take deep circle center in phase 3. They have got all the space they need. I want to see them branch out now. Take as much space as you can. Get as much information as you can. Deny others that space. Because rotating from west to east now, if you close down that edge, it's going to be really, really tough. The same goes for Morocco. I was talking about these edges. They don't have it easy either. Chapo goes down. Lewis is there. We're talking about it. Strongest fragger for Myanmar. And that rings true as well in match number 6 of day 2, as he picks up his 3rd frag in very quick succession. Lewis definitely on point today.
The man's a machine. The man's a fragger. But he's got to pull something out of the bag for his team if they want to have any chance of getting back into this circle. They might just need a bit of luck to find the right entrance, because they won't have a lot of time for scouting and smartly maneuvering their way on in. Indonesia, meanwhile, trying to breach this building, trying to clear it out with Util. The DBS comes around the corner. Trade is there instantly. Team play working out for them. But as I say that, another knock comes in. This is getting messy now. They are coming out on top for the moment. But it's definitely not clean. We talk about that so much. Keeping your fights clean, it does matter. Not going to happen in this one. Flushes have already come through, and they are going to continue to trickle on in. But look at all these fights. Desperation sends in the blue zone. It's not looking good for so many teams. It's just so hard to overcome the cruel circle that we're watching.
Yeah. Trades back and forth. Pakistan is desperately clinging on for dear life, but so is Indonesia. This is a good return right now. He barely finds himself behind the haystack, left standing, but how long can he really keep this up for? There's players all around him. Shots from the left-hand side of the building too. But now Pakistan is grouping up. They want to make this a 2v1. He hits a couple of shots, but he's being traded a couple of shots as well. And he's trying to get back up to 75 HP. Is he going to be allowed to do that? They see him doing it. Kausa, he takes him down though. He may be just about close things out, but we're switching back over to Brazil, who's having a fight on their own as well. It's Egypt, who's in really trouble sometimes too. And Kausa, he actually does it. How did that just happen? The headshot to bring him down. It's a 2v1. We very rarely see that happen. It looked like it was perfectly played by Pakistan as well, but not good enough apparently.
They're dancing around them as well. They're making sure that he can't get the first hit off in time. But it's not enough in the end. Nice angle through the window. Chile holding on. Elite trying to delay, hoping to get saved from somewhere else. But his teammate is so far off in the distance. This whole game has been a mess for everybody on the edge. And we can see it has decided to go a little bit further east. Ukraine, their crossroads are the western side of the circle now. But at least they're still in. They're still just hanging about. Taking some long-range shots. Maybe taking some shots at rotations that are coming on by. Picking up a free kill onto Morocco, for example. Old boy will love that. Polish his stats a little bit. Put another stamp down in the race for first. As Mongolia is still hunting for Chile.
This is really good about Ukraine as well, something I haven't really noticed that much, is whenever Ukraine loses a player first 3 phases, if they get someone downed, it's almost never a flush. They only ever get knocked in situations where they can be rest back up. And as a result, we almost never see them as a 3-man or a 2-man in phase 4 onwards, right? They're so consistent in that. It's because they take a lot of hard cover spots and they very rarely play around village line or edges. They actively look for hard cover spots to play off of. And these very fast on-circle pop rotations obviously benefit that as well in getting to these positions in the first place. Chile with another knock towards Mongolia now. As we head on over to that very deep southern side. We said it wasn't going to end here. It doesn't. But still, there's terrain in then phase 4. Something that's, once again, very unusual. Lots of water in the grand finals overall. We said it before. And it rings through in this one as well. Through the window. No way he gets this. And he doesn't. The Tommy gun out of all the guns. The Tommy gun either side. Winning the duel against the shotgun. And Mongolia clings on to life. There wouldn't have been a trade there almost immediately. So both these players would have been taken out. Important trade there for the Mongolian players.
Keeping themselves in the round. They've been coming back a little bit. They've been showing us signs of life, especially on Miramar here with that last game, making big steps towards redemption for themselves. Tulika now finding Indonesia as well. They're cleaning up the solos. They're cleaning up their edges and getting themselves a few elims in the process. Once they'll have to move out of the compound, it's going to start getting a bit tricky here for Ukraine, but they have had a lot of time to think about this. They've had a lot of time to set up. I think they have Kyrgyzstan under the bridge next to them. So it's going to be an important move out of the compound. A much more simple game ahead of Turkey. The terrain around their compound is just so much more approachable. They're not sitting on a platter. They can just start making slow moves towards the circle, keep out their backs. I think this is going to be a really, really good game for Turkey.
Well, you're predicting it. For the sake of suspense, I said in this other game, I'm hoping that's not going to happen, even though obviously I predicted these guys to win the tournament. I know how strong these guys are. Yes, they have struggled, and that's been the main reason why others haven't really been predicting them as well. They have struggled this year. They have internationally in their respective organizations, they haven't had the success they've had last year, which was immense, which was very big. They've been definitely in the very top team, arguably, during a certain period of time. The best team in Turkey, but unfortunately, in recent times, that's not really come true.
There's Miramar, though. talked about them earlier. We said they would need some lucky strike to get into the circle.
Okay,
that
that's
nade
lucky.
explosion, that was a lucky one. And they have made it in. They have made it in as the 3 members they had coming out of that Moroccan fight. And they have now set themselves up with a winnable position here against Brazil. This is not an unlosable fight. The circle, however, makes this so tricky. It's putting a clock on them. And they want to send it over there, but nothing there is safe of third party. You would have to fly into Romania and hope that you can clean them up. But Romania is leaving this compound open. They're shifting all the way up to the hillside. That is an opening that Myanmar could work with to at least stay alive and play this game a little bit later. This side of the circle, however, Felix, all of it is shifted out. Kyrgyzstan under the bridge, Ukraine on the beach and in the compound, and then Mongolia. They have to cross all the way, but where did they go afterwards?
Where do they go afterwards? But make the cross happen in the first place. That's something that should be the first objective. And the first player has come right across. Interestingly enough, no one's really shot them just yet. I think Romania is kind of concerned with everyone else around that northern side, so they can't really take a look at the southern side of things. The only team that they might drive into now is France, but I think they found their spot. I'm not sure why Hope is that late on the rotate, but I think even he might just make it across. But as I say that, I think one of the players in the new safe zone has just been knocked. There's Pubg, but he's not been flashed, he's not been tagged, so maybe he's gonna stay alive. Hope is gonna go through as well, but he takes a different position. Okay, well, they made it across.
Yeah.
Whether or not that's a good position that they're taking now, that's to be determined, but at least they've made it across.
It should be good enough for a long, long while here, if they're low enough. If France doesn't see them, that's the one thing that decides it here, because Kyrgyzstan is not in a position to push them either. You can see they went into the water. They've essentially said, all right, we're giving up. We're not trying to play for control. We're not playing a strong game here. We're just trying to survive until Ukraine leaves us be. And that's massive from Mongolia here. They have a solo behind them of Jordan, which they have no clue about, I am certain. But it should not matter. Nice little position for them, and they should be able to play under France here in a matter of minutes. This is a different scenario. This is Turkey on the breach, with Saudi Arabia holding so far 4-man strong. 1 knock has come on in. But Turkey needs to clean this up if they want to continue their dominance here at the top of the leaderboard.
Aidan, it's the nades. This is going to be a really important fight, and who's really going to be able to close that distance on the very top spots? Obviously, Turkey is the very top spot, but for them it's more about increasing. Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, that's where that statement really rings on true. They need these points, and for the sake of suspense, I said it earlier, that's what you really want to see. Ukraine now finally has to move as well. They've played it really smart, they've played it really safe. That's the first time now there might just be a little bit of danger ahead of them as they make their way across that street. And on the other side, it is the 4 Romanian boys, these parts of it, representing Romania, looking to potentially find an entry and not let them get across. But I think everyone's made it. There's a couple of cars between all of them as well. The positions on the other end don't look as clean, so they might just survive for the time being, but I think that fight is bound to come in the next couple of phases.
That fight is bound to happen, and Romania is only 3-man here, so not a free fight for them, even if they had the power positions. Brazil is waiting on this as well. Brazil wants to get into the action of this fight as soon as they can. They have to be careful not to overstep it, but the opening is coming out of Ukraine. It's Old Boy opens things up. Slonik wants to pull up with the nade. He's got to be a bit careful, Arabu, about the top, but the damage is so much better coming out of the ump. Don't go too far left, Slonik. They have to be so wary of Brazil coming into this.
Exactly, and Brazil is almost there, and now they activate one player, maybe the second one as well, Halfling down to 1 HP. He still takes down 7. How does he do this? And now Lawrence chimes into the action too. Tulika down, Halflick down as well. Tulika flushed just like that. More and more players are falling at the hands of both of these teams, both of these countries. And my goodness, Ukraine, yes, we have somewhat prayed for it, but that it ends like this, that's not what I would have expected. Brazil being very, very proactive and kind of closing down on them at the very perfect timing.
You love to see it for Brazil. Ukraine, unfortunately, not aware of what's going on the other side of the ridge. They can't hear this, they can't see this. And in the end, it does cost them. Lawrence there, should be a matter of time. Adrian's pushing it with the shotgun. He's confident, he's got the HP, and he's got the teammate on his back. They close it out. Romania out in 10th. Old Boy trying to play for placements at this point, but Myanmar has used the chance here. They've been getting a bit of breathing room from Brazil, and they want to turn this around with aggression of their own. They even find in the opening knocks, they might be the one that benefits the most off of this. 6 elims for Brazil, but this might be where it all comes to a stop.
Oh yes, it does. Rafa has already been taken out to 25 HP. If that res is bound to come through, it needs to happen somewhere fast. First player from Myanmar is already close up on the ridgeline. His shotgun is out of bullets though, so he might not get the trade that he so desperately wants. And 7 has been caught through the smoke! Manit, what have you done? That's an important frag. That's a really important frag because that just leaves Adrian. He's been spotted beforehand, left standing for Brazil. The last representative for that Brazilian roster. I was hoping for, honestly, that would have been the perfect scenario now for all of us. If Myanmar and Brazil, one of these teams, takes the very top spot, and there they go. At least for Brazil, that's done and dusted. End of the line here for day 2 of the World Esports Championship, as they will be taken down by Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, Kyrgyzstan is the one picking it up. I said they're giving up control, and they gave up control for a full 1 or 2 minutes. Not even drowns as they are on the fire. But now they're on the beach line. Now they're trying to let the shots come through, and not comes their way. As soon as Myanmar resets, they let them know, hey, you're not playing around with us. But look at this. Turkey has flown into the northern end of things as well. They wanted to close out Myanmar, but so far, the knocks have been coming the other way.
Good thing is, they're still inside the circle. There's still water in phase 6. Are you kidding me? Let's just take a moment to breathe that in. There's water in phase 6. The bridge is still in. We have someone. Is that someone from Jordan? I think there's someone from Jordan. Still is somewhere under the bridge or on top of the bridge. Crazy.
It's a zip line, but yeah.
Fair enough. It's the zip line, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Jordan still swimming through this, and once he makes landfall, nobody should be looking at him. Nobody should spot him, but we know these guys are very aware of their surroundings. I'm just waiting for the play coming out of Kyrgyzstan here. The problem for them is they will be getting gatekept from the top. But as soon as Turkey and Myanmar get busy, which they should get in this exact circle, there's a chance for Kyrgyzstan to try and run up to that shack and use the util they have to clean it up. They have the option as well to try and make a play under France, but those are the 2 options presented to them. Either one of them could work. Don't forget about Old Boy either. Still proning in here for placements. I think he should comfortably get another few placement points out of this, and there's another opening knock. Myanmar just looks so good in these fights today.
They really do. And with shoulders going down, we might have an answer on who's really taking the 1 spot today. Nades are raining on through. This is perfect communication, both at the same time. It's a double nade setup, the 3rd one to potentially close out on any knocks that have been gathered. But it's nothing so far. And look at this. Solas is back up on his feet. Myanmar, they might have just delayed this a tiny bit too long. They put too much faith in their nades, and these nades just haven't hit. Meaning Turkey is back up as a full form, and they're repositioning, they're regrouping. This is dangerous now for Myanmar. They might have just given this advantage away.
They've gotten so much space though, right? They've pushed Turkey away so much. Turkey from the dominant position has now fallen back into a lower ground, and they're not in the circle anymore. Myanmar, they're not in a crazy good position, but they're at least in the zone. They can wait this out now, and they can use the angles they have to try and punish Turkey when the push comes on out. Old Boy, he's close on the minimap, but he's so far below, he should not be a factor in this. But Turkey, again, they've got to go somewhere. They've got a few vehicles still. They don't want to make a full breach into France right now. They don't want to give up all this top side. But where do they end up here? Where did they end up playing this?
France now being spotted first and foremost.
Oh, this is big.
And he's knocking down one of the Kyrgyzstan players. Surely they activate now. Surely they will take them down.
France busy on the south, though, is the sign for Turkey to move down the hillside. Look at this. They instantly realize they see one player running down, and they're like, this is our time. We're going to look for space now. We're going to figure out what we can play. And in the worst case, we will breach the compound. First knock comes out from Myanmar. But Turkey is making the breach, and they have made the breach. They have arrived in the compound, and now France has to hold on for dear life.
Yeah. Well, that's a little bit of an understatement, right? With 4 angry Turkish players pulled up right outside. Well, Soka has now just been eliminated, but still it's 3 players, and these guys are not to be underestimated. All of them inside the top 50 players in this tournament. And that's Myanmar chiming in as well. Tree goes down. Make that only 2 players that Turkey has to eliminate to find a new footing inside that very southern side. They've completely changed around the entry in phase number 8. And the next one is going to be deep circle center. So if they secure this, they will have perfect positioning to harass everyone else And also, they'll have a lot of crates to potentially get some more util in, because that's what they have used to even get there.
I love it. I love the approach that Turkey has taken. I love that it's Myanmar out of all teams that makes it easier for them by getting that knock from the top. The solo has finally fallen. He's made landfall and gets cleaned up. Lewis from the top, looking for one, finds it, dips back down. Nowhere to go from Mongolia here. The days are numbered, but it's Seric who picks up the kill point, steals it away, yoinks it out of the hands of Myanmar, and that's a big knock. That's Old Boy from the back. He activates. He decided, well, I've had enough. And it does it at the perfect timing. Does he have info that there's two of them knocked? He might just have the information, but he's looking for a better position. Mr. Blue coming out and getting shut down as France. The game falls apart so quickly for them.
And the same could be said about Myanmar. They were in such a good spot. Now they've unfortunately lost one. Of course, the Old Boy, who's been having one hell of a performance. He's got to be the MVP up until this point. Once and once more has he shown us that he, as a solo, can do so much more than we might have expected him to do. Just last game, he hit that 1v2 against Romania, breaching him. Now again, he's brought his team into a top 5 scenario in a seemingly impossible situation. And he's even finding frags. On top of all of that, he's finding frags. That's just ridiculous, and legitimately ridiculous. Next zone, though, comes in, and with the France almost being cleared out, Turkey find themselves in an advantageous position once more. I thought it was going to be Myanmar. Now it's all open.
This might have been the most stacked Phase 9 we have. You can see everybody has to fight for the spots they have. Old Boy falls away from it, lets them drive into the open, but the high ground is a little too much to handle. Nice double approach from Myanmar, perfectly splitting the attention. And it works out for them. They have time to get this res, and then they have time to get active. Same for Turkey and the compound. They've been waiting this out, but they realize now we've got to clear, and we've got to clear now. There's the France solo on top. The shotguns ring out. A knock would be disastrous, but it is clean, and it is instant. Turkey, Kyrgyzstan, who takes it away? Oh my God, Scarface, that angle is disgusting.
It really is. And in the meanwhile, Kyrgyzstan has cleaned up Myanmar. Shots from top of the building. Scarface angle is absolutely perfect. Turkey is looking to close out one more round. Both players absolutely down to 1 HP. Who's going to get that last sliver of HP to take them down? That's going to be the question that has to be answered. That's the remaining mystery here in game number 6 of the very second day of this World Esports Championship. And ladies and gentlemen, we go down to the very last wire here. Turkey against Kyrgyzstan. Both of these absolutely need the points. Turkey to stay in first place. They have been playing absolutely miraculously throughout the entirety of this tournament. And Kyrgyzstan, well, they're out to prove things. And this is their chance.
Oh, I don't know if Flyke doesn't have a med left. Look, Siric has 0. I think Flyke doesn't have one to get his HP back up. 4 frags for Siric already. We've seen him do crazy things earlier. But he had a fair fight versus Brazil in that position. Now, Flyke down, Scarface from the top. He knows his angles. He knows how to play this. And they've got more space too. They've got the high ground. They've got the angles. And they will close it out. Turkey with an explosive last match. And they're making sure that they are the talking point coming into tomorrow, because they've just left Ukraine in the dust.
Absolutely incredible. We started this day with a 15-point difference in Turkey, with a couple of amazing games at that. We've got to give it to them. Amazing games have turned it all upside down. Ukraine suddenly in the runner-up spot, which, to be fair, doesn't need to be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
But now with this win, the difference is quite big.
Yeah.
It is going to be public. We'll take a look at the overall standings when we get to the desk. And over to Stanstorm and DK and Natura. Obviously, they'll break it all down for you, so we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But, I mean, it is quite a big difference now. Second dinner of the day, Turkey, very deservedly so. Finally, he's able to not only clean up the edges, but win the games too. That's what we've been missing. But we said if they fix this coming into today, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, and that's exactly what they did.
I love it as well. They spot one France player running down that hillside, and they're like, that's our goal. That's where we end up flying into the compound. And they just, honestly, they teach France a lesson of how hard PUBG Mobile is and how easily you get punished, how fast you get punished. They thought they were just clearing a duo below them. Suddenly they've got 3 Turkish players in their building, mollies come out, angles get eliminated, and they get swept aside. Really just not even able to stand in the way of the force that is Turkey today.
Yeah, no one really seems to be able to challenge them. They've probably had the biggest games and the biggest day of this tournament so far at the same time. And all that, whilst they've already been fragging out yesterday. They just haven't gotten the placement points, and that has come to fruition today. So, I mean, they don't even need an amazing day tomorrow to be able to stay up on top. It's going to be Ukraine now. But I've said it before, I'm not sure this is that much of an advantage as others think it is, because being in the runner-up spot sometimes gives you a more relaxed situation going into the games tomorrow, right? You know you're ready. Also, you're really comfortable in the second spot. It's not like anyone can catch up immediately.
Yeah, it's more fun to be chasing than to be chased. That is 100% true. But I think right now they're just happy to have won the game, especially in that fashion. That wasn't their game to win, and the move down from the hill was absolutely crucial, perfectly played. So they know, hey, we've done some good stuff today. We've shown everybody that we can do it, and yes, Ukraine was better on day one. We were way better on day two, and we can try to bring this home tomorrow.
Man, I'm excited to see that happen. I'm so excited to see that happen. We'll have one more interview for you at home, which might answer some of these most interesting questions that we have for you guys. But yeah, I mean, it's tragic for everyone else in the late game as well. I thought maybe finally we're going to see one of the runner-ups. I mean, Myanmar and Kyrgyzstan both in super, honestly, amazing positions. Yeah. Myanmar especially. If not for Oldboy, I think they would have won that game as well. And Oldboy might be kicking himself after that game if he watches that one. If I wouldn't have taken out Myanmar, I think they would not only have had the high ground, they would have had the utility as well and the positioning to take down Turkey running out of their compound, or at least they would have denied them, for example, to be on top of the buildings in the first place. So the angles would have been way better for Myanmar. So who knows who would have won that game if that wouldn't have happened. It's going to be interesting going into tomorrow either way.
You never know, right? You never know what could have happened. Maybe there's a chance that he cleans up Myanmar as well there, because there was 2 knocked at that point. But enough speculating from us. We have an interview on the stage, last one for you guys today. And we'll see you for more PUBG Mobile tomorrow. But there's still a desk, there's still an interview. France is on the stage, ready for you guys.
Well, congratulations pretty much for doing an amazing performance regardless. So I want to just ask you, what happened today? What challenges are you facing, Tree? What's going on?
So mostly the rotations. It was hard to find the right way to rotate and to get in the zone. Every time we encounter a team, it's hard to fight them. We won only one real big fight today. And yeah, it's just the rotation is really hard to go in the zone directly.
Yeah, pretty much I would say that would take place when it comes to our performance. And you almost did the push-up bat today, huh?
Almost did. But I don't know in the result if we finish last from today. I will have to do push-ups. Okay. If we don't, our staff will have to do it. So. All
right. Yeah, well, I can see them right now. It's like getting ready. Let's see, warming up. How many push-ups can they do, including yourself?
How many push-ups can I do?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably like 20, 25 maximum.
Okay. Well, cool. Maybe I will join you if that happens. Give me, in your opinion, your French word of the day.
My French word of the day is mauvaise décision.
Which means?
Which means bad decisions. Bad decision making and lack of trust.
Well, bless you, regardless, you know. And that is pretty much a strong French word. Thank you very much, Tree. And we'll see you with your team very soon, inshallah, with another performance happening here on PUBG. But you know what? I may have to let you go because we have something else going on. Cameraman, let's go, man. A very special moment taking place here. Where is our team? Where is our stage manager? Because we have a special occasion taking place here. Let's go. Well, who is our birthday boy today? Which one of you guys? Everybody's like hiding here. Come on, point some fingers. Birthday boy? Yeah? All of you is having a birthday today? This guy? This guy? Well, happy birthday. You want to sing happy birthday all together? Let's go. Me? Dude, you don't want to hear my voice, believe me. If I would get Sandstorm right now, he would have an amazing voice. You hearing me? Yeah? Yeah? You want to join? Look at him just put. Well, you ready? You ready? You ready to lose some followers because of my voice? All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, WEC24 style. Happy birthday to you. Ooh, hey, look at that. Happy birthday, boy. Thank you very much. And back to you guys. Let's go.
Well, I kind of wish I had my birthday here in Saudi Arabia to have Bara sing me a happy birthday. But honestly, what an incredible way to end day number 2. Turkey once more. They managed to get themselves a second chicken dinner throughout today, and they still hold on to the lead. Question is, can they keep on holding on to it until the very end of day number 3? Insane performance from them. But I want to talk about the word of the day in French. Yeah, wait, okay, no, this is an English broadcast. No, wait.
Mais non, c'est français maintenant. C'est français.
Help.
Sure. Yes, that was yes.
Oui. Okay, but in all seriousness, no. In all seriousness, boys and girls, I want to say Turkey, incredible performance. The consistency has been there, and same can be said for the likes of Myanmar. We were looking at how many times they managed to get top 5 in our games. 5 out of the 6 games today have been top 5 games. It's not like we're talking, oh, they got 5th place every single time. No. We're talking like a chicken dinner, a 2nd, a 3rd, and they're always getting eliminations. So Myanmar, if they manage to do this again in day 3, DK, do you think they can come up in 1st place, or at least like be a contender alongside Ukraine and Turkey, of course?
I can tell you, Myanmar, they are going to make Ukraine and Turkey quite nervous.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, Ukraine's already nervous because they lost the lead today.
Yeah. But it's definitely, I think there's a good probability for that to be the case, just based on the performance that we've been seeing so far. You know, I've been calling them the beast from the east today. They went into beast mode.
They did. That they did.
Right.
Yeah, they did.
They did it. They showed that consistency, and if they keep this trend, there's without a doubt will they be able to catch up with the stuff happening tomorrow. Then, right? They will definitely come knocking on the door there with Ukraine and Turkey.
You could even say they had a feast today.
They did.
The Beast in the East had a feast.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
Yes, at least.
Just thought I'd add that.
You guys proud of yourselves?
Very.
You should be. Let's look at the summary from our last game. Only 9 headshots throughout the entire game. That's kind of surprising. So many questions to ask, but we'll get there. 20 rescues, 20 revives, 3 airdrops looted. I think that might have been the most that we've seen.
And of course, then Saudi made that 306-meter hit look easy.
Very.
Right?
Very easy.
Very.
Yes. I see what you did
insane.
there.
Yeah.
Again. You know, I think I should get like a clicker for every time you make one of those jokes.
Oh, it's gonna run out.
Yeah, at this point. It depends on like, are we going to like 9999 on the clicker, 10,000 like restarting again?
It's gonna break.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Just like, I mean, Smile's performance in that last game for Myanmar. We talked about how it was only 2 people that managed to get the majority of the elims. And yeah, there we go. It was Marnet and Smile from Myanmar with 5 elims each. And then you have Soulless and Scarface with 3 elims for each side. But I do want to talk about the push from Turkey onto the compound that France had. Because Turkey had they were kind of facing off against Myanmar. They found an opening where they could kind of like get away from that fight and get into a compound. But I felt like the French side should have been able to kind of hold them off. I'm not sure what were the mistakes that they ran into. He did mention they didn't have the best of loots, but
it's something you see a lot in teams that have been stationary for a long period of time.
Yeah.
If you're not ramping up the game in terms of activity, then the jump from we're doing fine, we're sitting still, all of a sudden there's 3 players coming at us. There's too much of a difference for you to actually be able to adapt to that very quickly and actually go, oh, actually we have to be aggressive now, we have to be active and doing all of these things. It is something you see a lot in teams where it's like they'll just sit for a long period of time, they'll rotate, go to a different compound, okay, we're good. And then there's no momentum to actually go, oh, we're actually being pushed now, and then they just fall apart. It's something you see a lot.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate to see it, like especially on the 2nd day still for a team. Kind of it doesn't give them that many opportunities to kind of bounce back into the final day. But a team that has been bouncing back recently is Kyrgyzstan with yet another top 3, 11 points for themselves. And I have to say, Ukraine and Old Boy, DK, how many times has Old Boy survived until like the very last moment, or like just gotten so many points for his team by just staying alive?
I mean, it's a trend, right? It's a thing that works, and it's interesting to see that strategy still kind of being something that you can actually use and utilize moving through these games. But also comes down to a lot of the map knowledge, right? Knowing where you can and where you can't go, how to hide and how maybe not to hide. So it's interesting to see how that plays out for them. And you know, Ukraine, of course, they're going to be smiling about it as they still hold on to a strong, decent amount of points. But I mean, Turkey hitting the beautiful 150-point marker.
That's insane. 150 points in 12 games. An insane average amount of points for them to secure. Almost 10 I mean, their ratios when it comes to eliminations is just absolutely ridiculous. Ukraine 17 points behind, now trailing Turkey in the lead. And Myanmar, the third team to join us on that 100-point mark. But the fact that we have 47 points between first and third is insane.
Yeah, that almost unheard of. Right?
Yeah, okay. Honestly, we did have multiple conversations about the teams that would have an incredible performance. Okay, Turkey might not have been one of the first ones to think about, but not to this extent. This is a monstrous performance.
This is something that we would have expected from one of the teams we were actually talking about, right?
Yeah.
Right, world champions. This is the kind of performance that we'd expect from them.
Yeah.
Turkey coming in here and going, actually, we want a slice of that pie. It's like, oh, okay,
No,
here,
no,
have
they
two,
want,
have
they're
two.
taking the
Go
whole
on.
pie.
Yeah.
It's like they're giving everyone else, you know, bar Myanmar, and I mean, Ukraine's got a decent bit, Myanmar's got a bit, but the rest are getting crumbs at this point, DK. And tomorrow's going to be very interesting because when it comes to this, when they're all fighting for that first place spot, how do you try and catch up to a team like that? Like, would we see like maybe a focus on their drops or try to cut off rotations, or what might second and third place do in this situation?
Well, the best thing I would say in a position like that would be to somehow hope that they don't have the opportunity to continue to play further in said match, right? So somehow, some way, there needs to be a little bit of focus or a target being put on that team, because that could also be an opportunity for them to then gain additional eliminations, right? If whoever's targeting them is not that proficient, right? So that could also be points being delivered on a silver platter. So you could go both ways. So you got to be very, very careful with how you look to approach that. But I mean, that being the one option. The other one I would say is just play the best dang PUBG that you can play.
Yeah.
Right. Get aggressive. Become a hunter. Go out looking for those points. Yeah. But also still doing it so well, playing at your strength.
Yeah.
Right. There's no point in me trying to take you on in a situation where I know for a fact I can't challenge you. What's the point?
It's like don't force yourself into those kind of sticky situations.
Yes.
Because I feel like when it comes to those situations, in the very last game or two, depending on how big the difference is.
Yeah.
17 points in 6 games. If you have the good game and they don't, you're basically equalized or like close enough to be equalized, and that relieves a little bit of the pressure, I feel, Natsura.
Yeah, it does. It is. It's something to watch out for day number 3. I think it's going to be very tough because a lot of these teams, while yes, you do have Turkey going way above and beyond, you still have second and third fighting for first as well as second and third, and then the rest of the teams down below. It's not that far apart. So for day number 3, if you're talking about like the mental side of things and like the pressure and things like that that's coming through here, it's going to be really tough for a lot of these teams. Less so for the lower you go down, right?
That's what I was going to say. What are these teams going to do then?
Because it's one of two things. Either you take advantage like IHC did in PMGC. These guys are fighting it out. They're all pressured. Oh my god, third place, second place. Oh no, what do we do? And then you go, I'm in 16th. The eliminations, points on the board. You go up onto the first page. It could be done. Sort of, but you have to really get in that headspace.
You have to get a lot of eliminations to make that possible.
But it's possible.
That's the problem. It's and because we haven't seen that strong of a performance from a few of the teams, or the majority of the teams in the second half of the leaderboard, it does make it seem unlikely. But I would still love to see them actually give it a try. You know, like I want them to go as hard as they possibly could, take every opportunity. You know.
Hot trap?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, look, we've seen it on Sanhok multiple times. We have to see it again. We saw it on Erangel as well, but it will happen tomorrow. Specifically, I think it will happen tomorrow.
And I think with that comes a lot of power for the teams that are on the side, and they're like, you know what, let's go with the bang.
Yeah.
Rush forward. They've got such power that they hold on to. They can decide where the points go, right? And I think it's going to be an interesting one to see what the teams are going to be doing with the capabilities they'll have moving into the final day of action.
Now, I want to ask you guys, is there any team that kind of surprised you with their performance specifically today? Anyone that kind of caught you off guard, like not something that we expected? Like whether it was good, like whether it was positive or negative in terms of their performance.
Myanmar, they really came out fighting today, like big time, completely different from yesterday. So they've now put themselves back in the conversation for day 3, and that is something that all of these teams needed to do, and really only Myanmar was actually able to achieve, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I have to fully agree with that, right? They changed the expectation 100%.
Yeah.
Like, looking at the performance that we saw day 1, it's like,
it's okay.
They weren't really in the conversation.
Yeah.
But day 2, they're like, take us, now, here we are.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, personally, I definitely agree. Like Myanmar, insane performance, and I have to give a shout out to Egypt as well. Just like bouncing back from, 4 points in 5 games, chicken dinner
That's
with 15
insane,
elims, and then coming into today's games, getting a chicken dinner, averaging 12 in total in 12 points for the past 6 games. I think that they might surprise us again tomorrow. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap on day number 2 for PUBG Mobile. Right now, Turkey is in the lead with 17 points between them and Ukraine. Can Ukraine bring it back? And will Myanmar continue rampaging throughout every single one of those maps? And maybe, just maybe, scare the hell out of Turkey in our last couple of games. But now, it is time to take it over to the stage with our lovely hosts to wrap up day number 2 of WEC 2024.
Well, Sandstorm, you scared the heck out of me. You know how talented him and everybody at the desk host were. You fire it up along with all the talents. And of course, our queen, Jasmine, amazing job today.
Thank you very much. We have had explosive games over here on the big stage.
Yeah.
But over for CS2, okay, for those of you that are only just tuning in, yesterday, CS2 were pretty dominant games. A few 2-0s here and there, but today it's been down to the wire and we still have games coming on up. I trust that you're going to be joining me for that one.
Oh yeah, pretty much. I don't want to miss the fun. But what happened here today as well with PUBG, a lot of fun. France almost did a push-up session on stage, but that didn't happen. I could have just joined them. And we had a birthday session as well with Indonesia. You should have heard my voice. Oh my God, you could have just ran away. It's like, I want to go back home.
You know what? After Ukraine claiming themselves 3 back-to-back second places and then eventually getting a victory, a chicken dinner, in yesterday's games, how did you think that they performed today? Do you think they were up to the task?
Well, Ukraine was not mentioned as much, but I think, it's going to happen for tomorrow, pretty much being the last day. We'll see who's going to pretty much be trying with victorious, all taking place right here at the World Esports Championship 24 for Iesf. A lot's going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world. Well, Jasmine, the honors is all yours.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody here in the arena, as well as everybody tuning in from the comfort of their homes. I trust that we'll be seeing you all tomorrow for some more esports action.